Let me know when you want me to go. We got a lot of people outside still. Just a few. Tim, we're saving a seat for you in the front row there. It's ye of the backbenchers. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 14th Annual Municipal Finance Conference. I'm Rich Reifel. I'm a professor of practice at Purdue University's Mitch Daniels School of Business and one of the conference co-chairs. Our co-hosts, Brookings, Brandeis, UChicago, and our newest partner, UT Austin. I saw Marty Luby here representing UT Austin a few moments ago. Spent the last many months culling through almost 50 submissions to put together a great agenda of research topics with carefully selected discussants and to assemble timely panels that will offer their insights into some relevant topics on the minds of policymakers and practitioners. Our goal in all of this, as it has been over the prior 13 conferences, is to bring researchers and practitioners together in a unique kind of mashup fashion to advance the study of public finance and municipal capital markets and to make the provision of public sector services hopefully more efficient and more science-based. Ours are not just abstract academic debates, particularly in the environment we have now where there are a lot of debates going on about the functioning of government. These are matters that ripple through school districts, hospitals, universities, water systems, transportation networks, and ultimately the lives of millions of Americans, including all of us in this room. Over the last 14 years, we've built a great following, and I see a lot of old friends here, and I look forward to making a lot of new friends. I was curious as I was going through the registration list of more than 200 folks to see a lot of new people. Can I ask our first-time attenders to raise their hands high? All right, wow, that's a lot of folks. So we will both look forward to having you at future conferences and to asking you to read papers and moderate sessions and submit papers in the future to help us pull this off. We've included more time this year for networking. We got feedback that attendees would like more networking time, and we hope that that networking will allow you to meet somebody that is of a like mind and that you'll carry those discussions throughout the year and collaborate on research. That's another goal of the conference that we really would like to emphasize. We'd love to see joint research between an academic and a practitioner, a policymaker, or all of the above, and we'd welcome your paper submissions for next year's conference. So thank you for being here. I know we have a lot of people here in person, but we're also streaming this online, so thanks to you in cyberspace. And thanks also for doing the essential and often unglamorous work of making state and local government function better. I want to put out a special thank you to the team at Brookings. We're not at Brookings, you may have noticed. We're in a different venue because Brookings is being renovated. But the team at Brookings does a great job of organizing all the many details to put out the call for papers and make sure the committee is working properly, and then everything that you see over the next 2 days. So thanks very much to the Brookings folks and to our large advisory board that's been great in helping us build the conference. We have an advisory board meeting tomorrow, so I look forward to talking to all of you. All of the papers have been reviewed, and we get discussant suggestions from the advisory board, so they're a critical part of putting this all together. So looking forward to having a great couple of days with you all and our co-chairs. And I'm going to bring up our first paper session moderator, Lauren Larson of Brookings.
Good morning. Thanks, Rich. I'm really excited to kick off this first panel, which these papers are near and dear to any budget director's heart. We're going to deal with one of the largest revenue streams and one of the largest expense items, and so they have my attention. I was the budget director in Colorado and president of NASBO, the state budget office, National Association of State Budget Officers. And so when I was reading these papers, first we're going to hear from Wai-Chi Chen here, who's from, just joined the University of Texas in Dallas. And he's really has some provocative thoughts here on our overly smoothed property tax. I loved having smooth property tax revenue as a budget director, and maybe I shouldn't have, is what I'm learning. And we have Michael Nadal, we have Nati Amorsiri-Panich, who's done some similar research in similar areas, so it was a great discussant to add on, and he's from the Philadelphia Fed. And then following that, we'll have Louise Shiner from renowned here at Brookings, and she's written a paper with Byron Lutz and David Ratner at the Federal Reserve Board, and looking at one of our really important expense line items of employee comp and some huge measurement problems. And then what struck me, that looking at this trend from since the Great Recession, is that maybe that line fell subject to general fund balancing in too many of our budgets. So with that, I'll turn it over to H and welcome him to the podium. If this is your first, since there's so many, it's your first time, the format is the paper author will go for 15 minutes, then a discussant for 10 minutes, and then we'll do 10 minutes of Q&A. So be holding your questions till then. I look forward to coming back to hear them. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Hi, I'm H from the University of Texas in Dallas. I was at University of Notre Dame right before. And when we're talking about a liquid security like a stock, it's actually pretty easy to understand what they are and what their current values are, right? So if you want to get the value of an Apple stock, you go on Google or Yahoo, you search for the Apple ticker, and according to this, it was $212 before the market opened in the next few minutes. So for other assets, very illiquid assets such as real estate, it's actually fairly difficult to value. This is a house in front of the Notre Dame campus. Every student, every teacher passes by it every single day. And when you ask them, what do you think the value of this house is, they give you a wide disparating set of answers. So asking students and faculty, I get a range between 600,000.
Could you move to the mic? No, the mic there.
Yes. From $600 to $2 million. Now, it was last sold for about $300,000 in 2018. So historic transaction prices do not really guide you to coming up with the value of this house. When we have very illiquid and very possibly ill-defined assets, coming up with a valuation is actually more of an art than science. But these valuations are important because we use them for insurances, and in this case, we use them for property taxes, the biggest source of discretionary revenue for local governments. So in here, I plotted the tax center's graph of the largest sources of revenue. Now, the biggest one is tax transfers, such as for welfare programs or Medicaid, but the part that's discretionary is property taxes. And how are these property taxes calculated, you ask? Well, it is simply by multiplying, right, what you assign as the rate for a dollar value of a property multiplied by their assessment values. If local governments are trying to kind of target zero deficit, then their tax revenue should directly equal their tax expenses. And with a little bit of algebra, you can see that, well, public expenses, right, really depends on the rate and the valuations assigned to properties across local districts. Now, public expenses ideally should be fixed and determined based off of, right, the marginal gains from public services. So if you think that is fixed, then changes in the assessment value should directly correlate with the rates that are given per property value, right? So if market values go down and we get accurate assessment values, then tax rates should go up. But in terms of political economy, rates are very sticky. We don't want changes in rates. It may be untenable to say that your mills rate goes up by 10%. Well, if rates are fixed, then that presents a different set of problems. Market values should directly translate into local expenses. So, if there's a wide market downturn in property values, then we should see changes, right, in public expenses. In this paper, we're going to argue a different source, right? We're going to argue that, public expenses are really determined, right, by local budgetary offices and local officials. So if we have changes in public expenses and budgetary needs, that may not drive changes in the tax rates because politically it may not be feasible. They may drive changes in the assessment values that these local governments use to collect property tax revenue. And ideally, these assessment values should be a reflection of fair market values, and those are usually determined by assessors across the U.S. But if you look at the mandates of these offices, one, it is to assess properties at their fair market value, but alternatively, they also talk about, right, these offices are there to finance local governments. So this is from the mission statement from San Joaquin County in California, and it states they are there to assess properties in a fair market way, but implicitly they have this dual mandate to support local government services. And we're going to try to look at this tension between fair market assessment valuation and the budgetary needs of local governments. So, these are our results. We document a sense of property revenue smoothing across the time series and the cross-section of local governments. If you look at the time series of total tax revenue, it looks exceedingly smooth, very non-reflective of the ups and downs of the market conditions for the real estate market. Proxies of market values have very difficult time reconciling, explaining changes in the assessment values of properties across the US. So what percent change in the best proxies of market value implies about a 10 basis points, so 1/10 of their change in terms of assessment values for real estate properties. Now, so market values don't explain assessment values. We're going to argue that budgetary needs and deficits explain changes in assessment values. So relating to valuation to public finance, counties with budgetary deficits tend to have the highest level of overassessments to transaction price for local properties. Now, because we're economists, we care about identification. We're going to look at referendums, which usually boosts the local spending for the next few years in building new schools, et cetera. And we find that when a referendum barely passes in Illinois, assessment values go up, right, without significant changes to the intensive margin, so existing properties' transaction prices. So passing a referendum increases the likelihood that assessment values will increase in the next year by 23%. Having local services be exceedingly smooth is not necessarily a bad thing. We want our schools to be well-funded. We want our fire departments to be well-funded and police departments. So what are the costs of this sense of budgetary smoothing? We're going to argue that concentrating this discretion in local offices gives some feedback to, or gives some allowance to rent extraction and kind of flexibility at the local government level. So the data are usually all pretty self-explanatory. We use Z-Trax data on property tax values and transaction histories. We're going to use census-level government spending data. But the special part about what we do is that we can collect referendums in Illinois from 2006 to 2015. But then the more kind of novel part is that when we want to look at this discretion at the local offices, we're going to use the identities of assessors and political officials from those local districts. So we're going to hand collect assessors and their identity histories, and we're going to look at their own property values to kind of get a sense of their discretionary ability using their own properties. So domestically, this is the time series of aggregate property tax revenue for the past 20 years, between 2000 and 2020. What we see is that, well, it looks pretty smooth over time, right? This is very much in contrary to any indice of real estate values in the US. If you take the Zillow index, right, what we see is this up and down that's very, very poignant between 2006 and 2009. If you look at any real estate index, so you can use Schiller index, you can use any other local indice of real estate property values, this hill and trough is very prominent. But when we look at total revenue collected, it is completely absent over time. This smoothing is not driven by assessment caps or levy limits, so we can split states onto states with assessment caps, such as California, that caps their assessment change every year to 2% to Proposition 13. And what we see is that states with assessment caps actually are a bit more volatile than states without assessment caps in terms of their local property value. And this is kind of understandable if you think endogenously, right? States that have more volatile assessment values, more volatile property taxes, are more likely to institute an assessment cap because of voter mandates. It is not driven by levy limits that caps the amount of revenue that can be collected by these local offices. And what we see is that assessment values generally do not reflect market returns. And this brings us to the kind of the catch-22 of public expenses, right? You know, we want rates to be flexible, and when you ask any local assessment office, they say rates are flexible, but there's kind of a huge amount of rules that limits the amount that you can change the tax collected on a dollar of assessment value. Right, market returns tend to not reflect changes in assessment values. So we can ask, well, what does? So using local census data, we can calculate the degree of budgetary constraint at the local county level. And when we look at the explanatory variable, which is the degree of local government deficit, it actually explains the degree of difference between transaction values and the last assessment value. We collect referendums and we look at changes in changes in assessment values due to the shock of passing, right, a referendum that increases your budget spending. And what we see is that, right after you pass a referendum, property values tend to be more likely to be revised upward. We can do this graphically, we can do this in a regression setting that's weighed by properties over time, and we see this consistency over time. We don't see any changes in sales value. In fact, passing a referendum in Illinois, where it's very, very hard to kind of get an upward trending property value, passing a referendum actually marginally decreases the likelihood of the change in existing prices. So, you know, as I said before, we want this, right, over time as for local government budgets. But what are the costs? Well, you're concentrating, right, your local budgets into the discretions of local offices. And we're not the first one to say this, but many people believe that these offices have a little bit of quid pro quo, a little bit of corruption over time. You know, if you just look at the most famous counties, the largest counties in the US, so Los Angeles County, Harris County, et cetera, right, their assessors, there are many assessors that have had trouble for participating in some form of local corruption. So John Nunez was kicked out of his office in the LA County. He was replaced by Jeffrey Prang, in which case he was immediately, there was a whistleblower that actually there were 3 whistleblowers that tried to come out and say he's committing some type of quid pro quo in terms of his assessment values. There are others on here. Arizona has some very interesting assessors as well. So we're going to collect, now we're not the first one to say, hey, there's issues with assessors, right? There's a large popular media literature that talks about muckraking and corruption at the local assessment office level. But we're going to introduce our measure of assessor discretion. So we're going to take all the identities of all the assessors that we can collect across the US and actually look at their own property values and their own assessment values and their assessment growth over time. So we do this by using LexisNexis property individual searches. So I'm going to look up a guy named Jonathan Cochran who lives in Palo Alto, California. He's one of the most famous economists. Well, John Cochran is one of the most famous economists in America right now. And we find his properties over time. We can trace all the properties for these individuals all the way back to, for this guy, back to 1983 to a dormitory in MIT in Cambridge in Middlesex County. We do this for all the assessors in the US that we can collect. We're still expanding this data set, so we've actually created a comprehensive set of 13 states with assessor records for the past 10, 15 years. But we collect their properties, and we compare changes in the assessment value, the level of their property value to their assigned neighbors. And what we see is that generally these guys have slower growth in their assessment values in the past 3-4 years, and in terms of levels, about a $4,000 lower assessment value level than their closest neighbors. And we believe that this kind of constitutes a theory of trade-off, right? You want your budgets to be smooth, but you have to kind of give discretions to public officials in order to do so. And if you regress, right, this kind of discretionary component of assessors' own property values against the smoothing component, or against kind of this closeness of sales and transaction value, what you see is that actually the greater the assessor gap, right, the closer they are to kind of pushing the assessment values toward an eventual transaction value. This is a very limited data set, and we're still working on expanding it. So we only have about 100 to 135 observations, but the correlation so far is there. Anyways, property assessments as a tax policy tool smoothes out fluctuations from property values. Thank you very much. I look forward to Nadi's discussion.
Okay, so I'm Nachi from the Philly Fed, and since I'm from the Fed, the usual Fed disclaimers apply, and I want to thank the organizers for including me in the program. I'm very excited to discuss this paper. Better? Okay. So this is a very important and interesting paper. First of all, what I like about it is I think it documents a very important fact, which is the fact that property tax revenue is very smooth compared to what other people might think, compared to house price fluctuations, and especially really showing the correlation between what determines property tax levels, showing that changes in market prices has sort of weak correlation with changes in assessed values, but instead sort of budgetary shocks such as referendums and the like has sort of more sort of higher correlation with assessment values, which is very surprising, and also sort of uncovers sort of an important part in how we might think about property taxes and the political economy of property taxes. So I'm gonna have some comments for the authors, which I hope will be helpful for their next revision. So mostly it's going to be comments on, like how to use and understand property tax data, and then interpreting the results, which sort of more knowledge about the institutional details of property taxes, and some geeky methodological suggestions. So first of all, I think I want to start with sort of table 5, thinking about here the authors are showing that changes in government deficits really determine sort of how far off assessed values are from market values. So I think, first of all, thinking about, having worked in this area, sort of assessed value data are very tricky. So in the data, it's actually unclear whether you see sort of what I would call here sort of really the estimated market value, which the authors care about, or sort of an adjusted value. So for example, in sort of Cook County, Illinois, you're not taxed on really the full value of your home. You're actually taxed on a third of that. And like reporting in property tax data sometimes change across counties and sort of inconsistent. And so it's really hard, especially in columns 5 to 8, when the authors are thinking about, percentages sold, like doing a fixed percentage. So they're showing here like 10% below assessed value. So that's like a very sort of clear mark, right? And sort of really relies on assuming that the data is super accurate, which in this case, probably not. And also, assessed value data is also, inconsistent in terms of whether you're observing sort of pre or post exemption values. So as you know, like places around the country have exemption, homestead exemptions and the like. And again, reporting in this dimension is also inconsistent. And so I guess I would encourage the authors to use sort of, more broad outcome variables, like, in columns 1 through 4 is probably more palatable because, really banking on how the gap, a fixed gap, is really hard. And lastly, this comment's going to apply throughout my discussion, which is one problem with doing research in property taxes. You can't really observe appeals behavior except for maybe like super isolated cases like Cook County, Illinois, where they have really good appeals data. So in other places, basically, if you can't control for appeals, and all the outcomes here are basically, can be influenced by appeals, right? So you don't know whether like the effects you're getting here is from like differential appeals behavior across places in the US and across time, or it's really what they're arguing, which is the local deficit channel, right? I guess I should say that I'm not saying I don't believe the headline in the paper, but the magnitudes in the paper is sort of, it's really important to think about that. In this second piece, in this table 6, the authors are basically trying to show you that they regress the share of properties in a place that gets reassessed onto market returns. So they're trying to make the suggestive argument that when market returns are really high, when it goes up a lot, places tend to say like, oh wow, market returns are high now, so we're gonna reassess property, assess properties upward, right? So the problem with this regression here is a little bit problematic because one thing is that the authors don't account for differences in reassessment frequency across the US. So it's not clear what this is picking up, right? Because there are places like, there are places like DC that are reassessed every single year. There are places like Pennsylvania that doesn't reassess at all until there's like a court order to reassess, right? And other places go on a very fixed schedule, like every 3 years. So I'm not sure what this regression is picking up, right? So I think to help the author's story a little bit, I think they should focus on places that have discretion. So there are sort of small towns in Virginia where they have some discretion on when to reassess, and I think that would be sort of more convincing in sort of this channel of having discretion when to reassess. And also the other problem here, I think that throughout the paper, the authors sort of assume that like county is the smallest unit of reassessment, right? So this is a little bit nitty gritty, but in the outcome variable, if you assume that county is like the unit of reassessment, so like when a reassessment happens, the whole county gets reassessed. And so you can use the percentage of observed property reassessed, right? So the argument here is like, when market returns are really high, I want to reassess like a larger proportions of my counties to get that boon, right? But the problem here is like, for example, Cook County, Illinois slices up the county into like 3 parts and reassess each third every year. And that's not unique to Cook County. Other places, many places in New England reassess in terms of like in little towns. And so this outcome variable is in some sense mechanical, right? Again, it's very hard to interpret because, yes, I'm not sure what they're picking up here. And again, there's a problem with the appeals because, appeals goes into the y variable here. So as people may respond to market price changes, right, they might appeal differently. And so it's hard to say what is actually going on. In this one, I think, just some methodology. I think they exploit sort of referendum passings, referendums, very close referendum sort of, they argue in the paper it's sort of 50-50 pass rate. So I think it'd be nice to use sort of some standard methodology as like an event study or like, a regression discontinuity to try to get at a sharper estimate of what they're trying to look at. So H talked about this table a little bit, but very quickly. So the paper tries to argue that, look, when a referendum passes, assessed values goes up a lot. But then, because I guess the argument is they want to sort of raise more revenue. But if you run the same regression, well, they don't exactly do the same regression. They have 5 million observations here, and they have 500 observations here. But, you can sort of do a similar exercise. They show that property prices don't go up. So they're trying to show one sort of, financial economics argument is like, look, the referendum passes, but then it doesn't seem to benefit locally that much, so house prices didn't go up. But then, like, look, assessed value went up a lot. So that's like, a smoking gun, if you will. But then the problem is, he showed, again, table 3 in this paper shows that this object, assessed values, lacks market value. So if you think that market values are like more efficient, think about stocks, right? They impound prices already, sort of expecting the referendum to pass, then you won't find anything in this regression. So I think, while directionally this might be right, I think just to check that the story holds, you want to regress actually the referendum passing on sort of past market value, right? So if house prices have already been going up, could they expect this thing to pass? Then, then that could be the case, right? Lastly, 2 minutes. Okay. So a sort of very cool part of their paper is thinking about the political economy of property taxes, where they argue that, assessors have discretion in sort of, inflating assessed values in the county and also at the same time engage in rent-seeking behavior by sort of lowering their own assessed values. So while that is probably going on because you find all these sort of news articles about corruption and the like, but the question is like, how pervasive is this? Because there are two things, because number one, again, you can't look at appeals. So not being able to look at appeals is especially a problem for assessors because assessors know their assessment rules the best. The way the assessments are done in the county is the best. If I'm an assessor and I know that, well, my methodology is a little bit questionable, so I want to make sure I pay sort of my fair share. So I file an appeal every single year, and then I just win those appeals. And people know in Cook County data that like appeal win rates are really high, especially if you know what you're doing. And so it could just be that they're just appealing every single year, and you find this pattern in the data. It's not that they're engaging in rent-seeking behavior where I'm just going to shade my assessed value a little bit. So the interpretation becomes very different, right? And then the other thing is, if you really look at the economic magnitude, this is basically showing you that it's the delta, the difference between assessors and non-assessors growth rate in their tax basically is like 1% a year. You take the median value of property tax in America, that's like $3,000. So the economic magnitude is very low. So if you think about it, it's like I'm gonna risk going to jail to save $100 a year. That seems a little bit aggressive. So I think, I think it would be nice to discuss this result in a little bit sort of a softer way. And lastly, it's sort of this final correlation table that H shows. They're basically trying to say in places where assessors are like engaging in a lot of rent-seeking behavior. The assessed value seems to be very off compared to sales prices. And again, it's like I could just be an assessor who lives in a especially district with an especially bad methodology, and I just appeal a lot. So, and you'll get this correlation. So, very important papers. Sorry to go over time. I think the authors might want to change the interpretation of the paper a little bit, and I think it would be super helpful for publication to maybe like focus on like the various tools local governments have to sort of smooth their revenue instead of trying to focus on the really exciting political economy angle. And thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, H. Thank you, Nati. While the audience is getting their questions ready, I'll just kick us off here with a, H, what do you think your findings mean for us forecasters, us revenue forecasters?
So, well, okay, I'll answer that first. I think for a lot of us who lived through the financial crisis of 2007 and 2009, and somewhat during COVID, there was this real high concern that local governments, especially municipal bonds, will go into bankruptcy due to the decline in real estate value. Now, that has not materialized in either situations. So in terms of forecasters, I think there's a bit of flexibility and kind of buffer built into the system. Can I respond to some of the discussion comments?
Sure, and then we'll tee up our first question here in the audience.
So for the magnitudes are averages, right? There have been assessors who've lost their jobs and gone into jail because they moved about $30 off of their own property's assessment value. This happened in Baton Rouge in Louisiana. It's a very well-documented case. So in terms of magnitudes, I think it's, we don't exactly know all the house data. We can compare them to their peers. We can compare to their neighbors, but that's kind of the best we can do. And we see maybe what could be the tip of the iceberg that's detectable in large data. We use barely passed referendums for a reason, right? That's kind of our experimental choice for local areas. That kind of controls for variation where you pass and not pass. That's why we kind of focus on those areas, and that's where the identification comes in. Last thing, the numbers of properties for assessment value is very high because we get an assessed value for every property every year, right? When we're looking at for transaction values, we have to focus on median transactions because in terms of the property market values, transaction values do not appear every year. That is why we focus when we're looking at sales changes due to a referendum. We look at the median change in transaction value at the county level. That represents what was the large shrinking of the data points.
Great. We'll go to a audience jump in here, and then you can weave in more responses. First question here. Where's our mics? First question on this side, please. And say your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Adele Morris from the Federal Reserve. A couple things. In some states, I don't know about Illinois, there's a state-level office that oversees county-level assessments.
Yes.
And periodically compares those to property transactions. I'm curious whether you looked at, that process and that oversight and whether that is making any difference in the data. And then there are some instances where you don't expect the assessment to match the property transaction values. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that. An example could be use value assessment, where it's got a conservation easement or it's a farm property. The values are not supposed to be what the assessments are. And then in some states, they have methodologies for assessments of certain kinds of improvements that aren't based on a hedonic characteristic in the sales data, but rather on like the construction cost of that garage or whatever. And so those methodologies might end up with some, persistent divergence between the property value in the market and the assessed value. And I'm wondering if you thought about that and whether, that could be making a difference in your data.
Looking at the oversight office is a great idea. So that's something we haven't looked at, but that's a great idea to kind of look further into. Our exact filter for properties that we look at is residential single-family homes without homestead exemptions. We try to do the assessment value data is very noisy because every county keeps an assessment roll and they're different from county to county. We try our best to kind of clean it up. Right now, the thing that we do is put in county fixed effects to try to kind of get out the idiosyncrasies within local counties, but we're definitely open to other more precise filters and issues. Yep.
Great, thank you. Question from this side. Yeah. It's coming.
Is it on already? Hello? Hi. I thought this was a really interesting paper. It kind of is hitting at some of the issues that people, practically speaking, are talking about a lot. I have a question that's kind of similar to hers in that I'm wondering how independent the assessors really can be. And so maybe that's something you can dig into, because maybe you don't even need to do the corruption angle. It's enough to have a city manager or a mayor say, hey, we need this much revenue. Anything you can do is great. All this is behind the scenes. You don't see it per se. But my understanding is that sometimes they can be pretty independent, however you want to measure that. Maybe they're elected, maybe they're appointed by a body. Somehow getting at that measure of they are or they aren't independent. You don't even have to do the corruption thing, I think. And I'm not saying to not be controversial, but you don't have to.
That's a great idea. We spoke to a bunch of budget officers and city managers, and what they tell us is that if the assessors give you a budget kind of projection that looks reasonable, they let them off. And then if they don't, they go back and say, what's going on here, right? Can you give us something better? Looking at appointed and elected offices, that's something we're collecting right now, so that's a good idea.
Next question. Gentleman in the back. And tell us your name and where you're from.
Yeah, Nick Kovac, Budget Director for the City of Milwaukee. And in Wisconsin, we have levy limits. So the rate matters a lot to the homeowner. Doesn't matter to me or in my team. So you had one graph, I think, that showed the difference between levy limit and non-levy limit jurisdictions. Can you talk more about that data? And did it show that because that would, I think, be the key, in cities where it doesn't matter, does it more closely follow sales and city, how much data did you have showing the difference between levy limit and non-levy limit jurisdictions? I thought you had one graph on that.
Yeah, we didn't look, we split the sample on states with levy limits and states without levy limits, and we see, to the large part, very similar outcomes. So that is the extent to which we looked into this thing, but maybe we should look at it deeper, and I'll talk to you privately for more ideas on that point.
Well, I'm thinking if there's not a discrepancy, well, that's a key point, because you'd think there'd have to be a difference, because in one case there's a motivation, the other there isn't. So that might just be an issue with the way assessments happen versus being done consciously.
Yeah. So when we looked at the levy limits, right, what came out was, especially for Illinois, the levy and Arizona, the levy limit was 5% or greater of the inflation rate, right? And when we look at the inflation rate in the past 20 years, it was about 2%. So it's always the 5% rate that's the actual limit. So in terms of the binding conditions for certain levy limits for different areas, it actually wasn't that binding in terms of the discretionary changes that they can kind of undertake. But point taken, maybe we should split the sample for all our tests.
Well, and there'd be a big difference, too, between whether the rate is limited or the levy total amount is limited.
The levy growth was
The levy
5.
growth,
Yeah.
And we have time for one more quick question here in the front.
I'm Luis Lopez, associate professor at the University of Illinois Chicago. I find this research very, very interesting. And I am a little bit skeptical on whether or not we can interpret this gap as something as corruption. But what I think can be said is that we are looking at an individual that knows a lot about the property. And one of the challenges that assessors tend to face is that they do not know how the other properties look like, what types of renovations they've gone through, and that is an empirical challenge that assessors have to deal with. They have to guess what the assessed value is for a lot of properties. But what I can agree is that that gap could be some type of indicator on how well assessments are being done in a location, because in an ideal sense, that gap should be zero and nothing. So I'd be curious on how that gap changes across different geographies, such as, is it greater in minority neighborhoods? Is it lower in high-income neighborhoods? Because if that variation exists, that means that there is some type of discrepancy that can be corrected, even if we interpret that gap as being for some reason that's not necessarily corruption.
And just in our last 10 seconds.
Okay, that's a great idea. I think having a map of the degree of assessment gap is important. For the measure that we use in terms of their own personal house deviation, maybe interpreting it not as corruption, but a degree of flexibility of these offices, a degree that someone with very institutional know-how can use these offices to decrease their own property assessment value. That interpretation seemed to kind of be a bit less strict on corruption.
Well, terrific. Thank you. Nati and H, thank you both for your important research in this area. And let's bring up the expense side. Louise Steiner's going to come up, and then following her for a discussion is Michael Nadal, who's had a rich career in on examining employee compensation. So we're going to learn a lot.
Thanks, Lauren. So I'm so excited to be able to present this paper. It's joint with Byron Letts, who's right here from the Fed. Oh, and David Ratner's here too. So since they're from the Fed, again, the usual disclaimers apply. Our analysis and conclusions do not reflect the concurrence by other members of the research staff or the Board of Governors. Okay, so what is this paper about? Basically, we're asking, are state and local workers underpaid or overpaid? So this topic received a ton of attention around 2010 when budgets were really tight, and it raised questions about state and local compensation. There was not a firm conclusion back then. Researchers disagreed about whether workers were overpaid on average or paid about the same as in the private sector. And this issue hasn't been studied much since. Why is it an interesting issue? Well, really from two perspectives. One is there's been a lot of focus on state capacity. What do we mean? The ability of state and local governments to actually deliver to the taxpayers on services. And there have been a number of sort of problems in service delivery that have been attributed to not having adequate staffing at state and local governments, including the implementation delays in the Inflation Reduction Act, the Flint water crisis, and just generally high infrastructure costs from not having the engineering capacity in government that we need. On the other hand, if state and local workers are overpaid, realigning pay could yield budget savings and efficiency gains. So that's why we want to get it right and not overpay or underpay. So since we looked at the issue in 2010, you might think, okay, well, whatever happened in 2010, we can just update it with changes in compensation since then. And so a natural thing to look at is the Employment Cost Index, or the ECI, which is really viewed as the best measure of the change in compensation over time because it holds the composition of the workforce fixed, and also because it's quite a comprehensive measure of compensation. And so if you look at the graph on the right, the black line is the total compensation in the ECI comparing state and local workers to private, where it was 1 in December of 2005. And so you can see it moves around a little bit, but it's been pretty flat. And if you just looked at that, you'd say, okay, whatever you thought about the state of, private versus state and local in 2005 is about the same now. But this really masks some big trends underneath it. So if you look at the blue dotted line, that's cash wages. And if you look at the green dotted line, that's benefits. And so what's happening is the fact that it's flat is really is coming from two offsetting factors. A 10% fall in relative wages since 2005, offset by a 20% rise in benefits. So basically, our paper is a measurement paper because we don't really like the measure of benefits in the ECI in terms of whether or not it's capturing what a worker might value. And we're going to look at three types of benefits: defined benefit pensions, retiree health insurance, and job stability. And so we're going to give you new measures of those, replace those in the ECI, and then recalculate what's happened to total comp since 2011. At 2011, because that's when our retiree health insurance data start. So as a preview of our findings, instead of being flat, state and local relative compensation to the private sector is down 15% since 2011. On average, state and local workers, in terms of the level, now earn 7% less than comparable private workers. And there's a huge wedge between types of workers. So college-educated workers now earn 16% less in terms of all the benefits than comparable private sector workers, and high school-educated workers still earn 14% more. Okay, now I'm going to just go into each of the components of total comp. So we're going to look at wages. I showed you cash wages from the ECI. We also go to the current population survey and calculate these state and local wage differentials between state and local and private sector, because that allows us to look at the wage declines by worker characteristics that we can't do in the ECI, and also to calculate the levels of compensation. The ECI just allows us to do changes. If you're going to do that, you have to be really careful to do it well, because the state and local workforce is quite different from the private sector workforce. It is older, much more educated, more high-skill occupations, so you have to control for characteristics of the workers. And when we do that, we kind of get some similar findings to the ECI. And what we find is the level of the state and local government cash wages was about the same. So if you look at the chart on the right, it was about 0 in the early 90s, which meant there was no wedge between state and local and private sector wages for the same kind of workers, and it's been trending down since then consistently. So the same idea, which is that wages have been going down, and there is now you earn much less wage-wise, cash wages in the state and local sector. Okay. If you look at the composition and you look at who has been suffering this decline in wages, the black line and the dotted blue lines in that chart show a very flat profile for people with a high school degree or less than high school degree. If you look at some college, the red line, you can see it was kind of flat for a long time, but started declining around 2015. And if you look at college, that green line, it started declining around in the early 90s, and it's just been declining ever since. And the wage penalty for those with a college degree is now about 20%. It's 20% less than the sector. Okay, let's go to benefits. This is the ECI benefit chart. The black line is what I showed you before. It's that very, very large rise in benefits. The blue line is what happens if you look at ECI benefits, but you take out DB pensions. And so if you take out DB pensions, nothing's been happening. So all of the action, all of this very big rise in the benefits measure is coming from DB pensions. So let's talk about that. This is my only slide with a lot of words. So how do we think about DB pensions? So the best way to think about the compensation value of the DB pensions is the accrual value. How much extra do you get in the present value of benefits from a year of service? That's what the worker receives. That's not what the ECI uses. The ECI uses actual employer contributions to pension plans to measure benefits. Now, employers can underfund pensions, typically do, making contributions less than accrual, but the degree of underfunding can change over time. And so you'll get action in the ECI that's really coming from the funding decisions of governments, not the accrual value. So we calculate the accrual values using a large database of pension plans, and we have a simple model of a standard pension plan that helps us gauge how assumptions about interest rates affect accruals. And we need this because we want to use a lower discount rate than plans do when we measure the annual accrual value of benefits. And this has been a long literature talking about what's the right discount rate for pension plans. So plans discount future liabilities at rates that reflect their expected return on assets. That's what GASB tells them to do. From a finance theory perspective, that's not what you should be doing. You should be discounting your liabilities at the rate that reflects the risk of the liabilities. Because pension benefits have strong legal protections, literature suggests they're not very risky, therefore you should have a low discount rate. A low discount rate makes the future benefits more valuable. And so what we're doing on this is we use the rate on AAA 20-year bonds as a discount rate, so we adjust plans reported accrual values to reflect a different discount rate. Okay, what do we find? So the graph on the left is looking at the actual level of cash versus accrual accounting benefits in terms of dollars per full-time worker. And what you can see is the accruals, the blue dotted line, much greater than cash until very recently. Not surprising. Pension plans, either if they're underfunding, they're certainly not funding using our discount rates, fully unfunding. Okay. What's more relevant for the ECI is really this line, is the graph on the right, which is the change in a DB pension, cash versus accrual accounting. And what you find is cash accounting vastly overstates growth in the DB benefits, especially if you look at the beginning and the end of the series. Now, we have this kind of funny pattern of this accrual accounting that it's going up a little, but then it goes up really sharply, then it comes down. That's all because we're using the discount rate on AAAs, which is changing a lot over this time. And changes in that rate really kind of move around the value of pensions. So what I'm going to show you here is the same graph, but I add that line, the green line. The green line is what you would have found if you'd held the interest rates fixed the whole time. So all of the movement that I showed you in that blue line is coming from changes in discount rates. And so without changes in the interest rates, there was really no increase in the nominal accrual value of pensions per FTE. This is nominal dollars, which means as a share of wages, these benefits have been declining, which is exactly what we would have thought, because we know that state and local governments have been paring back these benefits, particularly for new hires, making them much less generous. And so that is what we find, except for this changes in interest rates that are sort of moving things around a lot. Okay, moving on to retiree health. In 2024, about 65% of state and local workers had access to retiree health insurance, and just 14% of private workers did. So it's a much more common benefit in the state and local sector. The benefit is largely unfunded, pay as you go, and it's not really in scope for the ECI. If the employers aren't putting money out for it, then they're not going to capture it. There is a huge variation in the generosity across government. Some governments barely give you retiree health insurance, if at all. Just 12 states account for about 80% of the liabilities. We are not going to be looking at that today. We are really taking a national perspective, the national ECI, what's happened nationally. So we're measuring the average value of the benefit across all state and workers. Even in some places there's none, and in other states it is quite large. To do that, we use plan reports adjusted for the discount rate. That is one bullet point that really is masking a whole lot of work. It's really hard to get these data. Plans didn't used to have to report it. Our data is much less comprehensive than for pension plans. So we do our best, and if you want to see how we did it, you can look at the paper. But I'm not going to talk about it today on time. So what do we find? Here I'm going to show you the retiree health value as a share of wages. The green dotted line is the accrual value using a discount rate that moves with the AAA discount rate. And so the accrual value as a share of wages was roughly flat from 2011 to 2020 before declining as interest rate rose. Same issue with interest rates, thanks. But holding interest rates fixed, that's the blue line, you see this steady decline from 2015 through 2022. We show in the paper that, again, state and local governments have been paring back this benefit. There's been a lot of reforms that make it less generous. And also, health costs relative to certainly 2010 have not grown as fast as you might have expected. And so they've also had this sort of technical benefit, sort of the retiree health benefit doesn't cost as much because health cost growth has been slower than expected. Okay, job stability. Okay, so one of the reasons we thought it was important to include job stability is there have been criticisms of people who do these comparisons of state and local compensation, saying it's very important to understand that one benefit of being in a state and local job is that you're not going to get laid off. It's like a lifetime job, and it's really a steady, certain job. So we wanted to include that as a benefit. How do we do that? We use longitudinally linked CPS data to calculate the probability that you go from employment to permanent unemployment, so not temporary layoff, for both private and state and local workers. And again, we have to control for the different characteristics of the populations, which we do. The graph on the right shows you the monthly difference in the probability of losing your job, state and local minus private. You can see it's negative, which means that state and local workers are less likely to lose their job than private sector workers. But you can see that the degree of negativity grows up over time, which is that job stability has eroded. So in terms of, instead of looking at monthlies, let me tell it to you in annual rates. In 2009, the probability of a state and local worker losing their job permanently was 3 percentage points less per year than private. By 2015, that advantage was only 1.8 percentage points lower. We want to then value that. Again, you can read the paper for how we do it. We basically use differences in, we use estimates from the literature on the lifetime loss in earnings from losing your job to then value that extra stability in the state and local sector. And what do we find? This is our graph of the value of the stability as a share of wages. The latest value we have is 2.8% of wages. So the fact that you had more job stability in the public sector meant that was kind of like a 2.8 increase in your wage, down from 5.8% of wage stability at the peak wages at the peak value of job stability in 2012. So all of these things, wages, pensions, retiree health, and job stability, when measured the way we're measuring them, have all gotten less generous, less beneficial, all eroded the package that you're getting as a state and local worker. So when we put it all together, what we can see is in 2011, there was a compensation premium of 8%, which means the same average worker in the state and local sector was earning 8% more than their private sector counterpart. That has turned into a 7% penalty by 2024. Let me show you this same kind of weird pattern. If I show you this, again, holding interest rates fixed throughout here, what you see is a very, very steady decline, and since 2011. And so then you're kind of asking yourself that we're doing, I think, the right thing from a finance perspective, which is looking at discount rates and how does those change over time. But is the state and local working doing that very complicated calculation, saying, oh, well, interest rates are low, so that value of the job is more? Or are they seeing kind of the changes in the parameters of the program and seeing something more like this that just looks like a steady erosion of the compensation value in the sector? And then another question is, we're showing you things have eroded a lot. Well, interest rates are a lot higher. So what happens going forward also depends on, well, interest rates going to go back down? Then all these benefits that state and local governments kind of specialize in, which is future compensation, right? Retiree health insurance, job stability. It's all about future compensation. Very, very sensitive to interest rates, what that value is. Okay, let me show you quickly total compensation by education. On the left is people with a college degree or more. On the right is people with a high school degree. And just look at the blue so we can do this fast. State and locals with a college education faces 16% compensation penalty in 2024. It was just 2% in 2011. So a huge erosion of compensation for college-educated workers in the sector. State and local workers with only a high school degree still enjoy a 14% bonus, but they did enjoy a bonus of 21% in 2011. So less of an erosion, but still an erosion for them as well. So conclusions. So there's been a significant erosion in state and local compensation relative to private over the past 14 years. What was a compensation premium looks to be a very small penalty now, But for college-educated workers, there's now a large, very large penalty. Let me just add one thing. I've been talking about the levels and the changes over time. The changes over time we feel sort of more comfortable in. The levels are hard. There's all kinds of different attributes between state and local and private sector jobs. And so we did our best to get the levels because it's kind of what we want to know about. But we feel very comfortable that whatever it was in 2010, it's much less advantageous for state and local workers now. Exactly what that level is a little hard to know. The ECI, in terms of a measurement, you don't see this decline because they are not using the accrual value of pension plans. That is the biggest part of what's going on, the biggest benefit. The wages now are well below the private sector for those with any college, and comes back to this question of what do workers look at? Do they understand the total package, or do they just look at the wage? The wages are really disadvantageous. And then more research is needed more broadly to understand the implications of these pay changes for quality of the workforce. There's some evidence that pay declines hurt recruitment. We saw that during the recovery from the pandemic when state and local governments were so slow to raise wages and they couldn't get anybody. Educational attainment of new teachers has declined. Morale among teachers is very low. And so we see this as basically a measurement paper as setting the facts, and then the next sort of set of research is, one, to look across states, but also then to look at okay, so, is the quality of state and local workforce suffering as a result? Thank you. Can you see if I'm here?
There it goes. Yeah, I can. Thanks. Good morning. So I'm Mike Nadal. I come at this really with a practitioner's lens. Back in the 90s, I led collective bargaining for the city of Philadelphia with our municipal workforce and was later finance director for the city. Spent about 25 years since working with state and local governments around the country. And from that practitioner's perspective, I think this is a really thought-provoking, useful, important, and timely paper. In recent years, I have seen recruitment and retention challenges and vacancy rates across my client base that I've really not seen in the decades prior. And I think one of the areas where that's been most pronounced and kind of gained a lot of attention has been in the area of public safety. And I want to just note how the macro trends that Louise and her co-authors, I think, have done a great job of outlining are part of that story, but there are a lot of other factors at the micro level specific to policing and even the individual communities where law enforcement takes place. And that's going to be a bit of a recurring theme in my commentary, that the macro findings track, but the micro findings highlight many other attributes, considerations, and factors that really get at what it means to be competitive. the title of the paper is about competitiveness in the public sector. And that, again, of course, deals with wages and benefits. But if you look at law enforcement and the recruitment challenges that people have experienced, a lot of that competition is public to public. Once you get into the law enforcement workforce, there's certainly broader market competition at the point of entry. But even where you have that market set of factors around, do I want to be a construction worker or go into retail or be a police officer, or what do I want to do coming out of the service or coming out of high school or a law enforcement associate's program? You know, with those choices, a lot of it has to do with the perceived hazards of the job that are specific to law enforcement. It has to do with the societal attitudes towards policing that have been widely viewed to be a big factor in competitiveness among those jobs in recent years. And that variability or that specificity of what matters in competitiveness for policing, I think is true for teachers, as Louise and her co-authors touched on, and true for many other different types of occupations within the public sector that make the application of these macro findings a little bit more challenging when you drill down to the micro level. But again, it matters, and just as a further illustration of how public service and public service compensation matters, this is the trash drop-off for my neighborhood in Philadelphia during our recently settled, thankfully, 8-day municipal employee strike, where my trash was not collected for several weeks in a row, and it really highlights how, as our AFSCME workers say in Philadelphia, the city works because we do. And across the range of public services, this kind of topic is understudied and really important. So I won't reiterate the findings that Louise just outlined in terms of the paper. I'll just note that as a practitioner, admittedly somewhat anecdotally, but experientially in multiple states in recent years, it tracks. I think there has been a decline in wages, and there is a masking of some of the subtle erosion of benefits in the public sector due to the focus on the costs and the increasing efforts that state and local governments have made to better fund retiree benefits that have more than offset some of the decline in the received value of those benefits over time. A few technical considerations I want to highlight, and this kind of boils down to three main issues. First, and I won't go deep into this either because of time constraints, but calculating the right value actuarially for retiree benefits is really hard. And as somebody who has been involved in looking at that at the bargaining table or in binding interest arbitration for employees over the years, it's not just the discount rates, although those are a huge driver. It's a whole host of actuarial assumptions. Normalizing that's really tough. I think this paper is thoughtful in its approach to that. I suspect that a number of my colleagues in the actuarial, I'm not an actuary, but my counterparts in the actuarial profession would propose lots of different ways to do that, some of which could matter. And I think that's an area for ongoing review by the researchers focused on this kind of topic. Not to say this isn't a good approach, but just to suggest it's a very complex thing to distill down to a single number, and getting it right is hard. The second set of issues that I want to note get into the question of macro versus micro. This paper tries to average out benefits that can actually be quite variable. Some places have much richer pension benefits with much richer COLAs. Some places have no COLAs. We often see public safety employees in police and fire with much richer benefits than non-safety workers, partly reflecting the shorter typical career for somebody in that type of profession. You also see even greater variation, as Louise noted, in retiree health care, ranging from full family coverage for the rest of your life to maybe the opportunity to participate in the active employee program if you pay the full premiums, which is kind of an implicit rate subsidy. And some of the challenges that come when you average that out and then compare the averages, not that it doesn't have some value for understanding broad sector-wide trends, it can mask some of the dynamics at that micro level. I have been in collective bargaining where the unions have chosen lower wages in order to preserve their benefits. I'm not sure those kinds of trade-offs are fully reflected here, because in other places that doesn't occur, or the benefits aren't even bargainable. There's also a degree to which the rich tend to get richer with more affluent communities, better funded public employers, sometimes able to give both better benefits and better wages, and more financially challenged, struggling communities fiscally are weaker along both dimensions. And the particulars matter for those of us at the practitioner level who are trying to find the right outcome, or a fair outcome, or a workable, livable outcome, whether it's at the bargaining table or through some other equivalent kind of process. And again, I'll highlight just that variability by job type, where public safety workers, police and firefighters, almost always have defined benefit pensions. In nonprofit institutional adjacencies to the state and local sector, like higher education, some of you in the academic world will know it's more typically a defined contribution style plan. And in between, there's greater variance even in the general public sector for healthcare benefits, all the more so. The final point that I'll note just about retiree benefits is that the cash-based costs may not be the appropriate way to measure the competitiveness of a program from an employee's perspective. Again, I think the work of this paper highlighting how that approach can mask a key story is really important and insightful. But those cash impacts sure do matter when you're trying to fund these benefits and trade them off. Some other technical considerations to note: what kind of controls are used. The occupational controls were very broad occupational controls, so some of the issues, as I've touched on, with police and fire compensation being a very different animal for most municipalities from non-safety compensation, could be an area for further study. Timing impacts matter. I think the revenue hit from the Great Recession based on property taxes, as our prior panel talked about, and the lagging nature of when those revenue changes hit, that kind of led to some of what we're seeing. The underlying trends are still real, but I think there's been a little bit of a catch-up that the snapshot and window of available data hasn't yet picked up in terms of the relative public-private sector pay. There's some other elements of compensation, weird quirks of the public sector, like some employees not being part of the Social Security system, that could benefit from an even greater dive. And then on the relative job stability issue, I think there are a lot of other attributes, as I touched on with policing, that are not readily distilled to dollars and cents, but that matter in the public sector. A lot of those have to do with this sort of issue of gold watch employment model, the old civil service. You're going to spend your whole career versus a more mobile workforce. Most of the private sector is more mobile. Some public sector occupations are less so. I have advocated at times for my clients to move to a compensation structure that prioritizes wages over benefits because it's more salient and it will help with recruitment and retention. But I think there are some careers at the micro level, like teaching, like law enforcement, that have a different kind of career orientation, and where finding the right model may be more challenging. So, I've touched on some of these issues. You see a few more of them outlined in the slides. Getting down to the nitty-gritty of these can really matter. One other observation on this point, I think that it may be, and this would require more research to really test, that some of those differences with high school educated workers staying more competitive in the public sector are because of public safety, where college degrees are typically not required, and where there's a premium for the hazards and a special recognition in the public sector of the nature of those jobs that tends to lead towards really strong wages. I suspect if you controlled for public safety versus civilians, you'd find that a lot of blue-collar and clerical and trades municipal employees and state government employees aren't doing so well and look maybe more like their college-educated counterparts. So I think this is very relevant for practitioners. Some of the issues are highlighted here, and I think there are some great ways to build on this research by getting into more specificity around the underlying factors for competitiveness across different occupations. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Mike and Louise. And while we're getting the first mic, I guess my observation is for the professors in the room, there's a lot of papers. So if you haven't read this one, I would highlight it as a case study for students on why understanding measurement error's implication for public policy. I mean, it's very thoughtfully laid out, some very complex accounting concepts. I sort of read it like a detective novel, so that might say more about me, but anyway, first question. Yes, here, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy Gordon, Tax Policy Center. What a terrific paper and discussion. Thank you so much, and the previous one as well. I can't help but notice that the decline is the same time that you start to see a decline in staffing as a share of population in the state and local sector. And so I wonder if all those challenges in recruitment and the attrition that's happening is also affecting some of those kind of quality of job experience issues for people and making it even more difficult. And so it's one of those places where I hope you're going to dig into some of the productivity measures as well, because I would really want to know how it's affecting what we're actually getting out of the public sector.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the natural implication of like, okay, so you showed it happen, and then what are the implications? In terms of the decline in employment, I don't know how much of it is because they couldn't, we can look at vacancies and stuff, because they couldn't recruit. We know they couldn't fill vacancies during the pandemic, but I think they just didn't allow jobs to increase for most of that increase. Can I quickly respond to Michael? Thank you so much for your comments. It was actually super nice to have a practitioner talk about how it really works, what goes on, and we have lots of questions for you about like why do they structure these benefits the way they do, and you know, the compensation packages. I totally agree with you. It would be really interesting to look across states and to look at how the relationship between wages and benefits relate once you go into the micro level, because I think you're right. Don't think we're going to see it. I don't think we're going to see the trade-off. I think we're going to see some places where you have good cash wages, good benefits, and some places where you have poor everything. But we don't know that. So that would be really interesting to look at. In terms of sort of the micro level of like safety, public safety, that's really important. We struggle with a little bit. It's a little hard to know where do you find a comparable job for teachers, where there's some private school, but really that's not the big employment, or for public safety. And so that is really just a hard thing to do, which is one of the reasons we're like, it's really hard to know the level because of that. So thank you very much. I really appreciated your comments.
Next question. Oh, in the back.
Hi, I'm Angela Gore from George Washington University. I think this is an interesting paper as well. One idea I had is, do you have a way of controlling for or considering or maybe pulling out states that are more unionized versus states that are not? I thought that would be interesting. The other thing I thought could be interesting, I don't know that it's going to completely make sense, is looking at local as a group versus state as a group, because I would think both the competitiveness of the marketplace and the level of monitoring could be very different. Where I think it could be confusing, though, is a lot of these locals are participating in state-level benefit plans.
Exactly.
And so unwinding that is very tricky.
I was about to say that. It's really, really difficult on the benefit side because, and it varies across states, like whether or not the locals are in the retiree health insurance plan or whether they have their own or the pension plan too, and trying to get the detail, certainly on retiree health, would be hopeless at the local level. And then just even thinking about wages, like, again, you have this problem, which is like K through 12 teachers are local and they're different than state and local administrators. So it is difficult. On the union, we actually thought about the union status a bit. So our first set of regressions included a control for union. And they were like, that's just, and so then, you know, if you have a union, you have a higher wage. And we're like, but you're much more likely to have a union in the public sector. So maybe we should think about that as an attribute of the job, which is a job that comes more likely with union status and all that entails. So we don't control for union in the regression. it would be very interesting, again, once you go into that, like, there's a ton of questions that you would then want to ask geographically to sort of see what's going on. I get the sense when you look at it, there's a lot of the southern states, Texas, and they've just curtailing to turning things into a DC plan, a very, a lower paid workforce. I think we're going to find that, but we haven't looked at it yet.
I'm not sure you'll find that. I think it would be a great area for future research. As a practitioner, I've sometimes seen that those less unionized areas are the faster growing parts of the country where there may be resources to provide better increases. And at least for some subsets, again, at the micro level of the public sector workforce like police and fire, there are employee representatives who in a non-bargaining or non-arbitration environment become more politically active and are able to do pretty well. So it's going to be a little bit more variable, but overall there's some interesting work that could be done, as well as in places like Virginia that have been in a recent transition, and you can make some comparisons of effects pre and post unionization, albeit the world changes too.
All right, another in the back.
Hi, yes, Adam Bloomfield from the FDIC, and thank you very much for both papers, but Louise, I have a question for you. This is an excellent measurement paper. I think it really sets the stage well for future work. Did you think much about non-wage amenities that are not technically fringe benefits, such as flexibilities, a sense of purpose, telework, things that are hard to obviously estimate, but that there are cases of the federal government, as well, I'm sure state and local, of pioneering some of these what you might call non-wage amenities that are not fringe benefits, and there being compensating differentials, particularly for higher wage workers.
I mean, I think this is what our view that we try to do the level, but it's really, really hard to do, comes from, one, the jobs just being different jobs, but also those things, like how do you measure the entire package? And so, and that's why, like, we have two conclusions, one on the level, but also we feel more strongly on the change. Now, you could say, well, some of those things might have changed over time, especially like remote work. Maybe it became more common, and therefore there was a greater compensating differential. So, if those things are changing over time, then it's really, really difficult. And I think remote work is one, and flexibility is one that would be worth thinking about. I can't think of others that probably have changed sense of purpose. All that stuff I think probably haven't changed that much. But I think something on the flexibility might. And I don't know what's happened in terms of state and local being required to go back to work. I don't know if you know.
It's variable. There's certainly those same Philadelphia workers who just came back from strike are having to come back to the office where they hadn't been several years earlier under the newest mayor. That policy has shifted. So you see some of that happening. It's a mixed story, though.
All right, next question. In the front.
Dan Garrett, Wharton. I think this is a really cool paper. I think it's a really awesome measurement paper. I want to motivate maybe for people in the room who are listening and thinking about the next paper. Maybe what are the economic causes of this, the decline in wages? I mean, of course, state and local wages are set by a complicated and political problem, but also I think there are two areas of labor economics that have been really hot recently, looking at labor monopsony, the fact that, like you mentioned, it's very hard for police and teachers to find outside option jobs. So insofar as they only have one person to work for, is this something that kind of economically makes some sense? Or could this come from, go back to Tracy's comment, kind of declining labor productivity in the state and local sector? Is there any scope that that is the case? And that we imagine that the competitiveness in an economic sense is, are people being paid their marginal product? Not are they being paid the same thing they would be making in a different job with different characteristics? But has there kind of been maybe a change in the investment of the ancillary things that make state and local workers productive, and that decline in investment could also have caused this in a really reasonable and economically sensible way. Otherwise, really, really love the paper, and I know that's kind of very, very much forward-looking and not what the paper's about. Thank you.
Thanks. I think those are great suggestions, but hard to do, hard to measure state and local productivity. There is a measure, BLS does a measure of teachers, but it basically turns out to be class size because it's like, that's kind of what they have. It's like, well, it's what, when their class size is big, you're really productive. Because they can't really measure outcomes that well. Byron, do you want to have anything to add to anything?
Yeah, thank you.
Wait for the mic.
Yeah, I think just thank you to the excellent discussion. I mean, it was just so in the spirit of this event, and you gave us lots to think about. So it's one of the best discussions I've had on any of my work recently. So I'll say a big thank you. I also love the suggestion about the high school wage premium staying flat, that might reflect sort of compensating differentials for things we're not dealing with, like safety. That had not occurred to us, and I think that's very possible. So, yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you all. It's a great discussion. We're a little bit behind schedule, but we're going to take a 15-minute break as planned, and we'll reconvene here at 5 minutes before 11.
Okay, good morning. We're all filtering back in here. Welcome to panel 2 of the 14th session. I remember being here with the very first one. So much has evolved from these sessions. It's really, really impressive. We're going to cover 2 subjects today, pricing or market spread transparency through the EMMA system and the predictive value of algorithmic learning in identifying fiscal stress. So not to date myself, but I remember TEFRA of 1986. At that time, I could not have imagined either of these topics being accessible here. So I've had in 3 career positions as a public state debt manager in underwriting and public finance, and then my last year, 8 years as a municipal advisor with Columbia Capital Management, where I am now. These all resonate with me, particularly the power of EMMA. If Professor Marlowe is anywhere in the room, I still have 800 pounds of microfiche in my garage of municipal issuance data starting 1948, if that's worth any research value. And EMMA has really been a tremendous resource for all of us. And it's remarkable to note that its original advocacy, I think, came from the banking sector. A shout out to Frank Chen in specific here for his history and support of bringing that system together. So our first paper is going to be authored by Simon Wu and Nicholas Ostroy. They're going to deal with what EMMA data can provide us in the way of market transparency and what the developments and policy directions could come from that. And our second paragraph is going to be, or our second paper is going to be on predictive learning, written by Chao-Wang Ren and 3 of his Georgia State associates, and moderated by Wynn Smith with Wells Fargo. So without taking any more of their discussion time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Simon Wu to go ahead and take it from here.
Thank you, David, for the nice introduction, and thank you to the Brookings Institution for inviting me to present the paper today. As David mentioned, I'm Simon Wu. I'm the Chief of Counsel for the Municipal Security Rulemaking Board. Maybe it's a preaching to the choir, but many of them know about MSRB, but just quick introduction. MSRB is an industry self-regulatory organization overseen by the Congress and the SEC. It was established in 1975, exactly 50 years ago today. Main mission is to protect investor, issuers, and the public interest, and provide fair and efficient marketplace for the municipal markets. One tool we have is, rulemaking process, investor protection rules, and the rules that regulating broker-dealers, bank dealers, and municipal advisors in the municipal marketplace. A key goal, which probably will be relevant to this paper, is to advance market transparency. And many of you might be familiar with the EMMA, the website, which have all the data and market trading information, bond characteristics that might be helpful to investors in particular. So these are the 3 topics I'm going to cover today. Transaction costs, trading costs, it's measured as effective spread in this context. I'll explain a little bit what's the effective spread in a minute. So I want to talk about the recent trends. I also want to talk about briefly why the surge in 2020-22 and kind of be elevated since then. And also I want to, the main purpose also to compare the effective spread for municipal securities with other fixed income securities. So you may wonder, what is transaction cost? It's a cost to trade in the secondary market for investors. So many of you from the industry or the academic, you knew about the bid-ask spread, right? That's what we commonly say. There's a customer buy the bid, customer sell the ask, and what's the spread? But because there's no such a national consolidated markets for the fixed income markets, not just municipal securities, unlike the equity market, typically, economists, when they calculate the spread in this context, you would just look at a customer trade price. So you look at a customer buy, you look at a customer sell, and you look at what's the average spread in between the two. In some way, that's nice because you rely on the actual trading activities. Now, why do we care about the transaction cost? I mean, one reason, it's a cost to trade, it's always nice to have a lower cost for investors because, in order to make a market more efficient, you hopefully, advance the transparency and a few other goals that could help, lower the cost of trading for investors over time. And I'm talking about in particular for retail, individual investors, because, they are less sophisticated than institutional investors. Just quickly about data methodology. To measure effective spread, I use the trade data from MSRB RTR's data for municipal securities, and for comparable other fixed income securities such as corporate bonds, agency securities, we use data from FINRA's trade system. And for this study, only fixed rate and zero coupon are included because for variable rates, it's a little bit different ball game, so we exclude those. But majority of trades in the municipal markets are fixed rate securities. So again, what is effective spread? As I just briefly explained, it's based on a trade price. So for this exercise, we calculate the average customer buy for each security for each day. We calculate average customer buy, and we calculate average customer sell. And we, calculate difference, and use the difference to divide it by the average trade price during the day, so it's a percent. So think again, if you customer buy at 100.5, customer sells at 100, then the difference is 50, right? 0.5. Then you divide by 100, that's roughly the 50 basis points, slightly lower. For those from the industry, that's roughly translate to $5 per bonds as a spread. Okay, recent trend. This is the overall trend for all municipal securities. So if you cannot read the bottom axis on the dates, its starting date is January 2012. It's on the monthly, plot on monthly. The ending one is, I believe, is March 2025. I updated it a few months into this year. Interesting, right? It's a downward, historic, downward trend over the time period. But there were a few notable reversal, uptick. The first one you see roughly about 2013, which is a taper tension. Remember the taper tension. And the next one, the big surge, that's in the COVID time, March 2020, big spike. And then you notice in the last 2 or 3 years, there's another sort of elevated level since 2022. The first two, you can tell, they up, but they kind of come back down quickly, especially during COVID time. And if you believe there's a sort of trend over time, they not only came back down to before the event, but they also kind of get back down to the trend line again. But for the most recent one since 2022, the good news is they're kind of coming down a little bit too, but not quite back to the trend line, which I explain in a minute why that's the case. Okay, now this graph, instead of looking at all municipal securities, we break down by trade size buckets. Very colorful graph. Let me explain quickly. The top line, the red line, is for 10,000 par value or less trade size. The next one, orange, 10,000 to 25,000 par value. The green line, 25,000 to 100,000. Typically, people call 100,000 less outlots in the municipal security market. Then you got a purple line, 100,000 to 1 million. And the light blue line at the bottom, that's 1 million above trade size buckets. Now, in order to calculate that, I lose some observation. I want to make sure both customer buy and customer sell in the same trade size buckets. So make sure there's no overlapping or crossover. But that's one interesting thing right away. You say, wow, there's an inverse relationship between trade size and the effective spread. Now, if some of you came from the equity market, you might think, well, in the equity market, it's slightly different. It's the other way around. Our lots tend to be very cheap to trade, and institutional, because of big demand for liquidity, the spread's higher. But the fixing market is exactly reverse. Now, this is not just for municipal security. If I do the same exercise for corporates, which I'll show you later, it has the same inverse relationship. Now, the good news is, if you look at the institutional line, which is the bottom line, it's relatively flat, right? Since 2012 to 2025, in 13-year span, For most parts, it's fluctuated right around 20-ish basis points. But the gap is shrinking if you compare left and right, you know. And the shrinking is mostly due to the collapsing of the spread for retail outlots trades. And the red line is declining fastest of all, so which is good. And if you look all the way to the right-hand side, you know, so now the difference only between, for outlots, roughly about 50 basis points, and institutional size about 20. And the beginning of the period, they are about 200. The red line was 200, and the sum of the line was between 135 and 175, you know, orange and the green. And the light blue line at the bottom is always about 20. So the gap is shrinking quite a bit. I want to, you know, take a brief moment to explain what happened to the recent, you know, uptick in since 2022. Even though that's not in the post paper, that's a paper right before that 2 years ago. But I want to just, you know, briefly talk about that. The recent spike is not because of liquidity, overall liquidity, I should say, you know, because if you follow the muni markets, the last 3 years we have record high trading volume. So it can't be just liquidity overall because people are trading on quite a bit. You know, it may be volatility. Sure, we're seeing some, upwards, of volatility compared to previous periods. But I think what we found in the previous paper, the main culprit is the bond price. Because interest rate rise, because the inflation rates, and the bond price decline, right? That's an inverse relationship. And the reason being, dealers tend to charge a markup kind of a fixed way, because if you ask a dealer, what's the markup, they might have a grid line, to control for the price, but usually it's a fixed rate. Just because it's fixed, and when bond price collapse, the way I calculate is a percent of bond price. Therefore, it went up, right? And the other reason, we believe is that more and more bonds becoming what I call discount bonds as opposed to premium bonds. So, because that, discount bonds is less liquid, I'd be happy to talk about the tax implication, but generally speaking, because of the capital gain tax issue, discount bonds are less liquid than premium bonds. So as more bonds become, discount bonds, it become, market move to a more illiquid phase. Therefore, you see some, uptick in effective spread. So we did a regression analysis in 2023, and basically, calculated about 5.2 out of 9.6 basis point increase in effective spread was due to bond price decline since 2022. Here's a table that shows the, difference in trade price. The left column is percentage trades for premium bonds. As you see, the first 3 years, 2019, 2020, 2021, they were high 80s, low 90s, but since 2022, it dropped quite a bit, 73, 66, 71. A lot of bonds in the muni market issued a 5% coupon at the time, so as rate tick it up, more become, discount bonds. And at the right-hand side, we look at the average traded bond price. Again, you see a sharp drop-off since 2022. And the other thing you kind of interesting to know that they haven't really rebound much. It's still stay low in the low 100s. Now we want to compare with other fixed income securities. That's the main purpose of the paper too. We couldn't get access to this treasury data because you need a special interagency group agreement to access to treasury data. So what we did is we picked the muni securities, compared with corporate bonds and agency securities. But look, this chart's interesting. All these fixed income markets, they're kind of different, right? If you look at the left two column, for sure, treasury is much more overwhelming, larger market, and more outstanding amount, but they only one issue of the U.S. government. But for muni markets, while the average daily trade volume and outstanding amount kind of on par with corporate bonds or agency securities, but look at the number of outstanding securities. 1 million municipal securities outstanding. It's only less than 50,000, 20,000 agency and for corporates. So right away, you kind of can derive, while muni may be the same liquidity, but they're much more divided for each particular security. Liquidity may not be on par with the other two. That's just the way it is because of more issuers and more securities outstanding. Okay, now finally the main table, the takeaway. So here, instead of dividing into 5 size brackets, I have 3. So 100,000 less, what we typically call outlots, and 100,000 to 999, and 1 million or over, that's institutional block trade size. And then I have a fourth line, is all trades. Then I compare with the 2019, we did a similar study. By that time, we did not look at the agency security. We only look at corporate bonds and muni. At least, in the time frame we look at this time, January 23 to June 2024, for both corporates and the municipal security, the effective spread declined quite a bit. I picked 2019 just because before pandemic, we don't want 2020 to be part of the discussion because of COVID impact. So they both decline, and corporate bonds dropped by over 9 basis points, and muni dropped by about 12 basis points. But all three of them, if you look at it by size brackets, all three of them again exhibit those what I call inverse relationship between trade size and the effective spread. In between them, muni maybe a little bit wider, 56 versus 17, so difference about 38 something. For corporates, it's 25. For agencies, about 32. But that's just absolute number, And as explained, maybe all three markets are not necessarily exactly the same, even though they are fixed income. Muni has much more security, many more securities and more issuers compared to corporates and agency securities. So just to conclude, those are conclusions from this presentation. High interest rate, lower bond price caused effective spread to surge in 2022, though it has since come down. And why the effective spread for muni was part of the reason, partly due to a large number of outstanding securities issuers compared to corporate bonds and agency securities. Liquidity may be less concentrated. And lastly, on the outlots versus block trades, all three of them has inverse relationship between spread and the trade size. Muni a little bit wider on the spread, on the difference, and then corporates and the agency, but that's just in the absolute term, maybe not the relative term per se. So those are the main findings of this paper.
Okay, discussing the paper here today is going to be Brad Wendt. He's currently a consultant with Charles Rivers and Associates. Bradley brings an extensive experience from a banking and regulatory perspective in fixed income and derivatives, and also notice this kind of remarkable, the consultant to the under Treasury and the Puerto Rico bankruptcy. That has to be a topic all unto itself. So Brad, come on up and we'll have a discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Simon and I have been trading emails, and we've had a couple of Zoom calls, et cetera. He texted me last night. He says, "What do you wear for this thing?" And I said, "Well, I've been there a bunch of times. I've never seen a suit." And I said, "A tie, or maybe a tie and jacket." The minute he sees me, he says, "You bagged me. You wore a tie." So, wait until you hear my comments on your paper. The heck with a tie. But no, I'm just kidding. It was mentioned briefly, but my background is I ran capital markets for munis at Goldman for 10 years. Then Goldman was the largest owner, created Bond Desk, which became the leading wealth management trading platform. And I acknowledge Frank Chin is a legend in the industry. I'm not. But when we were at Bond Desk, we actually created what we called the Muni ticker, and we were the first ones out there with Muni pricing. And it was on the bond buyer front page for a long time. But right now, we don't even look like a Model T compared to what these guys do with the MSRB data. And I know a lot of people out here have used it either for personal investment or also obviously professional information. Just one thing on Treasury, you couldn't get the Treasury. The guys at Treasury are really nice. You just give them a call. I give you a few phone numbers. I can't believe you can't get the Treasury information, but neither here nor there. The paper certainly addressed that by just looking at agencies. Currently, I'm at CRA, and I do a lot of work. It's called expert work. I hate that word, and it's kind of like remember the OJ trial. They had, what was that gentleman's name with the DNA when it was new and novel? But I do that for the financial markets. And I do a lot of bond pricing in all fixed income markets. And the one thing I will say is we're constantly slicing, dicing costs, interest rates, et cetera, in all markets. But I actually think the MSRB data, the EMA data, is as good, if not the best out there. So just kudos to the MSRB for that. In Simon's paper, he has two introductory claims that the surge in 2022 was due to decline in bond prices and an increase in volatility. And when you write an expert report, you can make those claims, but you have to see the support for it. And all my comments are, I've already told Simon my secret agenda is to work with him on the next draft of this, because I had seen this paper once before when I was doing research on a potential issue. And what I think this paper is lacking is tables that are very dynamic and reflective of the true fixed income marketplace. He says there is an emphasis on trade side and effective spread. I agree with that 100%. But the other thing that we need to look at is maturity. Because we all know, at least in the muni market, if you're a trader, you have far less risk with a 1-year maturity versus a 30-year maturity. And with the advent of Bond Desk for wealth management, which emerged as the leading platform and was essentially eventually bought by TradeWeb, the introduction of what was called as a quote montage. So in the old days, and Simon alluded to this, the traders had a lot of flexibility in terms of how much they charged on a bond. Now you have a quote montage which you can't override. You get the inventory in, you're doing a 5-year trade, you as a registered rep, and we're talking about anything under $1 million, you can only charge 20 basis points and that's it, and that doesn't move. So we have to understand that commissions are fixed by the firm, obviously in full support of their compliance effort. So that is something that is fixed. And what happens is, as you go out the curve, if you're selling a 30-year bond, he or she will get a ½ point commission. So that's very important information that we need in the future turn of the paper. The institutional side, they still have discretion. I call it anything over $1 million in a trade. But importantly, there's obviously a lot of compliance controls, et cetera. But when Simon showed that one graph, the institutional side was flat. And that's simply, at least in my mind, of having the long-term institutional sizes be not a function of cost, but what they have done is electronic trading has allowed them to stabilize their costs and stabilize their risk. And then when we look at the retail trades up there, my hypothesis on this, and I'm just a hypothesis, is we saw higher costs for smaller trade lots. And once again, we don't know the information of how the complexity of maturity is. But what that is telling me is, anytime you do a trade from 100K to 5 bonds, you incur a cost, and they're simply spreading that fixed cost the firm is over the par amount of the bond. So, what I want Simon to take away from this, and certainly volunteer to work with him in the future, is we need to take the paper to the next level. Have maturity out there, have tables that integrate maturity so that if you are trying to see how much should you charge for a 30-year muni, right now we don't have that information in there, or how much has been charged. So it's really just a, I don't know if it ever goes 4 dimensionals, but it'll be a 3D matrix, and I think it'll be, if Simon decides to do it, it'll be a pretty neat paper. And finally, by breaking it out by number of trades, he had that one trade up, slide up there that showed what I call retail, 100 to 5 bonds, but 80% of the bonds were in that range, and institutions were like 20%. The next piece we have to have, and I actually saw it in a different MSRB paper, is what's the dollar volume of that trade, and that flips totally. It almost goes like 90-10. So, these are just suggestions for Simon. The core paper is fabulous, very familiar with the data. I know how hard it is to crunch that data, and just those are my comments, and I think we agree on a lot of those comments. So it's really just nothing per se with the paper per se, but where it can be taken on the next turn. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you both. This is a topic that touches all of us in one way or another. I think I want to open with what I'll call a moderator's privilege, prerogative question, and that would be along the lines of where to from here? Is there a perception here that these are costs that are still inefficient or represent a market that has more trust to be gained in terms of pricing transparency?
Yeah, so I mean, the overall trend, downward trend, that's nice to see, and maybe because the bond price decline, the spread, over time dealer could adjust it to make it more proportionally correct. I think that's why we're seeing some of the decline, further decline, and I think maybe the even more important thing we should look at is difference between retail individual trade size versus institutional trade size. The spread still, there's a gap between the two. But I think we are pretty encouraged to see the gaps shrinking, and if, hopefully from our point of view, more transparent, better EMMA website, better navigation, better data quality, will and maybe just more people get to know how to use EMMA. There's a such thing before any individual retail investor before you buy bonds, if you can look up at EMMA, see what other price for your bond you want to buy, what they traded before. If they weren't traded before, maybe you can look at the comparable bonds. There's an algorithm on EMMA that you can look at comparable bonds, trade price. That will help investor to, manage the expectation, what they expect to get for, when they place an order. And then we hope those transparency initiative and will help over time to maybe further narrow the gap on the spread. Now, Brad does mention a good point. Maybe muni market is different from equity. Equity, if I buy 5 shares, 10 shares, it's very liquid. You can just, push a button, execute it as a 1% bid-ask spread, right? And bond market different. I mean, Brad mentioned that, there's a retail size, maybe nobody want to sell you 5 bonds, 10 bonds, and they all want to, do somewhat more rigid, higher size. So maybe, that's just the way it is, a different market structure here. And I want to mention the other thing I think, very hopeful to see is, to improve those effective spread or trading costs is that, electrification of the marketplace has really helped in the last 2 decades. Part of a spread is the compensation for dealer service, right? And, it used to be if you want to buy, 100 bonds, dealer may have to call around, other people for liquidity. There may be liquidity out there, but it's not very, very visible. But nowadays, with all the, electronic system, ATSs, brokers, system, dealer much easier to find where the liquidities are and what people are willing to pay, sell for. So that itself, I think, probably, that's, part of the reason like why you see the downward trend over time, and we hope to continue to see, the improvement, in that respect. So,
I think, as Brad said, that when you unpack this and identify sector, tax status, effective call feature, whether we're trading to full term or to a short redemption date, we'll discover some pockets that are probably wider than 25 basis points or the effective spread of 50 basis points. And then that might result in some changed, preferred issuance structures or some more homogenation in terms of credit spread, or secondary credit spread application. Are there any questions from the audience here so far? All right, we got 2 hands. Whoever gets to the microphone first, and then you'll get to the next one after that.
Hi, Seth Goldstein. I'm faculty of computer science at Carnegie Mellon and co-founder of Zeus Lab, and we're looking to reduce these prices even more by tokenizing municipal bonds. So I have two questions. One you just touched on briefly about ATS. That has to do with the difference between retail and institutions, and the other is the difference between munis and corporates, and I wonder if that's baked in. So let me just ask that first. Given that you can't arbitrage munis because of their tax-exempt status, doesn't it sort of bake in a bigger spread and it'll never get to the corporate one? Oh, I'm getting a head shake, so good. I'm glad to be educated. And the other is ATSs only account for, what, 30% of the trades right now? Do you think that as we move in that direction, and maybe if we had a real limit order book system, those differences between institutional and retail spreads would go away?
Maybe I'll take the second one, Brad. You can take the other one.
I'll take the one you don't answer. I don't know what.
All right.
Yeah, I want to take the one on ATS. Yeah, right now it's about 25-30% for the overall market. But the brokers have another few percentage on top of that. But a lot of them probably fit electronic as well, even though they're not technically registered ATS. But yeah, so we'll obviously the market is an over-the-counter market, right? So it would never be 100% just because how customer trade with dealer. That's not, that's always through sort of technically not an electronic platform per se. But inherently, because dealer, trade on behalf of the customer, and dealers into dealer trades are heavily ATS based. We're talking about vast majority of those. So either benefits could be sort of transfer over to the dealer to customer trade as well. So you're right. The percentage may be kind of still the overall trade is only 30% maybe, but in reality, I guess, functionally speaking, I think we talk about maybe a lot more percentage already, and they could continue to improve, obviously, because there's some regional dealer may not be, totally still doing the old school way, and we can see that, hopefully we'll continue to improve on that too. So
this is how the markets have become very efficient. If you watch that wonderful movie Wall Street this weekend, feels like there's so much noise on the trading floor. It feels like you're on a subway platform. And now you walk into a trading floor, you think you just walked into either a church or a library. It's so quiet. All you hear is the clicking of the keyboard. So that's perfect efficiency. And I'm very, very serious about that. When you have all these screens and all this knowledge, which simply did not exist 20 years ago, you do have efficiency. And so to answer your question directly, the food chain, and I'm talking about retail, we saw back behind us that at 20 basis points for institutional trades, I believe that was the number, Simon, that is pretty efficient, and that sounds like you certainly know as much as anyone in this room, and that's very equivalent to corporate. The food chain for retail for munis is identical to corporates, where when I transitioned from bond desk, we had over 100,000 reps on the platform. What happens is when Mr. Smith wants a bond, he is going through an electronic trading platform, and he doesn't know it. So this person is able to pick off the bonds off the screen, and the whole issue of trying to inventory them, which was your point, doesn't exist anymore. So it could either be a muni bond, it could be a corporate bond, and it's the same risk profile to the broker-dealer. So, what is fair compensation? And that's exactly what Simon said earlier. If Mrs. Smith wants 5 bonds, it's going to be more expensive on a percentage basis.
Can't short muni bonds is not having an adverse impact on their liquidity?
I would say I'm talking about the retail level, okay? And what I'm saying is, for anyone who wants to buy a muni bond, they can go onto their integrated desk system, look at inventory, which their firm does not own, buy the bond, mark it up at a predetermined price by their firm, and give it to Mr. Smith. And that's all I'm saying. So you have a pool of inventory that is not your own, but you can have access to and fairly mark it up within MSRB guidelines.
I think we can squeeze in one more question here. That microphone was just waiting for you. Go ahead.
So I have an observation and a question. So the observation is, I think you should look at the rise in separately managed accounts when you look at the decrease in spread in retail trades. The industry, the retail advisory business has transitioned over the last 10 years from transactional to fee-based. And so that's a huge part of the efficiency in retail trading now. A lot of the bigger dealers now set up algorithm trading for odd lots for under 200 bond pieces. My question, and maybe I'm missing this, are you able to tell, because the spreads you're throwing around sound like really wide spreads, just as a past bond salesman. I don't remember ever working for those kind of spreads. Are you able to decipher the difference between a risk trade and a risk-free trade? Because if a dealer is taking a position today and sitting on those bonds and selling them off over time, whether it's from a new issue or a secondary market, it's going to, the dealer's going to either make or lose money that you're building. If you're building that into the transaction costs, I think that's different than a risk-free trade. And I would think that you could be able to figure out what they look like. Does the same amount trade? Do they trade on the same day? Factors like that. Are you looking at risk-free versus risk trades? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, so I understand what you talk about because some of the online brokerage they are doing what I call riskless principal trades. Basically, you ask for buy a bond, they give you a price, they tag on a fixed markup. It's pretty small. First, I want to clarify. Again, those spreads are measured as a price, not as a yield. So 50 basis point yield is pretty scarily large. But we talk about price 100 to 100.5, 50 basis point. I think that's actually not, doesn't scare me too much, I guess. As to, how do we divide up between different type of brokerage, model? I think we can definitely look into that. I'm always sort of, right now I'm kind of pulling them all together, without distinguish who's who and segregate what I think is typical online broker-dealer tend to be more, not taking inventory position to begin with. They're doing riskless principal model and getting another position and sell to the customer versus dealer who actually take up principal position that, may contain risk. I think we'd be happy to maybe, I'm just afraid always to losing data points, but when you segregate a small, group of people, maybe not too many cues will fall into the guideline to be measurable on a daily basis. But I think that's a very good suggestion. We're happy to take a look.
And just real quick, on the data, you're probably familiar with it. You can differentiate between a back-to-back trade, which would be a riskless trade, and I believe the requirement in there is if you own, or the allowance is in there, if you own a security for more than 24 hours, then you'll pop up as the owner. And even if they say, hey, you bought this thing last night, then it becomes what you're talking about, a principal trade. But there is that one day requirement.
Okay, we're out of time. I think that I have another 5 pages of technical questions, which I'll save for the next edition of the paper. But go ahead and get launched on our second topic here. Thank you. Okay. And our second topic is predictive methods in finding stress and to remedy fiscal stress ahead of time before it becomes a serious problem. Chow-En Ren is going to be our author and speaker, and Win Smith with Wells Fargo will be our co-discussant.
Good morning, everyone. So it's my pleasure to present our paper today. This paper is led by Can Chen, Associate Professor from Georgia State University, Yiren Zhang, a PhD candidate from Georgia Tech, and me, Chow-En Ren, PhD students from Georgia State University, and Yuxiang Zhao, a GRA from the Georgia Tech. So I'm going to start with our motivations. So during the 2001 to 2017, 123 local governments have filed bankruptcy, and every year at least have three local governments file for bankruptcy. So they are suffering from the fiscal stress, which indicates that fiscal stress is a recurrent problem. The well-known case, the bankruptcy of the Detroit, it caused a significant impact on the well-being of the community. So it is necessary to detect the fiscal stress as early as possible. Some local governments already do that. For example, the New York Fiscal Stress Monitoring Systems, they detect their, all the local governments' fiscal stress in New York. However, in the real world settings, the fiscal stress is dynamic and very complex. So those systems, most of the systems, they establish based on the linear or the threshold models, so which may not perform well in predicting the fiscal stress. So in the literature, most studies focus on using the machine learning to predict the fiscal stress or debt crisis centered on the cross-country analysis. At the subnational level, a paper used the GBM to predict the bankruptcy in Italy. However, to our best knowledge, there's no study used the machine learning approach to predict the fiscal stress or fiscal crisis in U.S. local context. In the predicting the fiscal stress or crisis, most approach are based on early warning system or signal approach. Basically, this approach, they select a set of indicators and setting thresholds for them. If one indicator or combination of indicators exceed the threshold, it will signal a stress or crisis. And this approach, they relies on the traditional models such as OAS, logic, and probit. The traditional economic models in predicting fiscal stress has their limitations, such as retrospect, overfitting risk, and they are not good at capture the nonlinear and complex relationship, and they are performed very poor in the out of sample data. So the machine learning algorithms can solve this well, and some common models of their machine learning include random forest, neural network, and support vector machines. So our primary research questions are, how can machine learning models help better predict fiscal stress in local governments, and what are their top predictors? Our data are from Open Book New York, US Census, and the FEMA data. Our study cover 61 cities and 933 towns in New York, and spanning from 2013 to 2022. Since we don't have, we have a limited consensus on the best measures of their fiscal stress, so we select a relative objective outcome variable, which is the budget deficit, as our primary outcome variable. So for the dependent variable, we have 4 categories from finance, socioeconomic, demographic, and housing. Since the machine learning algorithm has the issues of the black box, so we are trying to select these variables based on the literature related to the fiscal stress, which we hopefully can mitigate this issue a little bit. So then we do a t-test for their financial indicators to check whether they are the 2 groups, their means significantly different. For the framework of our model, we have 2 models. One is called exploratory models. In this model, we use OAS, Ridge, Lasso, and logistic models to predict the outcome to predict the deficit. But in this model, we use the current year data to predict the current budget deficit. So in the predictive models, we use the autoregressive pooling. For example, we use the data from 2013 and 2014 to predict the deficits in the 2015. So I'm going to talk about a little bit how we train and test our models. So first we collect the data and we process the data such as cleaning the data, standardize the variables, and resampling. Then we split it into trained data set and test data set. Then we select several models to train the model, and we test it in the test data set. So here's the results for the exploratory models. We have OAS, Lasso, and Rigid. Their test accuracy are pretty close, and Lasso is a little bit better than other two. Then we decide to use the OAS as our benchmark to understand the relationship between the dependent variable and independent variables a little bit. So this slide is about we change the threshold from 0% to 3% in the largest model here. So the test accuracy is about 72%, which is much better than other three models as expected. Then we develop a robust check. So since our samples, we have unbalanced samples. 20% of the data set are deficit, while the 80% they have no deficit. So we are worried about in the machine learning models, it may not learn the small sample well. So we apply class weight, rows, and small mode resampling technique to make the models learn it better. So in here, we just apply these three techniques in the logistic models and compare which one is the better. So further, to better understand the ROC and PRC curve, for ROC curve, it measures the overall performance of the model. It distinguishes the positive and the negative case. In this case, it distinguishes deficit cities and non-deficit cities, how well it distinguishes them. For PRC, it's more focused on measure how well it distinguishes the positive case are truly positive. In this case, it measure how many cities are predicted to be to have a deficit are actually deficit. So as in general, it's easier to understand these two curves. It's the area under the PRC and ROC curve. The area under these two curves is larger, which indicates the performance is better. So as the table, both table and the curve shows, small is the best. So we apply the small technique to resample, and we get the result for our predictive models. So as the table and the curve shows, the generally machine learning algorithm is perform much better than logistic, especially the extremely random tree, which is also called XGs. So it's outperform the logistic models. We also need to notice that the logistic has a very low PRC, which indicates that in the test data set, logistic models couldn't even distinguish the deficit city. So this is the feature importance plot from the extra tree. these plots can help us understand the relationship between the indicators and the model decision making a little bit better, and which make the black box models is more transparent and explainable. So for the features are ranked from the top to bottom, and each dot represent a single year city or town's observation, and the red color indicate it has a high feature value. So the horizontal shape values, so it measures how much each features push the prediction toward deficit on the right or the no deficit on the left. So we can also understand the direction through the dependence. For example, the unemployment rate. As the unemployment rate increase, the probability of the deficit increase. So for the median household income, when it reach $50,000, the probability of deficit significantly decline. So in conclusion, our study shows that machine learning models are much more better than the traditional models, and we also identify some important indicators, and we have some limitations such as government structure, political and institutional variables like. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Chow Wang and his colleagues for this important paper. It's really important to be able to better predict fiscal stress in local governments, hopefully to prevent problems from coming or to at least mitigate them. We had a really nice Zoom call a couple weeks ago. Enjoyed talking with you and one of your colleagues, Yi-Loon. I have a few suggestions about the use of data in the modeling here. And so, of course, I'm thinking about dogs and glaciers. And on the phone, if I type in dog, I get 143 results. Almost all of these are our family dog Yoshi. There's also a painting of a horse and some Rocky Mountain sheep. But it does pretty well. So how does that work? How is my phone able to just, because I didn't go in every time I took a picture, I didn't write in and say, this is a dog. But the phone figured out there's a dog. It basically predicted that these photos have dogs. How does that work? It's kind of a simple concept, really. Lots and lots of photographs that have been labeled. And so we know what they are. They're dogs, they're horses, they're sheep, they're cats. We have all of this data, and it's labeled, and it's identified. And then it's split up. And Chow Wang talked about training and test data. What does that mean? Training data is what trains the model. Training the model is tuning the model, changing all these little parameters. It's like changing the sliders on a soundboard in a recording studio. If you keep changing those sliders, you can make it sound like just about anything. But with machine learning models, you've got hundreds, thousands, millions, maybe billions of little sliders. And you can keep adjusting them until you get really good results on predicting and matching the labels on all of those photographs. With other kinds of models like linear models, ordinary least squares, you don't have that many parameters, but it's still basically the same idea. So it's a really straightforward idea. The important thing, though, is that we can't just train a model. Apple didn't just train the model for identifying photos and throw it on the phone. They tested it. They tested how well does it actually predict what's in that photograph. And so they had the training data they used to train it, and then they have the test data. And so what they might have done is they've taken all these millions and billions of photographs, whatever they had, they split it up into photos for training and photos for testing. And it was kind of like drawing balls out of a jar in a stats or probability class. And they used the test data to see, well, how well did we actually predict? How well does the model really work? And it's important that the test data is the same kind of thing. It should be photographs of dogs and cats and people and buildings, but not exactly the same data and not too closely related to the training data. Like if you had a dog in the training data that's in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle costume and looks really grumpy on Halloween, and there's another dog in the test data in the same costume, it's going to connect the two maybe for a really bad reason, because they both have some irrelevant thing in common. So you've got to be really careful. Is the test data the same kind of thing, but is it different? Because otherwise, you're just confirming what you've already found with the training, with the way you adjusted the sliders. So what we have here is we have data points that are pretty complicated. Every data point is basically a town or a city and a year. And each one of those data points is like a capsule that has 2 previous years of data. And that's what we're trying to sort of learn from. And then we have the current year's experience of either fiscal stress or not. And so the 2 previous years, that's kind of like our X on the graph, all that information. And the Y, the outcome of that is, do we have fiscal stress in the following year or not? A data point could be Poughkeepsie in 2015. It could be Albany in 2018. But that's what the data points look like here. The thing is that if one of your data points is Poughkeepsie in 2015 and another one is Albany in 2015, are those really like separate, completely unrelated photographs of different dogs, taken, from different places? And if you have Poughkeepsie 2015 in your training set, and you've got Albany in 2015 in your test set, and you think, well, okay, our model's been trained, it's been trained to predict. And when we run it on Albany 2015, wow, it did predict fiscal stress. But suppose there was like an economic downturn in the Hudson Valley in 2015. Well, you've basically already learned about that in the training in the training set, because your training set had 2015 for Poughkeepsie. And so you may not have really separated out and have unrelated data between the training and the test. So that's something to be really, really careful about. And what we have here is time series data. And that's different from a random collection of photographs. When you have time series data, you have to be very careful that the future doesn't leak into the past. And if you have some things that predict 2015 where you already know the answer and some things where you're actually trying to predict it, then you've got leakage. It's a classic problem when people have all these trading strategies. I'm going to make a bunch of money. I've back tested it. It's great. But until you actually put money on the line, when you don't really know the future and you see what happens, then you find out if you really have a good trading strategy or not. And that kind of approach might actually be useful here. Let's take the model, let's predict next year. Let's see what happens. But it's important in this kind of analysis to have temporal separation. The training set and the testing cannot cover the same time periods. We should really have the testing after the training set. We should divide, thank you, we should divide up all of the data by time and cut it off. And probably have a gap of a couple of years. Because every data point actually includes 3 years of data, 2 years before and the current year. So we don't want any of that data used more than once, if we can help it. So I suggest some splitting by time, either just overall, possibly some bands of different time, but that's really essential for good time series analysis. There's also, so we got the dimension of time, but there's also geography, and we have to be careful about using cities and towns and regions. But for example, Poughkeepsie 2015, Poughkeepsie 2016, those aren't unrelated data points. You know, the physical situation of a city or a town, it changes over time, it evolves. It's like a glacier, a snapshot of one glacier in 1 year and the next year. They're really related to each other. And you're not getting independent information. So I would suggest we have a set of cities that we just use for training, a set we just use for test. We have a time used for training, a time for test. We keep observations for the same city, if we have to use them, separated by a couple years so we don't reuse data. I think that can make these results a lot more robust. The analysis here, all of this really depends on assumptions of independence in the underlying data. So it's really important that we get that data separated out. I had a couple other suggestions that are not necessarily terribly practical, but it could be really interesting to look at bond yields. Is the model consistent with changes in bond yields? Does it anticipate them? Does it lag them to the extent that we can find interesting things with bond yields or bond ratings? That could also be very helpful. I will conclude. Thank you very much. I really appreciated the opportunity to work with you and to review your very interesting paper. So thank you.
Wynn and Xiaowen, thank you very much. This is a topic that's going to just only grow from here. And when you touched on a couple of observations that I had about this paper as well, but I want to come at it from a slightly different angle. If you were to take basically the same data fields and apply it to a different part of the country, let's call it the state of North Carolina. North Carolina probably has more AAA credits than any other city in the or any other state in the union. And those very same data points, and North Carolina has a budget review process at the state level. I think it's called Chapter 159, and it's been a part of the North Carolina culture for decades. And apply that same data from those cities and municipalities, how do you think this model would react?
We don't think we think it will not change very significantly. It doesn't work.
Could it get to a point where we can't find any stress to predict? Is kind of the question I'm going for.
We think it still works because the indicators we select are very general, and when it goes to a different situation, the models can still learn how the decision make and how how the decision make and how the model will predict their deficit.
Okay. Questions from the audience? Dan, you've got a question.
Dan Bergstresser, Brandeis. I think if you're taking pictures of moles and using those pictures to predict what's a melanoma and what's not a melanoma, it's a stable problem. I just want to make the point that if New York State
is using this to predict distress and then using the model to intervene to prevent distress, you have a problem that's unstable in the same way that it would be if you're using this to trade, because the use of this model ex post will change the nature of the process that is generating the data that went into the model. That'll be like a dynamic problem over time.
It's kind of a corollary to that. In engineering school, we had this expression, you can't observe the behavior of a circuit without changing its behavior. So it's sort of inner feedback here. Question in the back.
Angela Gore, George Washington University. I'm an accountant by trade, so I had a question about how you measure things like revenues and expenditures, and more fundamentally, does New York State require GAAP accounting of all entities? Because I don't think it does. I might be wrong. And if they don't, then you could be doing a little bit of accidental apples to oranges comparison. So if you've got an entity that's doing cash basis accounting versus another one that's doing accrual basis, I don't know where our pension benefits person presentation was from earlier, but that could matter. So that was one issue I wanted to raise. The other one was, and I apologize, I couldn't tell if you include school districts or not. I don't think you do. You do or you don't?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
The second question was, do you include school districts or you don't in your models?
Road district?
I don't think.
Oh, no.
No.
We don't include school district.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't.
So we won't worry about that then. But just the first question could be something you might want to think about.
Okay, I think to the first question, you went to some care in your analysis to avoid overlapping entities. So we had the risk of data being double counted. Okay. Any other hands? Okay, well then yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this really cool paper. This is Dan Garrett from Wharton again. I was wondering, it seems like when you're comparing your kind of classic econometric models, your OLS, your logistic, to these more modern machine learning models, that they weren't quite on equal footing, and that a lot of the pieces that jump out of the machine learning method as most important are very much kind of, I'll say, autocorrelative, that you're kind of looking at the deficit last year predicts deficit next year, and you're kind of looking at these multiple years and changes in the machine learning model that doesn't quite show up in the linear models. And I was wondering if you can talk to, do you think you could use linear models with a lot more work on your part to try to build them up to look like the machine learning model and maybe get similar performance out of them?
As my understanding, absolutely, we can make the linear model much better, performs much better. But as we can see, even though the logistic models in our predictive models, it performs very bad. Like it nearly couldn't distinguish the cities with deficit, because its PRC is 0.11. So which means that it's even better than randomized. So we think machine learning is much better than linear.
So on the topic of machine, just sort of a nerd question here. For this example that you put together, how long in processing time did it actually take the system to chew through this and get to a result of any kind?
You mean the training?
Just the total time involved.
The total time involved, it doesn't last very long, since the computer, it depends the computation of the computer, so it wouldn't last very long.
In hours?
Yeah, no more than hours.
All right.
When sometimes it runs like 10 minutes or half an hour. It depends.
Is it possible you have any interference in the data set itself? For example, the use of short-term borrowing for purposes of current budget resources. Could that data actually amplify on itself to overpredict stress?
Overpredict. You have any thoughts on it?
What, David, what do you, how do you see that playing out? How would that work?
I see that, maybe the use of short-term borrowing is itself a positive indicator of budget deficit conditions. Does that overshadow any of the other data that would have led to the need to use short-term borrowing? In other words, the short-term borrowing kind of takes over as the dominant signal.
I don't know if that would be an issue, kind of the way that they set it up, but certainly kind of as you're studying things and the dynamics, you'll see that.
In the sliding back of the sliders, as to use your metaphor, if other earlier occurring data could have a more dominant role in the development of, and now we have short-term borrowing.
So one thing
Yeah.
you might do is try to predict, say, 2 years out.
Yes.
And so what information is relevant to tell us about 2027? So that's one thing you can look at.
Yeah. So what led up to? Okay.
Yes.
I think we have to cut it short now. I want to thank Dave for the good moderation and all the papers and discussants. We're going to take a lunch break now. We're a little bit behind, but we can make up some time. So I'd like to suggest that we come back in the room at 12:50. Lunch is outside. There are bags, and they have labels on them, which if you're younger than me, you might be able to read. And feel free to eat lunch at one of the tables out here, bring your food in here, or if you want to go outside, since this is a rare day in Washington where you can actually enjoy being outside, please feel free to do so, and we'll reconvene at 12:50. Thank you.
Okay.
Ready to go now? Don't want to wait? No? Okay. All right, everybody, if we could take our seats. I'm excited to moderate this next panel on congestion pricing. And you may ask why a panel on congestion pricing. So I'm pretty passionate about this topic. I was thinking, even better? Okay, thank you. After many years and much debate, New York City finally implemented its congestion pricing zone. Many of you may have experienced this yourselves, and it promises to address the negative externalities of traffic, which impact worker productivity and safety, while also providing a much-needed funding source for the MTA and its transit activities. And it comes, as many things do these days, with much controversy and its fair share of litigation and political brinksmanship. Questions about its fairness, its effectiveness, and its future weigh on it, even as the early results show promise. It also begs the question of where else might a similar plan work. Our panel today will address these issues and your questions. We'll leave time at the end for all of your questions. We have about an hour together today. We were chatting before this started about some of us are reading or rereading The Power Broker about Robert Moses. And I was actually thinking last night, what would Robert Moses think about congestion pricing and how this is impacting the various authorities in New York City? So I'm looking forward to the discussion. So joining me is my Purdue colleague, Ben Zhao, who studies transportation economics. And he'll lend his insights informed by some global precedents for congestion pricing and transportation economics that he studied. And then Kirsten Chalk and Gabby Fouquet from bankers at Jefferies and Morgan Stanley, respectively, will offer issuer and capital markets insights from their work in New York and elsewhere, and specifically with the MTA. And Bay Larson is joining us virtually, in a throwback to the days of the pandemic. Bay had a travel issue, so she's joining us. So thank you, Bay, for the extra effort to join us on Zoom. And Bay is with Moody's and will offer the rating agency perspective on transportation funding and various other user fee-based solutions. So let's start with some prepared questions. I want to direct this first to Ben to talk about what the research shows on congestion pricing elsewhere, and maybe a brief discussion about some of the early results in New York. And I think we have a slide to kind of talk to that as well.
Right.
So.
Thanks, Rich, for the kind introduction, and thanks for folks to reconvene after the lunch. So the New York City congestion pricing is relatively new. It's just 6 months since it's implemented. There are not many academic research studying the effects. There's one research looking at the first 3 months after the implementation that conducted by a research team from Stanford and Google. What they find is that there's large effects on reduction in the traffic, and the speed increases by 15%. There's increase in ridership, there's reduction in pollution. So in terms of like reducing congestion, the policy definitely is effective. And I think the one interesting finding from this paper is that the effect actually spills over beyond the border. They found that there's a reduction in the congestion outside of the border and then along the feeder roads that people coming from our boroughs into the congestion pricing area. This is not obvious because you can imagine that we're gonna this area is priced, so I'm gonna drive all the way to the border and abandon my car over there, and then I'm gonna take whatever public transportation I need to take. But it seems like people are actually giving up the car much earlier than that. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why people in our boroughs, like in Queens, they were originally opposed to that, and recently they were actually some come around on the opinions that they think they also benefit from this spillover effects on that. There's a lot of things that we don't know yet in terms of the effect of congestion pricing in New York City, but there are other cities in the world have adopted this policy earlier. Cities like Singapore adopted a similar plan since 1970s. London adopted a congestion pricing, the area congestion pricing in 2003, and Stockholm in 2007. The overwhelming effects they essentially find is that there's a large reduction in the congestion. There's improvement in the air pollution, and people seem to enjoy the city more, right? So then people can walk and bike and etc. And then something also important is like there's a lot of projections, like same as the debates as we had in New York City, that a lot of people are opposed to it, but along the way people come around and they find the different ways to get into the city, and these policies, these programs are regarded as success as well. The program in Singapore has been there for 50 years. London just recently expanded the system in 2021. They expanded larger area, covers the greater London now. They are charging a high rate, and they are making few exemptions. So overall, I think the global evidence shows that it's an overall success, and people seem to like it.
Well, last time I was in London, you could have fooled me that they had done anything to try to mitigate the traffic there. It was just absolutely insane to get across the city. So I wanted to ask our investment bankers to talk a little bit about the transportation and transit landscape nationally. I know previous conferences we've talked about infrastructure and infrastructure bill and deferred maintenance and whatnot. And obviously congestion pricing is a potential solution to some of that, but there's also some other potential non-congestion pricing solutions being considered by transportation authorities nationally. So maybe I could ask Kirsten and Gabby to comment on the overall picture, and I think we have a slide or two on that as well.
So, in terms of the transit, the national transit, out of the, I think on the graph you can see, can't see, sorry, since 2018, the backlog of deferred maintenance has increased to 140 billion from up 39 billion since 2018. And about 50% of that backlog is driven by inflation. So it's the cost of material, labor, and delays and other project costs. And that also, the bigger challenge from that is the IIJA. That inflationary impact has reduced the purchasing power of the legislation. So you had the 2.2 trillion pledged. But again, with that increase of the inflation into the cost of construction in general, it's increased this backlog. I think both that kind of ties into policy practice. There is a prioritization of new builds and expansion projects and transit over maintenance. There's also the idea of what is visual to the consumer versus what is in the walls. So no one really cares that the platforms are widened in Grand Central, but they do, care how beautiful it looks. So there is a balance of expanding and increasing versus maintaining. So the backlog kind of keeps getting wider as those projects are prioritized. And then a lot of the governance around the transit systems are multi-state, multi-agency. So you have a lack of cohesiveness in who makes decisions all the time. So it's very hard to have a kind of continuing reinvestment plan and continued maintenance plan when you're balancing like 5 or 6 agencies, different states, different cities, and there's going to be a different prioritization between those the competing parties.
And even before we had, inflationary issues, you take a step back and look at what's been happening kind of since COVID, the decline in ridership and what transit systems have had to do to basically just keep the lights on over the past couple of years. Part of that was also moving capital funding into their operation budgets, again, just so they could keep the lights on, avoid service cuts, avoid massive rate hikes so that they could keep the riders coming to the system and avoid this kind of transit death spiral we've been hearing about. And then if you take a step back, even kind of before COVID, there's a professor from NYU who studied why building transit in this country is so much more expensive than it is abroad. And what he found is, on average, to build a mile of transit in this country, it can cost up to $1 billion to $2 billion. In Italy, in Paris, in Madrid, in Istanbul, they're talking about 2 to 3 to 400 million. So, we're a factor of 10. When you have cost differentials that wide, and you have capital that's going to, as Gabby said, you have capital going to new builds, it of course is going to take away from the capital that can be used to maintain the system. So, that's, there's tons of reasons why we've gotten to where we are today, and, that's certainly a couple of them.
So I'm wondering, Ben, do you have a sense for this, the economic situation globally? I mean, is this, are you seeing one of the reasons that maybe some of these other cities were leading in this area? Is it just cheaper to do stuff? It's easier to do stuff in other countries? What's your research show?
Yeah, so the numbers that Kirsten just mentioned, and the building cost in the United States is kind of new to me. I know it's expensive, but I didn't know that's that expensive. My work mostly focused on developing countries, mostly in China and India to some extent. And the building cost there is way, way lower. And, China essentially builds its subway system across 40, 50 cities over the course of 15 years. Beijing had 3 lines about 20 years ago when I was graduate college student there. Now they have 25 lines and expanding 600 kilometers. And the cost, my guess, I don't know the exact numbers, but it would be a fraction of it. Developed countries, of course, is going to be more expensive in terms of cost and labor and safety regulations, that kind of stuff. They are good. And also there's in developing countries, there's also kind of they call it a premium for safety. Disregarding all the kind of other regulations, of course. But there are other ways for these countries to come up with the funds. For example, Singapore, we also think about their congestion pricing schemes, which is very successful. But the one aspect that we don't talk much about is that they also have exorbitant high prices for cars. It's just very expensive to own a car in Singapore, which I think is just very hard to pull off in any American cities. American people love cars. If we can impose 200% of tax on cars, I think it's just not gonna be a starter.
There were 4 reasons, in his opinion, why this is, why it's so bad in the U.S. The first one was just labor costs and the cost of consultants relative to other countries. The second one was, the one I thought was most interesting, was how we actually implement our construction programs in this country, which is we are much more concerned about maintaining the flow of traffic, and if that means the project's going to take 5 years and we're only going to work at night rather than shut down the lane or shut down the line for a year and a half, we're going to choose the 5-year plan. But by doing work at odd hours, what else are you doing? You're doing overtime, and you're even further increasing your labor costs. The third reason he said was just an overall lack of standardization. I think a lot of the other countries, when they're building a new line, you see, it doesn't matter where on the line you go, the station looks almost identical. We love big, new, beautiful stations, and we'd like them, to be unique. We want to know that we're in New York. We want to know that this is Grand Central. And so you lose all the efficiencies, whether it's time, whether it's building spec, all that comes along with efficiency is being lost. And the last thing that he thought was part of the reason what was going on was just the overall politicalization of our construction process. So the example he gave was, if a utility needs to, move some pipes to allow for a new construction, transit or toll road or whatever, they might say, well, if I have to move these pipes, I'd like you to fix the entire length of the street, even though you're only moving this, 20-foot area, for example. So there was a number of reasons why he thought, this is how we've ended up here. And just to put another point on it, the other stat he threw out was, I think we're one of the fifth most expensive transit systems, or building, 5th most expensive to build transit in this country. But more interesting, we're actually doing it in a more cost-effective way than many of the other countries that are more expensive than us. Meaning, we are not tunneling on all of our projects. He estimated only about 40% of our projects are being tunneled. Those other countries are building their transit systems about 70% tunnels. So there's so many different things that are going on, but it's the data's there that just points to it is just more expensive to do transit.
And when Kirsten was saying we don't stop service, we take these longer horizons, that goes back to the state of good repair. It takes a long time to kind of go back and rebuild already existing tracks because you're going to have to stop service.
It's interesting whether it's a preference that we have to not shut things down or a necessity. So I think about the debate about the L train in New York, you know, there was one way to do it, and then I think Andrew Cuomo got down there and walked in and, you know, literally walked the tunnel and came up with a faster way to do it. But then I think about LaGuardia that kept operating. Wow, I mean, what a wonderful airport now, and it had previously been described as a third world airport. But it wasn't fun to fly in and out of there for a number of years, but it operated.
But with the airports, you do lose, if you close an airport, how do you get the ridership back to the airport? So some of it is getting, if it's too long that it's offline and people find the alternative route, when you bring that back on, is that investment worth it at this point?
So I'm curious for the bankers. You talk about the inflation-driven backlog, but I'm wondering if you're hearing things. You know, probably 5 years ago you were hearing supply chain issues were slowing everything down. So now I'm wondering, permitting issues. You know, we have a administration that's likely to loosen regulation, so that should speed things up. But we have tariffs maybe, and these are like very steel-intensive projects in a lot of cases. So is there a sentiment that you could characterize amongst the issuer clients that you work with? Are they optimistic that this is going to change, that they're going to be able to build more things more quickly? It's a little homework assignment if you don't have that.
I think it's, you know, on the whole, it's a little too soon to tell. I think, you know, particularly when you look at the tariff situation, there's been a bit of a stop and go. And so I think that, you know, in particular is ever evolving. You know, I think just 2 weeks ago, you saw an expansion of the TIFIA program. So that would be, you know, a good sign and something that would further, you know, project development.
You asked me to stop you if you used acronyms. Do you want to explain what TIFIA is, just for those that might not be familiar with it?
It's one of the federal kind of transportation loan programs. So historically, TIFIA had been capped at about 33% of project costs, with a few exceptions. Just a couple weeks ago, they upped that amount to up to 49%. So the federal government would be, you know, giving a loan for up to 49%. And it's a very cost-effective loan. It's typically, you know, 30-year treasury with no credit spread. But yeah, so, you know, that would be, you know, favorable for bringing projects along more quickly. But I think on the whole, it's a little too soon to tell. And I don't think we're over the inflation piece of it. As Gabby mentioned, something like 20% of the IIJA has gone to inflation. So when you're talking about inflation numbers of that magnitude, it's going to take some time, I think, to catch back up to that.
Gabby, any other observations on that point?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag too of, you know, some of these projects went through the TIFIA loan process or some of these processes 3 or 4 years ago that are just getting approval. So, you know, then they're now hitting the point that they went for a project 5 years ago, the cost was X, now the cost is Y. They have TIFIA for 33% of it. So it is, you know, we're getting these projects off the ground. Some of this takes time. But I think it's a mixed bag of pointing back to what is the specific reasoning versus, you know, the new developments, I think, are caveated by all the issuers, is like everyone's kind of figuring out as we all go along. But it's the inflation that's been a big driver.
I recall during COVID, early in the lockdown, we were doing the conference and we switched to virtual. And we had Pat McCoy, I think we had Pat McCoy in July of 2020, who was the CFO of the MTA. And he, of course, at that point, the ridership was down, you know, 90-something percent and whatnot. And it really hasn't, ridership really hasn't bounced back. So I want to ask Bay. There's Bay. I don't have eyes in the back of my head. So I wanted to ask Bay, you know, we were prepping for this, we were talking a little bit about ridership trends and the level of subsidy, an increased level of subsidy that's required for mass transit as fare box revenues don't nearly cover the cost, and looking at potential public-private, the nature of the public-private nature of mass transit, that it provides a public good, but it so therefore needs to be subsidized, and these have implications for creditworthiness and whatnot. So, Bay, do you want to give us kind of a overview of the rating agency perspective of all things transit and maybe where we're headed, how congestion pricing and other mechanics might figure into how we can expand transportation and mass transit in particular?
Yeah, I mean, COVID was definitely a game changer for transit systems. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just just quick check. I mean, it was a game changer, but it was really an extension of a long-term trend that we had been seeing since probably the mid-2000s, where ridership levels had been steadily declining for a number of years. So fares weren't keeping up with cost increases. We talked about the labor intensity already. That also comes with a lot of benefits, employee benefits that transits have to cover. So you can see on the chart here, while revenues continued to grow up until COVID, a lot of that growth was coming in what we call this state and local support, or state and local taxes. So those are really, what we would maybe broadly call subsidies, although they can come in a lot of different kinds. And then when COVID hit, we saw that big ridership gap got filled with federal support for a little while, and now a lot of systems are trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we do when ridership is only 70 to 80% of what it was before? What is going to be the source for making up those lost fares? And we've, I think, over that time period, come to realize that, this sort of dual nature of transits, of being both a enterprise and government-like, has strengths and challenges to it, right? It's an enterprise. It can levy fares, which allows the transit system to be more independent, have revenue-raising flexibility, budgetary flexibility. Those are credit strengths. And historically, we used to say more federal or more fare-dependent, stronger credit. Well, if the fares are not reliable anymore, then that stops being as reliable a credit strength. So what's been filling the gap are these tax subsidies. These come in a lot of different kinds, right? We've got some transit systems have their own voter authorized taxes. Those are still pretty independent revenues. Others have taxes that have been statutorily dedicated by their state or local government. Those are pretty reliable. And there's the third or potentially weakest, which is these kind of annual general fund transfers from the local government or the state. Those can be very politically vulnerable because it really depends on how much financial flexibility does this parent government have to send a transfer over to the transit each year. So the taxes, the strength comes from the type. Some are more reliable than others. In any case, they are certainly more politically vulnerable. Whether you're going to voters to ask for your tax, whether you're going to your state elected officials to ask for a tax, you're really very dependent on public and political opinion. And that makes transits now even more sensitive than they were before to providing safe service, really reliable service, providing a good that the entire service area feels like is really worth it.
So this notion of requiring a subsidy to make transit systems viable, this is one of the things that intrigued me about congestion pricing. And I think about other systems. And I guess even the MTA. There's always a debate about how much is the state going to kick in, and then in some jurisdictions there's a separate sales tax. And what I loved about the congestion, I'm a big fan of congestion pricing, if you can tell. What I liked about it is it's a really elegant solution in that it addresses this negative externality, but then it takes the fees generated from that and it addresses another issue. It may do it in a way that some would argue it's not necessarily fair, or drivers don't have the option of not paying it. Some have said it's basically taxation without representation, but I think it's an interesting and creative solution. So, our panel title is has congestion pricing time finally arrived. I don't know if it'll catch on elsewhere, but this notion of taxing one thing to solve something else is kind of reminiscent of tobacco taxes, where we tax smokers and then we take that money and we put it into public health. So I'm kind of keen on that. So I guess maybe I'll ask everybody on the panel, what other options are out there? There probably aren't that many cities that could even do congestion pricing in the United States. There's some usual suspects we might think of, obviously maybe the top 5 big cities, but are there other implementations, whether it's toll roads or privatizing? What else do you think, if this experiment in New York doesn't catch on and get implemented elsewhere, what are we likely? We clearly have a problem. We need more infrastructure and we need more funding. What are issuers thinking? What ideas do you guys have that you're out pitching you're pitching something. You're pitching to issuers how to issue bonds and securitize them with some kind of revenue source. What are you seeing?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm pitching this, but
You're proposing this as a solution, an elegant solution.
Well, I mean, if you actually, if you split out what you just said, right, there's the negative externality piece to this, and then there's the revenue raising piece. The revenue raising piece has actually been going on for 20 plus years. You've got BATA out west, who had RM2 and RM3. They increased the tolls on the San Francisco bridges to raise money for transit and other regional projects. Jersey Turnpike, hundreds of millions of dollars each year goes to Jersey Transit. Penn Turnpike, gave almost $8 billion to the state of Pennsylvania for SEPTA and other, regional projects over the past kind of 15 years. So that piece of it, leveraging tolls for transit and other kind of statewide transportation initiatives is not new. Would I say those types are maybe slightly more palatable to, than a congestion pricing where it goes from $0 to $9 overnight? Maybe. And so maybe if you're, judging palatability on a scale and you're looking for ways to, raise money, do you attempt to leverage a road that already has a toll rather than add a brand new toll? I could see more of that. But, I'll stop there.
No, I think, what Kirsten said, congestion pricing with the label the way New York City is doing is very specific. It's one way. But managed lanes is a concept that's been around for a long time, which is, the highway in a highway, where certain lanes are charged toll based on how much vehicle traffic is. So it's kind of a supply and demand toll pattern. And those kind of transit revenues have kicked off, they've kicked off revenues that have been used for mass transit. I think like Dulles down here has it, where it's kicked off to pay for WMATA's Silver Line. So there's kind of been this ongoing trend already to capture congestion pricing on the roads to fund transit. But I think this New York City-based, enter a zone congestion pricing is probably very unique to the structure of New York City. And you think about the comparable international cities, you kind of have to go in and go out. I think it's very unique, but there are other ways that the industry has already been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, I want to add on to Gabby's point on the technology that made the congestion pricing possible. Like we had a toll roads for generations. And the way that we generally toll a road is we have to toll one road, right? And then, the traffic is going to the other routes and then cause congestion over there. So that's one problem. Why we don't toll all the roads, because it's very hard. If we want to toll one road, we have to build a toll plaza, which is gigantic, have 20 lanes, and itself becomes a choking point. To begin with, it's just relatively new that we have the technology of cameras. We can fast capture the car doesn't even have to slow down anymore. And we have the AI to look at the pictures and then see, hey, this is your car, right? And it can bill you automatically. So I think that's just not very, it's a relatively new technology that made it possible. Now, again, of course, New York City is very unique. That's very few access points, which made it easier as well. But even that, I think the program itself cost a lot of money. I don't exactly remember the names and the numbers, but there was a point where people want to think that all the cameras were there, but the congestion pricing is not coming to fruition. I think that's the kind of people were thinking about this by the end of last year. And the number was just billions of millions of dollars. So it's still very expensive to charge, but I would think this is kind of like a toll roads on steroids, which is a very effective way of tolling people, and with very few externalities on other roads as well.
Ben, earlier you mentioned in other countries where they just make it very expensive to own a car to address congestion, so that maybe mitigates the congestion. Depending upon how you make it expensive, you can maybe take some of that revenue and put it into transit. So I know when we were prepping, we talked about like maybe making parking incredibly expensive in downtown jurisdictions, or changing the zoning so that, now if you build an office building, you have to have X number of parking spots for every X amount of square feet. So those are all intriguing ideas. I just think they're impossible in the United States because there's just too many parties and private parties and whatnot. So.
Where I do think you could see congestion pricing potentially taking off, assuming you have the right kind of demographics and that the actual congestion to leverage, is certain places where they're looking into VMT taxes. So those are vehicle miles travel, where the concept there is rather than just a flat gas tax, the vehicle miles travel tax will be based on how much you're actually using the road, with the theory being if you're using the road more than someone that's using it less, you should pay more because you're damaging the road, or you're using it more and you should pay more for the upkeep. The issue with VMT has always been, well, how do you collect that? And it's one of two ways. There's either a transponder on your car that's actually tracking where you are going, because that's the only way to actually tally your miles, or you're doing some kind of odometer reports every week, every month, which just sounds like a headache. The congestion pricing, you go below, I don't care where you go, once you go below 60th Street, you've just entered my zone, now you're gonna get the toll. So it takes away that kind of tracking aspect, and so I could see that being, I could see more places starting to look into this as an alternative to the VMT, which just really hasn't gotten kicked off, I think, as much as some folks would like it to, as a replacement to the gas taxes, which we've just seen dwindling.
I know we talked at a previous conference about the VMT, and with the rise of EVs, where you're not buying fuel, so you're not charging a tax on it. So as for the bank, I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
Can I comment on your comments on the parking subsidies? Very hard to get through. But it's also still like I'm a foreigner here in this country, and it still puzzles me that how cheap it is to park in the United States. And I think the premise is that it's just people got to drive their cars, and then there's a few things more frustrating than you got the place, you're late, or be late, and you can't find a parking spot. But the subsidy for parking comes in many different ways, and one is that all the building codes were actually based on the assumption that people are going to come, people are going to drive, even in downtown New York City. So you have to have certain dedicated certain space for parking. And the second, I think that just like the parking is just, a lot of them are private owned, and public owned parking are way cheaper than private parking. I had a lunch just now, like outside, and I want to check how expensive it is to park outside. I was a graduate student 10 years ago in Maryland, and sometimes drive into DC to have dinner or something. And the parking price there was, at that time, about 15 years ago, was $2 per hour. And the last time I checked, like 15 minutes ago, it's like $2.30. So I think just like this is way cheaper for me to drive if I'm lucky enough to get a parking than take the metro here. And I think that's still, in this way, I think there's still a lot of margin. I don't know other objections and the political obstacles, but it seems like they are just way underpriced. That is like 3 blocks away from White House. I can park my car there for $5 for 2 hours.
Low pricing inflation. So for the bankers, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Going to add to that. I think some systems do try to tax certain cars. MTA and their capital funding strategy has added taxes and fees on taxis and on the order up taxi services like Uber. There has been some discussion about taxing deliveries and delivery services because those are a big cause of congestion in the city. And in the last capital program, the city and state dedicated portions of their sales taxes that they identified as internet-based sales taxes to MTA also, which was a way to also tax the increase in kind of internet deliveries and the purchases and deliveries to people's apartments. So some people are taxing some cars. It's just hard to tax all of the commuters' cars and more universally.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask the bankers, since you work with the MTA, if you have any insight into, we have this picture of the congestion pricing zone, 60th Street and below. Like what went into deciding where we're going to draw the line? I imagine there were all sorts of political discussions and whatnot, and studies about how much traffic and whatnot. But do you have any kind of inside baseball on how do they draw those lines, and how do they maximize the revenue? Anything you can lend to that?
Insofar as where the actual line and why 60th and not 59th or 61st or 65th, I don't. The goal though has always been clear, which is $15 billion for the 2020 to 2024 capital plan, and that's the target. Originally the toll was $15. We're now doing this kind of phased-in approach where we're 9, then 12, and then 15. So the goal, the revenue goal, has never changed. But I'd be lying if I knew where the 60th came from.
Yeah, no, I don't know why 60th, but below that you have to think about how the subways are. That's the majority of the lines. You have the most transit running through there. It splits up around the park and it kind of thins once you go out into outer boroughs. So you do have a lot of transit from the MTA in those areas, and you have your central business district. So, if you're trying to say we're going to do the congestion pricing to fund our transit so people use transit, that's an area that's has a lot of subway lines and a lot of transit in it.
So I guess if you're backing into the $15 billion number, then if you move that down to 42nd Street or something like that, then you'd have to raise the toll to capture the same amount of revenue.
I'm sure consultants were paid a lot of money.
I'm quite sure of that. So one thing I've been thinking a lot about lately with respect to transit is, and there was a great piece in the New York Times not too long ago about all of the eminent domain challenges to the California high-speed rail. I think there's a lawyer who's, speaking of high-paid lawyers, there's some lawyer who's that's all he's doing is fighting eminent domain. So, and speaking of very expensive projects, that's one that's had massive cost overruns, and obviously there's talk of that being killed at this point. And then the Bright Line as well, which is a private railway that has some challenges, but still apparently can access the capital markets because they did a deal recently. So I'm wondering if any of you, Bay, you included, have thoughts on the future of these kinds of things. Are we going to see high-speed rail in California and elsewhere? Are we going to see more Bright Lines? Is Bright Lines going to close eventually? Like what are we thinking? Those are both, to me, pretty innovative, different projects that could take some pressure off the airports in California and whatnot. Should I be hopeful or should I be depressed?
I think they're super innovative. High-speed rail is not something that we have in this country, and I think this kind of goes to how do you fund a lot of this unfunded maintenance. Is some of it is finding the right partners to do the public-private partnerships to do these type of projects that are more efficient to be done with the private market. And I think Brightline's kind of the example of that investment where, they did get to access municipal markets, but it's a private project. And then you have, I think over time around a Brightline type project, the transit-oriented development. So the theory is, that runs through. People should then build up around that line. And I think you can think about the MTA on like the Long Island Railroad and the Metro North and how the towns kind of congregate around those train stations to get into the bigger metropolitan areas. But those trains connect larger swaths of area that they would be, I think, much more difficult to think of doing on a public basis. But you do have to get, it is a cultural shift, and I think that's what you were touching on. Is we're very car centric, a lot of everything is spread out. So it's getting kind of that it's like chicken or the egg. If you build the city, then build the train, or build the train and the city builds around it. Kind of how that development, but I think it's still a promising investment. for, transit.
Your comment about TODs is interesting. I read an interview with the CEO of Brightline, and he said, well, it's really a real estate play. Well, that's a very patient real estate play, so more power to him. So, Bae, did you have any thoughts on that, on Brightline or high-speed rail? I know those might not be rated transactions, but just curious how you see them fitting into the landscape.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for multi-city rail projects like that to take off, at least for the next few years. The most recent federal appropriation for fiscal 2026 just prohibited funding for the 3 intercity rail projects on the pipeline. So at least for the next fiscal year, there's not going to be any additional federal dollars going towards those. And I don't see the approach for this administration changing significantly on that. And it's hard to imagine that those kinds of projects are able to come into operations with really affordable or competitive pricing if they don't get some kind of federal and state help on their construction costs.
Great. Well, we are going to open it to audience questions now. So we have roving mics. I see our first bidder here, over here. The mic is coming around to you. And if you could tell us your name and your affiliation, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michael Muth. I teach at the McCombs School of Business at the University of Texas. But I've lived in Chicago, New York, Munich, and so on. And 2 probably pretty simplistic questions. Number 1, New York and Chicago have a single fare per ride. Washington, San Francisco bill by the mile. I assume the per mile charging is more fiscally responsible. So is that going to be the wave of the future? Should we expect changes there? Or is it possible the other systems could come back to the fare per ride basis? Second question, regarding integrated transportation systems. In other words, in Chicago, you can change from the subway or the L to the bus for a pittance. In other words, you pay $2.50 to ride the subway, then it's another quarter to switch to the bus. But I haven't seen that in other places. At the same time, they don't integrate with the commuter rail. In other words, it's a separate trip, just like it is going from the metro to the bus here and other places as well. And obviously, it would be a great encouragement for traffic if you could produce those discounts and so on. Yet I understand each of the agencies probably takes a pretty significant revenue hit if they don't charge for a separate trip for every transfer. So has there been any research, are there positive returns from that kind of integration?
I would imagine all of our panelists might have some thoughts on that. So Ben, did you want to start?
Yeah, can't wait. I'm an expert on this. I have a paper I've been writing for 3 years. Trying to get a
shameless promotion.
Shameless promotion. Okay. So what we study is we studied the Beijing subway, which they changed the fare structure from the flat rate to the one that is very complicated, which is changed by distance, vary by time, there's a discount, etc. So what we find is that, and I think the punchline of our paper is, you make it complex, and in theory it works. And it increases the efficiency. There's definitely a distribution impacts. For example, the flat rate is going to help the people who have long rides, who tends to be poorer. Okay, so that. But also the more complex rate is not necessarily good because people kind of there's some frictions in their way of optimizing. It's just very hard to understand at a Kindle budget. I'm not going to bore you with this. If you have discounts, you're going to have the budget doesn't look like flat line. It's gonna go like this. And then as economists, you're going to draw lines hey, this is your indifference curve. And you're going to say, hey, this is a bunching points, this is the missing points. You find nothing about this. It's just they're just leaving a lot of money on the table. So on this regard, you would think that flat rate in our counterfactual is actually doing better. So that's kind of something in mind, keeping in mind. There are practical issues as well in the places like New York City and Chicago, and then you have to change all the gates you have to not only to tap in, but also have to tap out. That kind of stuff, and also it's an investment as well. On the other hand, I think that just in general, in the United States, maybe New York City is an outlier, that there's a very small elasticity for demand for transit in terms of price. Like people just don't change their behavior. It's very hard, again, for Americans to give up their cars, even if you just reduce the fare to a very low level. And the fare is already very low and having a big budget hole already. Even in the cities, sometimes they can reduce the fare to zero. You just don't see a lot of increase in the in the ridership. And again, New York City may be an outlier in this case, but in some smaller cities, it's definitely the case. Yeah.
For a lot of the transit systems, I've spoken to recently, that is actually exactly where their focus is improving the ridership experience. And so, a lot of them actually, in fact, are looking at simplifying their fare structure to make it easier to understand. But there are other systems that are thinking about dynamic pricing. Gabby mentioned managed lanes before. Do you do more expensive fares during rush hour, and then they decline as the evening goes on? So I don't think anyone's implemented that, but I think we're entering this era where all potential solutions are on the table, and those are certainly some of them. But I'd say the kind of core theme that we're seeing is how do you improve the ridership experience with the thought of how do we get more riders back on the system.
I mean, I take the Metro North every day, and you do pay by distance. So I'm further out from the city. I have a higher fare than people closer to the city. So there is also the argument with the car is I could technically drive to a closer station, park, and my parking's cheaper than the difference between my fare in these two different zones. So there is that balance of convenience and time and stuff. But I think a lot of the systems kind of already to overcomplicate that per stop. You also have how do they check the fare? I get on at one stop, 5 minutes later is the next stop. Do they have time to check the whole train for tickets in that 5 minutes? And I think that's why they zone it. So they know they have between these two towns to check the whole entire train. So, I think that it's a complication of how do you track that if you're going to go and do a highly optimized per person per rider kind of situation.
Bae, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think to Gabby's point, the systems, and particularly MTA, which is my main area of focus, does a great job of optimizing between modes of transportation rather than necessarily based on distance within one particular system. So commuters or the folks using Metro North and the Hudson Line, the commuter rails, are going to have a much different fee per mile than the transit riders. And even within the city, the bus is charged in a much different way than the transit. And express buses are more expensive. So you kind of pay for different levels of convenience, if you will, or they're able to charge based on kind of either the level of service you're getting or potentially like what is your income level. Usually commuters who are living a little bit farther out have higher ability to pay than some of the urban core riders. So there is optimization in that way. But within the transit system, I agree with Ben's comments earlier.
Yeah, so I'm envisioning a day when we might have surge pricing where it costs $10 to get on the MTA after the Yankee game, and if you wait 30 minutes, it goes down, and so on and so forth. So
that would be great.
I think we had a question here. Is that, yeah? Can we get a microphone here? And if you could state your name and your affiliation, please.
Hello. My name is Raj Kishore. I'm from LBJ School of Public Affairs and Master of Public Affairs candidate, and I'm from India. My question is, for a congestion price to work, you need to have efficient public transportation system. And for an efficient public transportation system to work, I think you do not, as per my understanding, it should be minimal pricing rather than efficient pricing. As experience from New Delhi Metro, the pricing there is expensive because it has been done with the efficient pricing in mind. So I know people from my office, they prefer to take bike rather than use metro because the pricing is high. So in my understanding, for congestion pricing to work, for people to use efficient transportation, I think it should be minimal pricing rather than efficient pricing.
So does Ben, you have a thought on that?
I want to ask you to clarify what you mean by efficiency pricing.
Efficient pricing is for the credit rating agency, where they see that the model of a public transportation system should be sustainable. That means they should fund their own expense. In the process of funding their own expense or servicing their own loan, they have to increase the price. Ultimately, it reduces the ridership and it crowds the road and increase the traffic. So what happens if you go by the economics model of efficient pricing, then you have to increase the pricing. As I say, it should be the minimal pricing. Secondly, as experience from USA, I think during congestion time, the cost of transportation in a metro should be lesser as compared to the normal hour. That means then I'll be attracted to use public transportation more if during peak hour the pricing is less.
I see. You know, if you ask an economist and say like this, you know, disregard of all these kind of realistic considerations, the efficiency pricing should be zero for the subway because the marginal cost is zero. Like it's just the cost of additional rider is zero, and that person on the subway is doing no harm, doing less harm on the environment and the road congestion than a person on the road. So the pricing should be negative for that. But of course, it shouldn't be like this because it's also kind of, as you mentioned, there's the budget constraint as well. So I think a lot of transit system was constrained by how much they have to make even at least some point. And the previous slides, that the fare only accounts for like 10% of the total revenue already. And I think just like in the United States that, you know, the cost is already low. And if we want to further lower, they're not going to increase more ridership, but they can't raise it because a lot of low-income households are going to rely on this. Yeah, so that's my.
Could get another question in here. Yeah, Greg, you have a question?
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Greg Katzveris, an undergrad student at Purdue. So my question is, now we've seen some relatively positive impacts from congestion pricing. The roadways are a little bit clearer. Is there the possibility that we might see some backsliding on our progress through induced demand? Commuters are seeing that the roads are clearer now. They see their travels to work are much quicker. They might get in their car and drive. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, let me just quickly take this and then open to my other fellow panelists. There is, a theory in urban economics called the fundamental law of road congestion that exactly says what you are referring to, that people have a demand for travel, and the only thing that holds them back is that just it's very congested. Then if you build more roads, and you're going to see the traffic to alleviate for a short while. And then people realize, hey, it's actually not that bad to drive. So we're going to drive more, and we're going to move away even further to the more leafy neighborhoods. So that's kind of the experience that America has experienced in the past 50 years after World War II, that no matter how many lanes you build, how many highways you build, the congestion always the same. The thing about the roads, highways leading to cities like Houston and Atlanta is always congested, even though you have like 20 lanes in one direction. So that definitely can happen here. But of course, we are here as the price is actually changing. So price is actually $9 and $12 and $15 more. So I would think about the more persistent kind of like effects, but how large it is, whether it's going to be some more people coming in to drive to take advantage of that, maybe. But that's way to be seen, the magnitude of that effect.
It's like the opposite of what Yogi Berra said. Yogi Berra said nobody goes there anymore because it's too crowded. So. Another question. We have a question here.
Is an alternative
Could
to...
you state your name and your affiliation,
yes.
please?
I'm Luis Lopez, associate professor at the University of Illinois, Chicago. As an alternative to using the transit system, would it be electric autonomous vehicles? It seems like that business model, for example, in San Francisco already has built-in surge pricing and is environmentally friendly since it's using more electric-based vehicles rather than gas-based vehicles. What are your thoughts on that?
Who wants to take that? I don't know. I mean, I think there's, I like autonomous vehicles, and I think this is of course a counterfactual we don't know yet. But I imagine in a sci-fi world where that we don't have to own cars and we just have all the cars for hire and no one's driving, just like they're shuttles, like they're like buses, but you can specify the buses without routes, right? And I can imagine that they can have positive effects, that we have all the electronic vehicles that circling on the streets. We can get rid of all the parking, which I don't like. So that's one. And the second, and I think it's going to be more efficient, like how many hours you use your car on a regular basis. I guess it's just like 1 hour out of the 24 hours on a typical day. So which means like 23 out of 24 hours, the car is sitting somewhere, taking a space that is as large as half my living room, right? So that's actually a lot of saving. Downside, I don't know, maybe it's become so convenient and people just like enjoy sitting on the car and doing a lot of stuff, singing karaoke in their vehicles. So which is a reduction in terms of like how much, how costly it is actually to be on the road. But I don't know, like we'll have to see when that day actually comes.
I have heard some discussion of using autonomous vehicles as last mile solutions for transit systems. So where, you just run one line out somewhere and then run a bunch of cars out from there. So that could help reduce cost.
Well, like I said earlier, I mean, I think we're at this era where everything's on the table. I mean, we're seeing in Jacksonville, they had a kind of a light rail, an elevated light rail system that they are actually going to be replacing with autonomous vehicles. So, they're basically just going to go along the track. They're not diverting from this very defined route, but, they're pilot testing that as we speak. So, I think it kind of remains to be seen, but I think you're all starting to hear on the other side of, the electric car, argument, which is the, electric buses are 3 times as expensive as diesel buses. So I think, again, everything's on the table, but I think as we start to kind of have some track record with some of these newer technologies where we can actually stop and take a look back and say, was that the most economical decision that we made? I think, all of these factors will come into play as we look forward, going forward.
Wen tells me we have 4 minutes for one more question. So I'm going to go. You've asked 2 questions already, so I'm gonna go here. No? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had. So let's go back there. I'm sorry. We used to have real trouble distributing our questions, but I think we've lost.
That's ironic because I'm going to ask a controversial one here.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So I heard success defined as less congestion and less air pollution, and I understand that's a noble goal. But as income inequality grows and citizen upset grows greater, and the working poor, this is imposing tremendous costs on them. So it's going to cost a lot more time and money for them to get from point A to point B. And I heard someone earlier say something that surprised me, which was that rich people live further out. Maybe that's the case, but in the DC area, the poor do, and they have to get to work. And watching the people that I know that are working poor trying to navigate this transportation system, which is preposterous. So I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. So, take off it's less congestion and put on your hat of how does this impact everyday citizens? And if you've heard of the Blade Runners in London, you know what I'm talking about. So they've taken to dismantling the cameras. So again, as income inequality disparity grows, I'd like to hear a little bit more about what are thoughts on that.
Time for a quick response. Ben, you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, very quickly. I just agree with you that we care about welfare, and as economists especially, we care about welfare. And congestion is just one outcome, but essentially the welfare, and especially distribution of welfare is very important in this setting because the whole role of public transportation is just try to equalize the access to jobs and homes. How that can affect, I don't know. It really depends on how people behave, but down the line, and I think the distribution impact is going to be a very important topic for this kind of policies.
And I'd also just say, you have a known funding gap. So if you aren't funding that with congestion pricing, how else are you funding that? Well, we're seeing certain systems, and this is not for capital, this is just for operations, talking about 20, 30, 40% fare hikes. I would hate to see that happen as well. And so, you have to also balance which one is more harmful. And I don't know the answer to that, but, that's another consideration as well.
Great. Well, that's all we have time for. Thanks for some great questions. Thanks to my panelists for your insights. We have a break now? No? I should.
Everyone hear me? Welcome to panel session 3, I guess this is. It's great to see everyone. My name is Marty Luby. I am the inaugural director of the Center on Municipal Capital Markets at the University of Texas at Austin LBJ School. Just a little bit background on that. We created the center last October. We were invited to be a participating entity to this conference. So I want to thank David and the Brookings Group, Dan, Rich, and Justin for inviting us. We're really thrilled to be here. And I'm personally thrilled to be here because we've got 2 great papers on this panel. Unfortunately, coming from Texas, we're dealing with extreme weather, most recently the Central Texas floods. These 2 papers deal with extreme weather as well, not flooding, but wildfires, and how wildfire risk affects municipal bond pricing and municipal finances, generally speaking. So the first paper is presented by Hongchan Jun from the Center on Economic Research at ETH Zurich. The paper employs what seems to me a pretty unique research design, looking at meteorological forecasting and land use patterns to see if basically wildfire risk is priced into municipal bond prices, looks at yield spreads, and it does it for a subset of school district bonds. So both of these papers deal with wildfire risk, but in different sectors. This paper, again, happens to focus on the educational sector. The second paper that will be presented and discussed is by Luis Lopez from the University of Illinois Chicago. Also looks at wildfire smoke and the impact on a different community of borrowers or a different community of issuers, in this case, healthcare institutions and nursing home providers. And it really kind of looks at the question of whether wildfire smoke is a credit risk, a negative credit risk, in the sense that it necessitates greater spending on a potentially unprofitable medical service. The paper also, interestingly, also focuses on wildfire smoke and how it affects out-of-state providers. So it has externalities involved, so it's going to appeal both to the finance folks in the room and the economists, hopefully. So we'll follow the same approach that we've done in the past, 15 minutes for the paper, 10 minutes for the discussion, 10 minutes for Q&A. And with that, I turn it over to the first presenter. And we have Erica Small from Breckenridge, who's also, Erica's going to be the discussant on this paper. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ung Chan, and I'm a postdoc at ETH Zurich in Switzerland. It is my great pleasure to present my joint work with Lind Barrage and Kieran James Walsh, both working at ETH Zurich. My research expertise is in environmental and resource economics, and I'm really excited to get some feedback from experts in both in academia and industry. So today I'm going to talk about municipal bonds and wildfires. And wildfires are imposing substantial economic cost on the US economy. So for example, in 2018, the sum of insured losses and the estimated uninsured losses from wildfire events amounted to about $30 billion US, which is about 26% of the total damage from natural disasters in the US, according to NOAA. And if you think about a non-market damages from wildfire smoke plumes, the damages are much larger. And what's concerning is that wildfire risks are not just present, but also rising over time due to climate change. And accordingly, there are growing public concerns about the fiscal perils associated with the climate-induced wildfire risks. And Liao and Kuski, they have documented that the probability of municipal budget deficits increases by 25 percentage points after historic wildfire in California. And it is somewhat rare, but in 2023, we had a municipal debt default in the city of Paradise as well. So in this paper, we're going to study the capitalization of future wildfire risks in the U.S. municipal bond market. And in particular, we are going to focus on the increasing fiscal cost related to climate change. And for that, we're going to look into the U.S. school district bonds, both primary and secondary markets. And this has been previously studied by a Goldsmith Pinkham et al. Paper, and we're going to use the same setup to answer this question with wildfires. And indeed, this is an ideal setup to answer this question for the following reasons. First, school districts are less able to move away from physical climate risks, unlike corporate firms. For example, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, they moved its operations after Hurricane Harvey, but Palisade School District cannot move its locations after Palisade wildfires. And the outstanding debt amounts in school district bond markets amounted to about $450 billion US, which is sizable. And most importantly, they are backed by property taxes, and therefore there is a very tight link between its local economic conditions related to climate change and the ability of school districts to service their debts. And this is from official statement by Middletown Unified School District when they issued bonds in 2015, and it says, the damage caused by the Valley Fire will likely lead to property tax appeals for affected parcels, and it is estimated that such appeals will result in assessed value decline of approximately 16% district-wide, which means that those wildfire risks are impacting issuers' ability to pay off their debts. And furthermore, school districts are smaller than other government entities like a county, city, or state. And thanks to its fine scale spatial variations, we can tease out this statistical association between wildfire risks and municipal bond spreads. And let me explain how we quantify wildfire risks in this paper. So there are two key factors that we consider in this paper. First, meteorological condition, and second, land use patterns. First, for meteorological condition, we consider Kitch-Byram drought index, which is widely used in climate science literature to capture the wildfire potentials. But then, we also consider so-called wildland-urban interface indicator, or sometimes people call it WUI, which measures the existence of valuable assets near vegetative fuels. For example, if you think about beautiful Yosemite, there are so many fuels to burn. However, there are no residential areas nearby, so even if we have wildfires, it's very tragic, but that might have very little impact on municipal bonds. But if you think about like a Malibu area or Ventura area in California, it has a lot of vegetations to burn, but at the same time, we also have a lot of residential areas, so it's a real threat to investors. So we're going to combine these two things to quantify economic wildfire risks. So I'm going to multiply these meteorological conditions weighted by the number of housing units, but then I'm only going to put an emphasis when that housing units are located in this like a wildland urban interface area. That's how we measure this wildfire risks. And the science outcomes that we are using, they have predictions for mid-century level from 2045 to 2054 and the historical level. So what you are looking at on the first graph is the weighted KBDI level in history. And the second panel, we are looking at the mid-century level. And lastly, we're looking at the difference. And as you can see, the risks are present not just in California, but many other states in the American West as well. And for our main analysis, we're going to focus on these American West regions, but in our robustness checks, we also check whether these patterns show up in the contiguous United States. All right, and then in particular, we're going to utilize the a maturity structure to assign risk level to each bond. So when school districts are issuing their bonds, that's are spread out with the range of maturities to spread out their principal amounts. And so, for example, for Denver City, County, Colorado school districts, these are the maturity structure. So if you think about it, if I am investing in a bond that matures in 2018 versus 2037, the climate risks will be different. I would not think about the risks that will materialize in hundreds of years for the bonds that matures tomorrow. So that's the variations that we are going to utilize. So let me explain what we are considering for our outcome variable and the main risk measures. So consider one school district, then we can think about the multiple bonds or CUSIP 9-digit bonds. And then for each bond, we are going to calculate the spread, which is defined as the difference between yield to maturity and the AAA municipal yields. And for regressor, because our science outcomes that we are using has only two predictions for mid-century level and historical level, and we don't have any predictions between these two periods, we're going to use the stepwise interpolations to assign risk to each bond. So for that, we are going to partition the sample into intervals of length 5 years. And for example, the bonds that matures before 2005, and 05 to 10, and so forth. And then based on that, we're going to interpolate risk measures. And then what we are looking at is the difference between its interpolated risk measure and the historical level to see how much increase in wildfire risk there had been. And so here is the identification strategies to tease out the correlation or association between risk level and the yield spreads. So consider one school district, then we can think about its varying maturity dates based on the many CUSIP 9-digit level bonds. And then we can think about its risk trajectory, and risks will increase over time because of climate change. And then for each 9-digit CUSIP bond, we can think about the risk that will materialize on that maturity date. And so, for example, let's just consider two bonds that matures in 2027 versus 2037. And maybe the bonds that matures in 2037 will bear much higher risk fundamentally. But then what we are interested is that whether the gap between these two bonds will diverge over time when investors are starting to think about the climate risks. So we are comparing, let's say, for example, to 2012 and 2018 and see whether it's diverging or not. And so for econometric specification that we are considering are like this. And you may think that aren't we capturing the just the term premia? So there are three ways to capture that in our regression. First, we are looking at the spreads, which means that we are matching based on the maturity. Second of all, we are also capturing the log time to maturity and see whether the value of the time to maturity varies over time by interacting this log time to maturity with year indicator. But at the same time, we're also capturing for this district by bond group fixed effects, which means that we are netting out the fundamental difference between the bonds that matures in 37 versus 27. And on top of that, we are also capturing other bond characteristics like callabilities and so forth. So this is the main outcome from our regression. And on the left-hand side, we're looking at the primary markets. On the right-hand side, we're looking at the secondary markets. And as you can see, starting from 2015, in both markets, the spreads started to diverge. And one standard deviation rise in wildfire risks is associated or correlated with the 14 and 26 basis points rise in primary and secondary market spreads after 2014, which is about 40% of the sample mean. And there are some other papers looking at the sea level rise with the similar empirical strategies, and they have also documented the similar patterns. And they're attributing this divergence with the release of the IPCC report. But at the same time, in wildfire context, we're also seeing a realization of the present wildfire risks. So according to some studies by Stanford Marshall Berkeley Lab, they have documented that the wildfire damages started to pick up again in the 2015 and so forth. So and we are hypothesizing that the realization of present day risks are giving the signals to the market. And we did a bunch of robustness checks to see if our results are still robust to other assumptions. But for the sake of time, I'll just skip this. And one might still question, we are not doing the randomized control trial for the investors and treating investors with the climate risk measures and so forth. So are we really capturing the internalization of the risks or not? So to answer this question, we looked at some suggestive evidence on bond pricing mechanisms. So maybe housing values are one of the most key indicators that investors would pay attention to when they're investing. So we looked at whether the ACS housing values are also responding to these future wildfire risks. And we found somewhat similar patterns. Starting from 2015, the median housing values started to decline a little bit. And we did a little bit of other heterogeneity analysis, whether minority districts are paying higher cost or locally dependent districts are paying higher cost. And we found a significant impact in secondary market in both margins, but only minority communities for primary markets. And there are many papers that I learned from maybe some of these authors here. I have only 3 seconds, so I'll just skip this. Sorry, apologies. And so one thing that I want to highlight here is that maybe we need to think about some policy innovations like adaptation measures for these districts with physical climate risks. So if we can design some adaptation bonds that can help these districts to adapt to future climate risks, then maybe we might be able to help them out finance their public projects. And thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name's Erica Smol, and this is my second time being a discussant at Brookings. It's nice to be here. I'm a senior research analyst at Breckenridge Capital Advisors. I think most of you are aware of our firm, but just as a reminder, we are a high-grade fixed income asset manager based in Boston, and the majority of our holdings are in municipal debt. That's how we got our start in the 90s. And we've had a very long-standing track record of focusing on sustainability and climate risk. So I'm excited to discuss this paper today. I don't have slides because compliance, so I'm just going to talk. Okay, so one thing I'll start with is just some background, I guess, on this whole idea of pricing climate risk in the muni market. It's something that certainly a lot of investors like us care about. But there's a lot of debate on if it's happening. So I always like to see papers that suggest that it is. So before I was at Breckenridge, I actually was briefly in the world of academia, and I did a PhD that was kind of broadly on municipal finance and water. And one of my papers was looking on looking at climate risk pricing in the muni market using kind of a broad measure of climate risk that is something that third-party investors like us use. And this paper was written back in 2022. What we found is actually no meaningful evidence of a risk premium associated with increased climate risk. But again, there were lots of differences in our study. This was a few years ago, and we were looking across the whole United States and not focusing on one specific type of climate risk. But certainly things have changed in the market, and I thought it might be helpful to just give a little bit of an overview of some things that happened this year, which this year is not included in the author's work, but I do think this year will prove to be a bit of a turning point for some climate risk pricing signals in the market. So I'm sure everyone in this room has been keeping track of all the different rhetoric coming out of the executive branch about potential changes to FEMA or outright dismantling of that. That's certainly changed how some investors like us are maybe starting to think about these backstops to municipal securities in the wake of a climate disaster. Also, we've now had a few years in a row of these really large increases in property insurance premiums, especially in high insurance or high climate risk states. And you're actually starting to see some weakness now in housing prices, which you can't completely attribute to insurance premiums, but I do think it's a factor. But then, of course, this year you had the LA wildfires, and just want to note some stuff here about some trades that actually occurred after those wildfires. So this was an interesting one because, I mean, it was extremely devastating, but what was interesting for our world is that a lot of investors had exposure to bonds in the affected wildfire zone. So the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which is one of the most widely held bonds for California portfolios, very often traded. Prior to the wildfires, it was trading 20 basis points through the scale, so minus 20, which is typical for California bonds. After the second week of the wildfire, it was trading upwards of plus 52, and by the last week of January, it was trading upwards of plus 66. So over the course of 3 to 4 weeks, you were seeing widening of like 90 basis points on a name that was previously AA, AAA by some of the agencies. So that's really substantial. You even saw state of California GO bonds widening, much less so, and that didn't really stick. But I do think it's a noteworthy event for our market. So, all right, now I'm going to talk about the paper. So I thought the authors did a really good job in their setup. I really liked the focus on school district bonds, and I appreciated that they also kept their sample size to more liquid names, ones that have had some trades over the course of their period. I thought, in general, that they had a good set of fixed effects and robustness checks. And I thought that their overall wildfire risk calculation was pretty novel in the way that they did it. I also appreciated that they included race in their model, because I've looked at other climate risk models that have not included race, and we know from repeated studies now that there is definitely a penalty for race in the municipal market. All right, so I have a couple of minor comments, and then I'll go to major comments. So my minor comments are fast. So I'm just going to make a note about callable and sinkable bonds. So I'm not a trader, so this is not my area of expertise. But sinkable bonds, I do know, trade very differently in the market. So the authors do a good job in that they have a variable, essentially, for the callability or sinkability status of their bonds. One thing I'd be interested to see, and I'm guessing the results will still hold up, is what would happen if you just filtered sinkable bonds altogether, given how differently they are known to trade. Another thing about callable bonds is that my understanding of how that the callability status can affect pricing can vary by the investor. So sometimes having a call on a bond is often seen as just an additional risk on that bond, whereas other times the call on a bond is more seen as just effectively shortening the maturity date of that bond. So just a note about callable and sinkable bonds, not a huge thing. And then just another note, and the authors do a good job of at least highlighting this and trying to keep their names to more liquid names, but When we're talking about the secondary market, in the muni market, there's definitely a long-standing history of poor price discovery in the secondary market. And so I always take secondary market results with a grain of salt. Depending on trading activity in any particular week or month, you could kind of have poor price discovery. Okay, so now for my major comments. Let's see how I'm doing time. Okay. So first, the authors, and I've seen other academics do this, they want to see if perhaps climate awareness changed beginning in 2014 following the release of the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report. And they do find positive coefficients for wildfire risk after this date. I remain skeptical that that result is fully attributable to the IPCC report for a couple reasons. But the biggest one is that 2010 to 2015 was an incredibly dynamic time, at least in the 21st century, when we're talking about municipal finance. I didn't work in municipal finance in those years, but there were a lot of bankruptcies. And this was post-GFC, where you had collapse of the monoline insurers, and you had the U.S. lose its AAA rating with S&P. So I do think there was kind of a broad restructuring of how analysts and rating agencies were looking at municipal credit that was likely not completely captured in some of the socioeconomic variables that the authors controlled for. Yeah, I think that was the year, those years included the bankruptcy of Detroit, Stockton, San Bernardino, and Jefferson County, Alabama. Okay, second, and we talked about this on a prep call, so I think he knows this comment's coming, but I am a little bit concerned with effectively a linear interpolation between the historic wildfire or drought index data and the future drought index data. I just think that will definitely understate actual drought conditions. So I would encourage the authors to think about another robustness check where a different interpolation method is used. And then my final comment, I guess, since I think I just have time for one more, would be the fixed effects. So the authors use month-year fixed effects, which I understand is pretty standard in the field, this sort of field. And I'm not an economist, and I wasn't an economist when I was in academia, so take this suggestion with a grain of salt. I understand that there's some hesitation in over-controlling, certainly, but I do think that within a month in the muni market, you can see a lot of variation in pricing associated with what's going on with supply and demand dynamics, and then some of these large macroeconomic shocks. So 2025, the tariff announcement is a great example. You saw extreme dislocation in the muni market. And of course, 2020, during the pandemic, you saw something similar. Also in the muni market, most bonds mature on the 1st or the 15th of the month, and that creates a need for reinvestment, which can change, of course, the demand dynamics. And then in this year, across the U.S., you're seeing a really large uptick in supply. And some weeks, that supply has been really exceptional in terms of how much it's there, and that's going to cause weakness ultimately because the market's going to have a hard time absorbing all of that supply, whereas the week after, it might be a little bit more manageable. So it's just another thing to think about, the weak effects. And I just want to give one suggestion to the authors. I think this would be cool to do. They do a great robustness check looking at if school districts with more reliance on local revenue are pricing climate risk or wildfire risk differently. A suggestion for school district bonds would be to look at school districts that have a state intercept program versus those that do not. In the muni market, state intercepts for school district bonds are common in certain states and are definitely highly regarded and a really big deal when an underlying issuer runs into any sort of credit distress. So that would be my suggestion. And maybe you can continue this study looking at 2025, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you both. Let me just ask one question, and then we'll open it up to the panel. Eric, I really appreciated your comment on callability, and I noticed that as well. Especially during this period of time, most bonds don't stay out longer than 10 years. So the question is, are they really, is there really additional risk that investors are perceiving from those longer dated securities? So one suggestion would be maybe just to, kind of look at bonds that are not callable, so up to the 10-year date. The trade-off, of course, is you're not going to be going out as far, but that will eliminate some of the concerns about investor preference. Let me open it up now for questions.
Hi, Adele Morris from the Federal Reserve. Thank you so much for this very interesting paper. I think this is a really interesting topic. A few thoughts. I think you could probably tell a richer story about the connection between municipal bonds and these changing fire risks and climate risks more generally. And one way you could think about doing it is to have kind of two ledgers. One is about changes in tax capacity, and housing values are part of that. And the other is in changes in fiscal demands that come with these things. So, for example, housing values can be driven by preferences about where people live, but also capitalized insurance costs, like Erica was talking about. There might be also a story about commercial real estate and where values might be going there. Also, when there's damages from fire, there can be lost economic activity, so that can go to sales taxes and other revenue instruments. And then on the fiscal demand side, you alluded to ER visits, and so to the extent that local governments are bearing healthcare costs, or there could be, demands on schools to adapt to changing climate or smoke, and they have to adopt air quality measures for indoor air pollution, or they have to fight those fires or store the land afterwards. So there's a whole host of things that kind of go into that picture that would be an interesting story to tell. And then I would also say fire risks are not independent of all these other climate risks that are changing. So there's going to be demands on water infrastructure and other parts of the overall climate challenge that are coming simultaneously with fire. And then I would just, one last thing is, the smoke doesn't have to just be from fuels that are nearby, right? So thinking more broadly about smoke risks, it's probably outside the scope of your work there, but there's a lot of work now on smoke transport and downwind communities and how that might play out in the implications for community finance.
Yeah, those are all valid, fair and valid points. And maybe I can talk a little bit about the correlation between other climate risks. And when I present this paper to environmental people, they have some concerns about what if we are capturing some heat risks. So we included the heat risk measures in our robustness checks and whether these patterns still survive. And if we consider extreme like a heat event, then even after controlling for that survives, because like if you think about downtown Los Angeles, the extreme heat events are very common, but there are literally little things to burn. So in that regard, heat events can be in a way a little bit less too dependent to wildfire risks. And in that regard, we are still finding some robustness findings, and there is an active research going on the fiscal demand aspects, and people have been documenting the relation between temperature shocks and fiscal expenditure, like a Medicaid and so forth. So that's Thank you for the comments.
Hi, Huizhi Chen, University of Texas at Dallas. So in terms of the identification, it really focuses on the long-term bonds, but how do you think about the substitutability between short-term funding and long-term financing, especially for the high fire risk areas?
So I think the variation is coming from comparing the bonds that matures in a far distance versus short distant future, and we're comparing whether the gaps are diverging over time within a district. And so I don't think.
The district funds its finances with short-term bonds or long-term bonds. And if long-term bonds are becoming more expensive, they can fund it with short-term bonds. And so they're kind of, I mean, I guess it would go against your result that you're finding something.
I think that's something that we can study on a separate project, whether districts or municipalities are adjusting their term structure in a way that they can avoid these climate risks. I think that aspects we are not capturing, we cannot study in this framework, but I think that's something that maybe we should study, whether there's any changes in term structures when people are, districts are issuing bonds.
And of course, the challenge with that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Erica.
I'll just say that we're definitely not seeing changes in how bonds are being structured yet, at least.
And by using that amortization structure, you obviously front load the debt service, would push out, a major kind of financial challenge for the school district. Other questions? Yep. Right in the middle. There you go.
Hi, Mike Paparian with the Climate Bonds Initiative. In the insurance side, we're seeing that it's not quite a binary choice. Are you in a wildfire area or are you not in a wildfire area? And in fact, some insurance companies are now looking at working with communities. Willis Tower just did a pilot project with a high fire risk community. He said, if you're doing these things, if you're demonstrating you're doing the right things, we're going to not only insure you, we're going to give you better insurance at a lower rate, which they did, or that they helped arrange. Any evidence of that within the areas that you looked at? Were some school districts in high fire areas for some reason getting better rates unrelated to their credit, related more to their resilience?
I think you're bringing up one of the most important concepts in climate economics, which is mitigation versus adaptation. And adaptation is like a people independent from whether we are changing the root causes of the climate change. People can still adapt to climate changes, right? And unfortunately, in our setup, we are not looking at we are not capturing the benefits of adaptation because we don't have any direct measure to look at it. But there are some economic studies looking at whether there are benefits of adaptation. For example, in California, if you are building your house, then you need to meet a newly designated building codes and so forth. And economists have successfully documented the wildfire spread is much lower in those areas and so forth. So in other aspects in economic literature, people have documented the benefits of adaptation, but in our framework, we were not able to tackle that question directly. Yeah.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, I'm Amanda Rosenblum at Assured Guarantee. I just had a question about how much responsibility you think falls on issuers to disclose climate risks. I've seen a wide variation of disclosure, and just looking at I think it was in the earlier slide where they had a very specific wildfire disclosure, would price probably pretty differently than if there was more vague disclosure or very non-specific on the details, but let's say still was in, let's say, a high fire severity zone or could still be impacted by wildfires.
I think the one of the things that I showed you in my slide was just one anecdotal evidence from those official statements, and I think that's why we need some harmonized risk measures that the market can use. And I guess in that regard, I don't think we don't have that risk indices that are used across the many areas, and so I think we need to invest to develop such measures and use that.
I suspect that'll be a topic in future conferences. I think that's all we have time for this panel, so thank the authors and Erica on their presentation. So we got Luis coming up, and then we have Brian McCartan from Sears as the discussant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Lopez. I'm an associate professor at the University of Illinois in Chicago. I felt like I've said that several times already today. I'm very thrilled to be here today and be part of the Brookings Conference. Today, I'm going to be discussing the impact of wildfire pollution on healthcare and municipal finance. This is joint work with a highly talented team, including Dermot Murphy, Nitsan Tizurilan, and Sean Wilkoff. Now, because of the affiliation of one of my co-authors, I must give the following disclaimer. The views that I'm going to be discussing today are those of the authors alone and do not represent the views of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas or the Federal Reserve System. Now, this paper is going to be built off of the premise that wildfires produce smoke, and smoke triggers healthcare demand surges. Because wildfires, while they're very destructive and they can burn up buildings and be very costly from an insurance standpoint, it also affects people's lives. It contains a pollutant known as PM 2.5. So that is an airborne pollutant that it's so small that if you breathe it in, it will enter your blood system through your lungs. It can lead to respiratory illnesses and cardiac-related illnesses, trigger some complications immediately, and then also lead to some long-term effects. It has some cognitive effects. So for instance, it can even influence your serotonin levels, increased anxiety, increased depression. It's associated with all sorts of negative health aspects. So when a fire occurs, a lot of literature has already associated the smoke fumes, to lead to hospitalizations, increased asthma cases. We've seen that in California in 2020. We've seen that in Canada in 2023. Just a few weeks ago, me in Chicago, I was looking outside my window and it looked very hazy. And it was like, oh, California, well, not California, Canada is up in fire again, and once again, my city is being affected, increasing pollutant levels. Smoke does not respect boundaries. It will cross over from one tract to the next, one zip code to the next, counties, states, and even international boundaries. So then what I have here is an image of PM 2.5 levels across the nation that come directly from wildfires, not other sources. This is identified by the Stanford Echo Lab. And as you can see, when a fire occurs, the smoke does not stay localized where the fire happened. It can travel many miles, hundreds of miles, from one coast to the next. So when demand for healthcare services surge, nonprofit hospitals in particular are going to be facing some considerable financial uncertainty. And that's because they can't turn away patients. They have to treat whoever goes through their doors. And they tend to operate in very thin profit margins, and the amount of money that they are able to collect from providing their service oftentimes depends, unfortunately, on whether or not the patient is insured or not insured. And as you can see here, there are some statistics saying that if they're uninsured, hospitals may be facing a negative profit margin of up to 54%. So in this paper, what we ask is, how does smoke pollution affect the credit risk of healthcare service providers? So then that's going to include hospitals and then also nursing homes. And what I'm going to be talking about over the next 10 minutes is how we associate exposure to smoke pollution with increases in borrowing costs for hospital bonds and nursing home bonds relative to non-healthcare bonds. We're going to be using the emergent data set for that, but then we're also going to be using hospital level data and show how smoke pollution is also associated with decreases in hospital investment spending, decreases in their average profit margins, and increases in their uncompensated care costs. We're even going to go at the individual level, at the consumer level, using what one of my other co-authors once called SPY data from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York Consumer Credit Panel, where we were able to see a 5% sample of everybody in the U.S. with a credit report, and we can see whether or not they moved or not. So we're going to be running tests on whether or not they remain in that same county over a 10-year period relative to the change in their exposure to smoke pollution. So let's talk about data and our analysis. So our main data set is from the Emergent Municipal Security Database. We have 80,000 bond issues from 2010 to 2019. The main variable that we're going to be focusing on is the offering yield spread, which is being measured as the offering yield less the coupon equivalent risk-free rate. For hospitals, that spread is usually around 1 percentage point or 100 basis points. For a nursing home bond, that's about 170 basis points. And then just as a point of comparison, in the non-healthcare sector, that's also going to include school bonds, for instance, that you're going to see a yield spread of about 32 basis points. Now, there are some differences across those categories, and in our empirical model, we're going to take into consideration those differences. The main data set for the smoke pollution is from the figure that I showed earlier that was produced by the Stanford Echo Lab. What we're able to do is, what we do is that we take the PM 2.5 that comes from smoke on a daily level, we aggregate it over the course of the year, and we match it to each bond depending on where that bond was issued in terms of the county and the year in which that bond was issued. Now, this smoke, it's demeaned and normalized by the standard deviation. So just to give you an idea, it's going to range anywhere from, before being normalized, it's going to range anywhere from 100 to 200 micrograms per cubic meter. So then our standard deviation is 72. And to give you a point of reference, one large fire can create a spike of 180 micrograms per cubic meter. So then that's about 2.5 standard deviations. So here's our first empirical test, where we're going to be projecting this county level smoke exposure onto the offering yields. And our differential is going to be based on the industry of the bond, whether it's healthcare, nursing homes, or non-healthcare. So in essence, this is sort of like a difference in difference model, where we're going to be taking advantage of the differential of healthcare bonds when they were issued in highly exposed locations versus lowly locations where the exposure was very low, and then relative to that differential in the non-healthcare sector. We do take into consideration for a lot of things like the callability, allowing that to change from one year to the next, given the discussion that we had earlier today. So then what we then document is our headline results that for hospital borrowing cost, that increases by about 7 basis points. For nursing homes, that's about 12.1 basis points. We use a duration approximation formula to try to get an idea of the economic effects. So for hospitals, that amounts to about $175 million in incurred interest rate costs because of exposure to smoke pollution. For nursing homes, that's $295 million. If we presume that all of these loans are going to be, all these bonds are going to be reissued in the future, we can estimate that there may be a projected increase in interest rate costs of about $650 million. So we are also interested on whether or not there is an externality component to this smoke. So what we try to do is decompose our smoke exposure by whether it came from a local fire or an out-of-state fire. And what we find is that if that smoke comes from an out-of-state fire, that's going to increase the hospital borrowing cost by about 5.8 basis points. So then what that means, to put things in perspective, let's say we get that fire in California, and then wind blows the smoke over to Nevada, increasing the PM 2.5 levels by 180, or 2.5 standard deviations. So then that means that for the average hospital bond at $90 million, Nevada may anticipate an additional borrowing cost of $1.3 million in present value interest. So then there is a debate on whether or not this can be labeled an externality. So for instance, California tends to be spending less on prevention than other states and more on suppression. Some anecdotal evidence is that they've been canceling some funds that are meant for wildland filed reduction, mostly in favor of working on the actual firefighting and trying to contain those large. So there are some trade-offs that the state has to make, and unfortunately those trade-offs are potentially creating smoke externalities onto other locations. We run some cross-sectional tests, so I'm going to just discuss one that I think is the most interesting, and this is the smoke effect depending on the proportion of the residents in the county that are uninsured or have no insurance. So if that proportion is really high, the borrowing costs tend to be much greater on hospitals than otherwise. It's a differential of about 8.3 relative to 5 basis points. Now, when we go to the investment level analysis using hospital data from HCRISP, we're going to be focusing first on the net fixed asset growth. That's something that is indicative of the type of investments that's taking place, such as replacing old facilities, preparing for more patients, or modernizing equipment. And what we find is that there is a positive relationship with endowment income, but when there is increased smoke exposure, the reliance on endowment income increases. So then in the not-profit setting, according to Adelino et al., that's going to be indicative of financial constraints, because as borrowing costs become more expensive, hospitals have to rely more on their endowment funds income for future investment. If we look at their profitability, particularly on hospitals that are serving underinsured counties, we find that a smoke shock is associated with the decline in their profit margins by about 53 basis points. So in relative terms, that's about a 15% decline in their profit margins. And in non-compensated costs, that increases by about 13%. Sorry, not 13%, 13 basis points. So then towards the last piece of our analysis, here we're interested in how people are reacting to the smoke over the long term. And this comes from the observation that many healthcare facilities, they're fixed to a location. Yet their risks, particularly from wildfire, is evolving and moving. And people, they can respond to that by choosing where to live, but hospitals, they cannot respond to that. They're fixed where they're at. And as you can see here, this is the change in annual smoke exposure relative to 2006 to 2009 for a particular year. And each year, the exposure to smoke has been increasing across the country, with some areas observing a greater impact relative to another. So we asked the research questions like, well, where are these people moving? And we use the SPY data, and we then run all these tests where we're able to use small buckets depending on their credit score and their age category and their sensitivity to the 10-year change in smoke on the probability of whether or not they remain in that county 10 years later. And what we find is that the individuals who are most likely to move away from smoke-affected locations are the ones with the greatest credit scores. Those are also the ones that, if they happen to rack up medical debt, are the most likely to pay back that medical debt. And then within that category, the ones who are most likely to leave are the individuals who are younger, particularly the 21 to 40, the ones that are going to become 30 to 50. Those are the ones who are most likely to leave. And then from insurance standpoints, they're also the ones that tend to hedge the costs of the more vulnerable population. So what we're seeing is that the most smoke-affected locations end up having the most vulnerable people to smoke pollution exposure. So overall, what do we find? We find that there is a strongly significant association between smoke exposure and the credit risk for the healthcare sector. We see an impact on the investment and profitability of hospitals. It has accounted for at least $170 million in realized interest rate costs in smoke-affected counties, and it could be projected to take up another cost of $650 million in future interest rates. And that's not even accounting for any deterred municipal bonds. Out-of-state smoke seems to be playing a role, and the patient mix, given that there is migration, is potentially changing in such a way where the most affected locations end up having clients that may not be able to afford care. So overall, we think that some of these statistics point to a need for intergovernmental coordination, whether it's between one county to the next or between states, or even with federal intervention, such as including the EPA. There has already been some talk about that type of coordination, such as the Good Neighbor program, to try to take into consideration pollutants that cross state boundaries. But anyways, on that note, I will conclude and yield the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Brian McCartan, Senior Fellow with Ceres, and first, thank you to Brookings for hosting a great conference. Really a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Ceres is a Boston-based nonprofit that is focused on sustainability and the intersection primarily of investors, companies, and regulators. And recently, we've done some work in the municipal space, so it was a real pleasure to review Luis's and his colleagues' paper, and thank you for giving me a chance to make some observations. I currently work a lot with cities, counties, tribes on responding to climate change. And so in reading the paper, I sort of brought that lens to it. And so my comments are going to be kind of focused on what I see was why, for me, this paper was interesting, because what's going on out in cities and counties and how they're responding to climate change. And as a couple of, must be clear from a couple of the presenters, the first sort of wave of this was people coming to an understanding of what are the climate risks, both investors and public entities. And there's actually now a lot of data out there available for investors and for municipalities about what their risks are. You've seen some amazing data sets that are out there that people are starting to call into about quantifying the risks, the locations, the extent of the risk. Some of these are private private data sets which are available to investors or home buyers. Others are public data sets which are available to public entities as they do planning. And then rating agencies themselves have really upscaled their skills in this area, hiring climate scientists, having dedicated groups, really good analytics. So that was kind of like a first wave that I think is already well underway. Related to that, there's already been some comments about how then that is leading to some new thinking about disclosure. What is the proper way, a standard way for municipalities to disclose what the risks are before they come to market? So then the sort of related wave to that has been, well, how have cities, counties, tribes, statesmen, public hospitals been responding to this new risk? And you've really seen a lot of activity. Certainly large cities have almost all issued climate action plans of some sort. You've seen a lot of work, especially again in larger cities or utilities, on risk and resilience reports, evaluating their enterprise assets and asking themselves what's vulnerable to climate change, cost of inaction studies, adaptation pathway work going on. Cities are starting to do climate budgeting, where they take climate risk into consideration when doing allocation of resources. And then there's been a pretty widespread deployment of tools related to how to fund mitigation and adaptation work in the climate space. So those two things have been kind of going on pretty actively for several years. What's sort of missing for me, though, is the middle piece, which is a better understanding of how those climate risks, which we're knowing more about, what the implications of those are in terms of impacting municipal finance. And so I feel like people jump pretty quickly from risks to action. And now, thanks to some great work going on in the academy, you're starting to get better definition of, well, exactly what is the causal link between a risk and an impact on municipal finance. So I think that's not surprising. Climate change risks are sort of new, so it doesn't surprise me that this sort of missing middle is only now coming into focus. But what I really found useful about this paper and a couple others at the conference were that it helps fill in this middle gap. And as people have thought about climate change risk, what's the causal impact to municipal finance, it's mostly been focused on physical impacts. What assets are going to be flooded, burned, destroyed as a result of adverse weather impacts. And again, that's easier in some ways because you can use these data sets to link, well, what assets are in a floodplain, what areas are subject to high risk. So that's in some ways slightly easier work. But where there's been a lot less work has been in the operational impacts. I think one of the questions before referred this to as fiscal. And so for me, this is really interesting, sort of new territory to explore. And again, why I found this paper really interesting, because it actually touched on a number of these operational impacts that climate change can have. And so I've listed them here. I'm not going to run through it. This is a partial list. But in addition to just, again, having a city, a county, a state having to worry about, well, what could get destroyed, also there's all sorts of fiscal causality that can happen with climate change. Sales tax losses, higher operating costs in buildings, needing to provide more emergency services in the event of an accident. Cities are starting to see really severe impacts on insurance, inability to get insurance. And then this paper, I enjoyed it because it was pretty wide-ranging. It touched in different areas of depth on a couple of these areas. So it talked about, in the case of healthcare, how smoke leads to higher demand for medical responses to respiratory illness. It talked about the impact then to that to a hospital's finances, the mechanism being, well, these are not well-compensated, profitable activities for a hospital, and therefore if it increases them, you're going to decrease the profitability of a hospital entity or nursing home. So again, this is that filling in that causal link between climate change and fiscal impacts. And then it also talked about population shifts, how this could be impacting shifts, and this could be good or bad, right? Some jurisdictions might benefit from population shifts in their favor. It also talked about financial impacts, a couple of other papers as well. Well, what are the impacts if I go to market if I have these kind of climate risks? And again, this has largely been thought about of, well, could the underlying assets of the entity be destroyed? But this paper is a little more nuanced. Well, what are the fiscal impacts of higher smoke risk for a hospital than one that's not exposed to that level of smoke risk. And then obviously there's also some really important equity impacts that this paper gets into, both in terms of low income or higher income individuals and how they're impacted, but also some really interesting jurisdictional questions about how does one jurisdiction's actions upstream, downstream affect another. Let me see if I can go backwards here. So for me, as cities, if I've watched cities do the blue box, it's been a little bit of a mad rush. What can they do? And what they've now discovered, especially with the withdrawal of federal funding in this area, is they don't have enough money to do everything. So in order to figure out, well, what can they do most effectively, where can their money have the most impact, they have to fill in this middle area. They have to better understand, okay, well, what are the impacts? What is going to be most impactful to profitability or my bottom line? What's going to result in the highest operating costs? And then use their scarce resources to address this. So this sort of missing middle is really important if cities are to deploy their limited resources in the most effective manner. So what I've really, this is my first time at this conference, and what I've really liked is this sort of joining of the academic work with practitioners. And so I couldn't help but put on my prior practitioner's hat and sort of say, if, knowing what I know in this paper, how would I start to think about actualizing that in an organization that I might be the finance officer for? Luis, you raised this question about externalities and spillovers. What are the impacts to downstream, downwind entities? And I think that's pretty challenging. I don't know if you or other people have ideas about what mechanisms you could put in place to kind of allow that sort of externalities to be tied up, but pretty challenging, I think. Equity impacts are obviously lots of ways you could sort of respond to those. Weakening revenues, if I were a CFO, I would want to deploy some of my financial planning team to better understand these sort of impacts and where I can most effectively respond. And then if I'm going to market, obviously understanding what the impacts are is the beginning to be able to tell my credit story more effectively. I recently reviewed a power utility presentation up in the Northwest, and I was amazed at how much time they were spending explaining to the credit agencies how they were protecting themselves against wildfire risk. So I think being able to tell that story effectively, it begins with understanding what your risks are. And then obviously offsetting your business, taking steps to offset these losses. If I were a hospital CFO in this circumstance, I'd want to really drill into how can I have the state increase the Medicare reimbursement rate for respiratory illnesses, for example, making the case that this is a direct result of wildfires. So I think this kind of information is really, coming out of the academy is really useful for practitioners if you sort of, again, take that step of helping it understand the causal link and what you can do to be more effective managing your public entity. So thank you for the great paper.
Okay, let me just kick off with an initial question here, just more clarification, I think, Luis. So it was 7 basis points for hospitals, in-state 5.8 basis points out of state. How far, were you only looking at the out-of-state hospitals that were adjacent to where the wildfire smoke emanated from? How far did you go?
Well, we included the nationwide sample.
Okay.
We did not exclude any location per se. We did run some robustness checks where we were getting rid of observations where there were large fires, just so that we can try to isolate the smoke effect so that we don't capture the physical fire risk, but just the smoke component. And our results are fairly robust towards that.
Okay. And then in terms of the borrowing costs on hospital financings, did you guys, when I read the paper, I don't know if I remember this or not, but did you do a differentiation between the types of patients that were served in terms of borrowing costs? I know you did it in profitability, but on borrowing costs.
Well, we haven't been able to get to the individual level, and that is something that we really want to do. I mean, our individual level data is the credit bureau data from Equifax, and that only has information on their credit score and their age, but it's very limited on whether or not they're insured or not, and their health. So if we can get better data on that, we would certainly love to do those tests.
Okay. Open it up for questions. Right.
Sure. Jess Cornetti, Penn State.
Thank you. Great presentation, Luis. Quick question. Something that I think, quite understand is, in pretty much every industry, when you have more demand, that tends to be a good thing for the business, right? More demand means lower cost of capital. And here you're of course, finding the opposite. I guess what I'm wondering, a couple of ways to think about this. One, is it the case, or are there any instances where the healthcare providers in your data are made better off by the rising demand from respiratory healthcare? And another way to ask that question is, what is it about the patients that are getting healthcare for respiratory issues that makes them less profitable than any other kind of surge in demand for healthcare, like maybe heart disease or cancer?
I think that is a really excellent question. And one of the underlying assumptions in this analysis is that when smoke occurs, it's going to lead an increase across both insured and uninsured patients. So then if there's a greater demand from uninsured, that's going to then lead to less profitability for the hospitals. If it is the other way around, I would presume it would be the other case. And I think that's why we were so interested in this test, because it wasn't really clear how smoke was going to affect the hospital sector. And I think this can be spoken about more broadly on public health emergencies, such as opioid abuse or COVID, that creates these sudden surges for healthcare demand, where it's not entirely clear whether or not hospitals are going to always profit from that or not.
And from my prior work with an academic medical center, what I learned is the most profitable patient for a hospital is a commercially insured heart transplant, that you want the most complicated procedure possible with a commercially insured patient. The least one is high volume Medicare, Medicaid procedures. Those lose money out of the gate. You hope there's enough referrals of those so you get more complicated procedures, but that's unfortunately kind of the way the healthcare system currently compensates hospitals.
Other questions? Dan.
Dan Garrett Warden. Luis, thank you so much for this paper. I think it's a really cool paper, really important. I think we can see kind of, this also speaks to some of the questions on the earlier wildfire paper, that wildfires can have kind of these multitude of effects and risks that manifest in different ways in different places. Very cool paper. I was wondering if you can speak just a little bit to the dynamics of what's going on. So of course, in the background, wildfire smoke risk is increasing everywhere. But also in your regressions, it seems that there is scope that if you have a particularly bad year, your costs go up, and if you have a particularly good year, your costs can go down because of the way everything is normalized. I was wondering if you can speak just a little bit about to those dynamics and kind of the persistence of these effects. Of course, they show up through persistence in migration and investment, but do you think of these as like really persistent kind of permanent effects, or
my co-authors and I have been thinking a lot about those dynamic effects lately, and we don't have the home run answer for that question just yet. But what we have done in the background is run tests on the leads and lags of smoke exposure onto municipal bonds. And what we found is that the contemporary smoke exposure is what seems to be affecting the healthcare bonds significantly, whereas a lagged effect, such as the smoke exposure from the prior year, is not having much of an effect. Perhaps that's because the pricing is sensitive to the healthcare demand at the moment, or the economic conditions at that moment, and not so much in what happened the year prior, and certainly not what's going to happen in the future because it's unforeseen.
Other questions? I actually have a suggestion, and it's small, it's minor, but in your projected costs, which were 3 times essentially the cost of the actual interest cost, I'm assuming you were assuming just a refinancing after 10 years?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
I would just include that in, because it's going to be very unlikely that they're going to pay off those bonds in 10 years and then just realize those savings. So you almost understate them by differentiating between the actual and then the projected.
Okay, that is a good point. Thank you.
Other questions?
Hi, Paul Kincher from Texas LBJ. Quick question back to your basis point analysis. Stringing that back through the financial analysis of the hospitals and then to the investor level, how did you really get to this is attributable to smoke, given all the other complexities in the market as well as in the operations of the hospitals, that this is the cost?
Well, it's all in the model that we ended up using and the treatment and control group. The treatment group ends up being effectively municipal bonds issued in counties during high exposure years. And the control group is going to be counties that, bonds that were issued in counties during low exposure years. But we also have a differential that's going to allow us to better isolate the effect of smoke, and that's the sector in which the municipal bond is. So then the treated sector would be the healthcare sector, and the control sector would be the non-healthcare sector. So what that allows us to do is that if there's, for say, the physical risk, well, the school bonds are going to capture the physical risk, and they're in the control group. Whereas the hospital, they may have that physical risk, but they alone are going to have that smoke exposure effect because the hospitals are the ones that are treating people who for respiratory illnesses and not the schools. So then our modeling approach allows us to isolate the effect by differentiating.
Great. Well, I think with that, we will close. Let's thank Louise and Brian for a great discussion presentation. Thanks, guys.
We're going to take a break of 13 minutes. Come back here at 3:20, and hope you'll stick around. We have a couple interesting papers, and then we're fortunate to have 3 mayors talking to us about their current situation. So see you at 3:20.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Come on in and sit down. I'm going to get us started on our next session. So thank you all for being here again, and thank you, Brookings, and all the organizers for inviting me to be a moderator. My name is Tim Coffin. For those of you who haven't met, I'm also with Breckenridge. My colleague Erica spoke earlier as a discussant. But just as a refresher, in case you weren't in that session, Breckenridge is an independent bond manager in Boston. And we manage about $40 billion in municipal bonds. Bottom-up credit research is a really important part of our kind of value add. So this conference has been one we've attended for many years. It's been a really valuable opportunity for us to be in these conversations. And I think one of the differentiators for Breckenridge has been we were really a first mover looking at a lot of the sustainability issues being discussed here today. I think we can all agree that as much as any part of the capital markets, climate change is material to the U.S. municipal bond market. And in fact, I would say that the U.S. municipal market is more than any other part of the capital markets right on the front lines of climate change and our changing climate and climate risk. And so we have two papers coming up now that kind of continue with this theme as the way I read them. And you know, we look at climate risk and our changing climate through kind of two lenses. That is transition risk, the transition to a lower carbon economy, and what are the impacts of that to local economies, and then of course the physical risk and the costs of that. And so I think the next two papers are going to address both of those, and so I think it's an interesting connection to make ahead of time. So rising waters, falling taxes, the impact of Hurricane Sandy on New York City, obviously a perfect example of physical climate risk, but also adaptation risk. And then we're going to follow that up with a paper on the transition away from coal and what that means to those local economies who have been so dependent on it over many, many economic cycles. So obviously very material to the $4 trillion municipal bond market, to local economies, to access to capital, to the price of capital. So I think this is a really good opportunity to have these academics. I would say to our speakers today, please try and keep on the clock so that the best part of the conference, as Rich pointed out, is really the mashing together of practitioners and academics, so you really can take advantage of not only the discussant, but also the people in the audience as well who will have questions and comments. So Elena, I'm going to step down and turn it over to you. I think this is my water.
Thank you, Tim. I'm Elaine Ho from Syracuse University. I'd like to start with the big thanks to the Brookings Hutchins Center with its partners at David, Richard, Justin, and Martin for organizing this wonderful event. It's an honor to be part of this. At the Maxwell School of Syracuse, we have an initiative to look into the optimal property tax administration design. And we try to bring scholars in different areas into intersections with local public finance, in particular, in this case, property taxation. So we came out of UC Berkeley in natural resources economics. After 1 year of a postdoc in Italy, she's coming back to UC Riverside. Ching Miao came out of Maxwell 10 years ago in environmental science and policy. She has been working in this intersection for 10 years, a wonderful scholar. Yusung Kim came out of also Maxwell 6 years ago. After 5 years at UConn, she is now at Seoul National. We try to bring people in different areas to look into the intersections, interfaces between local public finance and other areas. This one is the natural disaster and property taxation. So why? Because, say, at least from the 1980s, the annual count of big disasters has been on the rise substantively. We can see this by, this is only the billion-dollar disasters. For many reasons, the literature has been mounting on this. And more importantly, on the budgeting side, the federal, state, and local level, right? Even though from the late 1990s at least, if not, and then the early 2010s, the annual appropriation funds from the federal government has been more than doubled. Even with that, a lot more that has to come from supplemental appropriations, let alone the state local level, where for 50-year events or one-year events, there's no way to budget for that, so that the huge disruptions to federal, state, and local budgets have been causing huge disruptions to the fiscal landscape. So, what we will try to do in this event, in this project, is to look into natural disasters and the budget side, in particular at the local level, property taxation through this perspective. And at the local level, we see for the homeowners, they lose a lot of value, market value on the one side, and then the local governments lose their property tax base. But at the same time, they have to use that tax revenue from this base to provide rescue relief services. So this is kind of a dilemma for localities. So the research question is really, what is the impact from natural disasters on property values, market values for homeowners, and then the assessed values, taking away the exemptions, that is the final pure tax base for local governments. And we take the Hurricane Sandy 2012 as the case study to look deep into it. So here we have a list of huge natural disasters. So Hurricane Sandy is one of the most disastrous, causing a lot of damage. And of the $95 billion for Hurricane Sandy, $4.2 billion is from New York City alone, among the 13 states that had declaration of disaster. So the physical damage was mostly from, some from the storm surge, mostly from flooding, causing physical damage to properties. And there are other things related also, of course. We don't have time for that today. And for New York City, there was a large, also the mass mandatory evacuation during the storm. So the hurricanes caused devastating blow to property values at the local level. Now we focus on the residential properties. There was a sharp decline for the damaged properties in terms of their market value. And of course, this has been persistent for a pretty long time. And also, besides this, even those properties that were not physically affected by the flooding were affected in terms of their market price. Among this audience, we have Nancy. He did a very good paper on this. So among the damaged properties, there's a kind of disproportional chunk on the low-income or poor neighborhoods. And besides residential properties, there is, as long as any property is located within the flood zone, and then even commercial and other properties will be affected also. So now let's look at the property assessment procedure in New York City, which is a part of the whole New York State, but New York City is somewhat different. So the first step to come up with the estimated market value, so EMV, New York City does it in a kind of a rolling basis. They use the previous 3-year average on a rolling basis here the term assessment is the assessment for tax purposes. They do it every year. This is different from the overall mass appraisal. And then the assessed value, the second step, here is something that is very tricky. So 6% of EMV, that's a kind of assessment cap. The one direction, only when you go up, you are subject to do this. When you go down, it's not. And then over 5 years, it's 20%. So each year, no more than 6%. 5 years in a row, no more than 20%. That's a cap on the going up of the assessment value. And then there's exemptions for different purposes, so for different categories. And that's a proportion of the assessed value. So exemptions will apply directly to the assessed value, not the market value. Number 4, so the assessed value taking away the assessed exemptions will come to the taxable bond. That's the final pure taxable base of this tax. And then the apply taxable value, apply the uniform tax rate, that's the nominal tax rate, and we come to the tax levy. That's the amount each property will be subject to each year. And here we come to say the taxable value. From there, we say taxable value divided by the market value of the sales price, or the estimated market value, is what we call, in this paper, I think this is the first time we use it, the taxable ratio. The reason we want to look into this is this is different from the assessed value and also different from the effective tax rate. This is the ratio, the pure taxable base here. This is very valuable to look into it. Okay, now the property tax relief after Hurricane Sandy in your city, we have, say, for example, in your state, there was the Superstorm Sandy Assessment Relief Act. That came very quick. It's a good thing to have. And then there are modifications to the act from New York City itself, and they do it in multiple ways. For example, they use a self-reported damage by homeowners, and how much damage you have sustained, and then you apply for the relief. So here we have 2 levels. So one is the neighborhood level, so poor neighborhoods, low value, are more susceptible to hurricane, severely impacted by the hurricane, 15% of EMV reduction for qualified properties. Then at the individual level, property level, the owner-reported damages. Okay, with that said, let's come to the tax relief and estimated market value. Here we see something that is very interesting. So we have the timeline. Okay, the timeline. We see the difference between sand inundated and non-inundated. We see this is a sale price. Those properties that were affected came down dramatically, while the non-inundated was not affected. And then we have the estimated market value. We see something that is very interesting. The EMV was over-adjusted on purpose. I'll be quick on this. And then see, okay. Now we have property level data from 2007 to 2021, so that we have years before and years after. And we have the housing transactions, assessment rolls for each year. This is balanced. The transaction is not balanced. And then we have the damage from the Sandy. And then we have the hurricane evacuation zone. So the properties located within the zone were heavily impacted, whether they were inundated or not. So the model is straightforward, DID, standard DID. The outcome variable is the price, the assessment, and so on. And then the post is the after Sandy. Sandy is if a property is inundated, then we control for a whole bunch of things. So the identification out of this will be pretty precise on the location of each property based on whether it's inundated and relative to Sandy's impact zone. All right, with that said, let's come down to the results. So the total sample size is pretty, it's sizable. And then we have here price is market price. So out of the DID model differences, we see the 10% decline in market price if it's for those inundated after Sandy. And then estimated market value, here we see the over adjustment, right? 17%. Assessed value, we see the contrast. Assessed value was down by only 10%. And exemption, this is mechanical, not by anyone, not by the assessors. This is kind of when your value was high, you had a pretty large exemption once your value is down, and then exemption is taken away, so 18% lower. This is something that is unexpected. And then the taxable value, because of the exemption was down very much, so that the taxable value was down, but not by so much. It's less than the price down, than the EMV down. As a result of all this is say, intended as well as unintended, the taxable ratio, this is why we calculate this, is up by 3.9%. All right, this is for the inundated properties. And then we see how about the undamaged, but within the risk zone. Here we see this. At the bottom is the post plus times the zone A, that's the evacuation zone. The price came down by the same percentage, 11%, and then nothing else, because they were not eligible for the tax relief, so that the taxable ratio was up by 24%, even though it's only it's a 24%, much larger than the inundated. Okay, this tells us a lot. All right, so I'll skip this. Okay, now here. The effects, heterogeneous effects by property value. The high quality, good neighborhood properties, high quality properties were pretty resilient to the hurricane, while the risk perceptions differ a lot. So that is, even if it's not affected, as long as it's within the risk zone, the perception is there so that the price will come down, the market price. And interestingly, this is the reason why we want to combine the natural disaster with property tax administration. So as Nantes' paper and others have shown that there has been an assessment gap. And to do frequent or a regular cycle property assessment is reappraisal for every property. It's politically very difficult, because long-timers and other forces, everything there, right? Politically, it's very hard to do, plus the high cost. So that the equity is a big issue. However, we find that, all right, now probably natural disasters offer a golden opportunity, right, to break the barrier so that we can do it and to do it fast. So that we see, okay, now with natural disasters of such a scale, we can do it and do it fast so that the horizontal equity is improved in this case. And even the vertical equity, we can add something to it. This is very interesting. We have some, you see here, we divide the property values before and after into 3 quarters, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and we show the low price or middle price and the high price. We see, all right, so this is kind of surprising to us. So given the political difficulties of doing regular cycle, frequent property reassessment, with the natural disaster, probably we can do something toward the positive side. I'll stop here.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much to Brookings for including me in the program. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Francesco Ruggeri. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Chicago in the Department of Economics, and I'm thrilled to be discussing this paper about the impact of Hurricane Sandy on property tax assessments in New York City. So I want to start by stating something that is probably obvious to most people in the audience, that most state governments in the United States impose limits or caps on various property tax policy parameters. Tax rates, growth in tax revenue, or growth in assessed values. And this is exactly the case of New York City and New York State as a whole. In particular, in New York City, given the estimated market value of a property in a given year, the assessed value is computed using this formula, which is very backward-looking, and this is essential to explain the results found in Illinois' paper. So the assessed value in a given year is either the minimum of the 6% of the market value in a given year in the same year, or 1 plus 6% of the assessed value in the previous year, or 1 plus 20% of the assessed value 5 years before. And this is very important, and this backward-looking formula is very important, probably justified, as Elena was saying, by political economy reasons. But from an economic standpoint, why is this formula justifiable? Well, because when housing supply is inelastic, because it's constrained by geography or by regulations that are pervasive in US metropolitan areas, local labor demand shocks, positive local labor demand shocks, for example, the opening of a manufacturing plant or the opening of a new data center or a natural resource boom, immediately or very quickly capitalize into home prices, assets. And on the other hand, the wage adjustment, and as a consequence, the income adjustment, is a lot slower. And because of this asymmetry in the time of adjustment between income and property values, then obviously paying property tax bills that are immediately higher may be complicated, especially because the housing market is quite illiquid and a capital gain is often not realized. And so this is the economic justification. That is based on the somewhat common phenomenon of housing prices increasing over time. But housing prices do decline over time in response to negative local shock. And so this paper evaluates the implications and the consequences of a very large negative shock, not just the labor demand, mostly a supply shock, and perhaps also a demand shock through outmigration in New York City due to Hurricane Sandy. And it's not just a paper about the capitalization into housing market prices, but it's really a paper about the interaction between the housing market and the nonlinearities introduced by New York City's property tax rules. And so the key empirical findings, I want to restate them because I'm going to come back to these later. On the one hand, the assessed market value ratio, the taxable ratio of directly affected properties, namely inundated properties, increased by roughly 4%. The same parameter, the assessed market value ratio for indirectly affected properties, increased by a staggering 24%. And in terms of heterogeneity analysis, inundated properties that belong to the high value segment incurred a larger increase in the relative tax burden, which means that their taxable ratio increased by more. What's the mechanism behind this? Well, directly affected properties, so inundated properties, were subject to, were eligible for city tax relief. And so the assessed values decreased, but many of those properties were subject to caps. And this really goes back to the formula before. Those caps are incredibly backward-looking, which means that, especially for long-term owners, the assessed value might have really lagged behind estimated market value. So even with the tax relief, the assessed value might still be above the cap. And as a consequence, the tax ratio increases. This is even stronger for indirectly affected properties. Well, why? Because they were not eligible for tax relief, and so the assessed values were revised a lot less. In terms of the effects for the high-value segment, well, in the high-value segment, why were they in the high-value segment? Probably because they appreciated more in the previous years. And so recent appreciation further exacerbates the consequences of the nonlinear tax system because the cap is going to be more binding. And so overall, what is the main comment I have about this paper? That assessment caps as a whole generate winners and losers. On the one hand, in locations where there is a positive labor demand shock, for example, there's housing appreciation that's very fast, and as a consequence, the lower effective property tax rate, the effective property tax will be lower. On the other hand, when there is a negative shock, then there is depreciation and a higher effective property tax rate, especially if the housing price decline is not big enough, and so the assessed value cap will bind. And so the way I see this, the way I see these caps is really as a one-sided insurance contract, because really what's really happening is that homeowners, especially long-term homeowners, are being subsidized by local governments when their house prices increase very fast. And they're not paying, obviously, any premium for this. And so the upside risk is shifted from long-term homeowners to the local government. And what does the local government do? Well, it shifts that upside risk to short-term homeowners and homeowners that are not subject to the cap. So it's really a one-sided insurance contract. But on the other hand, when housing prices decline, then that risk is not taken by the local government, and the homeowners that likely benefited more from the cap in the previous years end up being forced to pay a slightly higher effective tax rate. So this is really, in my view, a one-sided contract. And so when really reading the heterogeneity analysis that Yilid and co-authors have really worked on, it's true that the assessment caps cause high-end properties to face a relatively higher tax burden, but it's also very likely that those same properties had appreciated a lot more in the previous years. And obviously, when it comes to natural disasters, it is hard to, make welfare considerations, but I think the dynamics here are very interesting, and I think it's important to look not only at the effect of Sandy in the years after the hurricane itself, but, considering a broader time horizon, which probably these panel data allow for, and looking at what the trajectory for those housing prices were in the years leading to Sandy. And so, leaving a bit aside natural disasters, large swings in housing prices are definitely not uncommon. And so, looking at the data, this is the Austin metropolitan area that saw prices approximately decline by 10% in the last 3 years. So, if assessment caps were in place in Austin, we would expect some of the same consequences as Hurricane Sandy on high-end properties in New York City. But extending the time series, you actually find out what is really well known, that housing prices increased by 175% in the previous 12 years. And so that's what I'm trying to say, that it's really important, in my view, to look back at the whole time series, especially when doing a heterogeneity analysis. On the technical side, why I want to emphasize this point, and really this is going to be my only technical comment, that I think the 4% result might be understating the increase in the taxable ratio for inundated properties, because the two specifications actually have a different control group. In specification 1, that is the one about inundated properties, the control group consists of all of the non-inundated properties, irrespective of their location, whether inside or outside the evacuation zone. In the second specification, the one that studies the effects on indirectly affected properties, well, the control group consists only of non-inundated properties located outside the zone, the evacuation zone. And so the same category of properties, namely non-inundated properties located inside Zone A, well, belong to the control group in the first specification and instead constitute a treatment group in the second specification. This is not a problem per se, but it becomes, I think, an issue when it's a matter of comparing estimates across the specifications. And so, especially because you, I think, compellingly show that there are effects on neighborhood amenities, updated risk perception, even for properties that were not inundated, then I think it would be cleaner if the control group in the first specification were the same as the one in the second specification, and so just not inundated properties located outside the evacuation zone. And so I think this is a very interesting paper. It made me think of a lot of possible applications, and I think the big picture of this paper is that when we evaluate natural disasters, but more in general, any policy, and we evaluate the capitalization effects of these policies, we should not stop at market values. We should not rely solely on market values, but on the other hand, we should really take into account the interaction between market values and the nonlinearities introduced by property tax limits everywhere in the United States. The backward-looking assessment caps that New York City has are definitely very stringent, but these limits are pretty much everywhere in the United States. And so, broadly speaking, I think this has implications for how we carry out, as economists, welfare analysis of various localized shocks, very broadly defined, beyond just natural disasters. And I'm thinking, for example, of localized productivity shocks, so what I was referring to, the opening of a manufacturing plant or the data center, but also environmental amenities, whether positive or negative, but also, local spending policies. For example, in my own research, I focused on the effects of, referenda authorizing extra expenditures by all local governments, not just school districts. But also intergovernmental grants. So whatever really induces capitalization into housing prices should really, in my view, take into account the interaction with the property tax administration, and in particular, the various constraints it creates. Thank you.
Thanks, Francesco. That was very helpful. And we have 10 minutes for questions, is that right? So I do want to just, if you would you like to take a minute just to respond to some of Francesco's points before we go to questions? Only if you want it.
Very good points. Yes, it's true. I didn't go into the details of the assessment caps because that deserves another paper because it's a long, and also they're one directional on the appreciation. Then when it's done, we need to take another perspective. So 10 years ago, I had a long conversation with a veteran of the policy. That person served for 2 terms at the California State Office of Tax Equalization. He served up to the term limit, so he went down to County of San Diego, served as the director of the tax assessor's office. He told me something that is very interesting. He said, if someone moves into California and complains about he's a high tax, he would tell that person, go back, lay back, and wait for 5 years, and then you come back to me. If you are still unsatisfied, then we'll talk. Well, the implied message is once you become a long timer, you will be happy about it. And that's one.
Because of Prop 13?
Yes. Yeah. Another point of that is, he said, from the government side, the tax caps is a reserve in terms of fiscal capacity, as Francisco has said. Say, when we have downturns, the tax office will come say, even though we have less, in the past years, we have this kind of underestimated your value, now we can put it up a little bit. Don't be angry. This is something you should have been paying anyway. So that's the kind of long story, put it very short. That's another paper.
But it does make me think of the question and the discussion earlier about the LA wildfires, where Erica brought up, and in fact, of the 1,000, as devastating as it is to lose 1,000 structures, many of them were being carried at assessed values so much lower that it was almost a positive in a way for some of those properties to have to change hands. Does that make sense?
Yes.
During the fire, as opposed to...
Fires are by nature very completely different category from flooding. Flooding is your structure is still here. It's only a certain amount of damage, except demolition. Well, fires is a complete destruction. You have to rebuild. The cost will be borne by insurance companies. You rebuild it, it's a new, so the kind of evaluation will come. The valuation will come up and probably higher. So to the local government, it's a 1 year, 2 year pain, but then it comes back. It shoot up.
Thank you. All right, so microphones are in the room. Anybody have a question for the author or the discussant? Because I've got the, I see a question in the back. Brian.
Hi, Brian McCartan, Series. I just wanted to make sure I got your last point right. So in the case of a flood, the city of New York suffered a lasting revenue loss as a result of Sandy. More than 5 years, they net lost revenue where they would have been pre-storm.
Yes and no. Yes, the tax base was smaller, but then the city got a chance to redistribute the tax burden so that those that were inundated paid less, so effective tax rates for them was lower, but the effective tax rates for the uninundated, and the middle and higher value properties went up. So the tax burden was redistributed. Politically, it was a win for the city.
Other questions? Luis.
Luis, UIC. I may have missed this, but do you have any information on capital expenditures? In my mind, when a natural disaster hits a property, the homeowner is going to rebuild. And in some cases, they may end up improving the property a lot more.
Thank you, Luis. That's a very good question. This is kind of another aspect of it. So put it this way, so we have poor neighborhoods. We have a bunch of very low quality, very susceptible to flooding and wind surge properties. That those were hugely damaged, and then many of them were demolished. In that case, they will get a lot of tax relief on the one side. On the other side, when this happens, these people, the poor owners, probably will move away, and investors will come, either institutional or individual. If it's institutional investor, the whole neighborhood will be renovated, rebuilt. That's what we call gentrification. If it's individual investors, that will be house by house, and then they will do renovation, if not upgrading, at least kind of maintaining, repairing, the value will come up. And the original owner probably will move away to look for even poorer neighborhoods. That's kind of very sad.
I do recall reading an article about an affluent community, I believe in Oregon, where basically the whole community took their insurance payment and moved to another state and kind of set up a whole community all over again. Are you familiar with that?
I heard about that.
Yeah. And I think it was a bit of a open carry type of community and things like that. Anyway, so we have a little over 4 minutes, and I can probably have a great conversation myself, but it's more appropriate to bring questions in from the audience.
Thank you. Mike Muth from Texas again. New York is an exceptional real estate market, and I have no idea your future research interests and so on, but have you given any thought to doing a comparative analysis to New Orleans after Katrina? Those kinds of things. Just because New York, as I said, is exceptional, maybe similar to London, Hong Kong, and so on. And it's just, in some ways, I just don't know how representative it is of other places. And so I think that comparative analysis would be very interesting. What do you think?
Thank you. We have another paper with natural resources economists in Texas A&M, and the other paper talks about the Hurricane Harvey, about Houston, Harris County, and we found something interesting also. Texas came up with an act after the Hurricane Harvey, and Texas did some very interesting thing. The Texas Act was very innovative.
Did you have a question? In the back, there's another question in the back.
Hi, my name is Elena. I'm with the New York City Independent Budget Office. This analysis focuses on Class 1, which is single-family homeowners. That's not the majority of property revenue that the city brings in. Most of our property taxes is from commercial, Class 4 properties, and also Class 2 properties, which Class 2 is multifamily or apartment buildings. And so I was just wondering, I also work in a building that flooded during Hurricane Sandy, and Class 2 and 4 are evaluated or tax based on an income approach. So it's not about the sale value. As you probably know, it's about how much the building is bringing in terms of its revenue. So I was wondering if you're aware of any research that has looked at class 2 and class 4, or if you have any interest in that. Personally, I'm just kind of curious, but this was also really, really great and fascinating. And I guess class 2 and class 4, you probably would be less like just demolishing entire buildings versus, renovating and restoring. But yeah, just interested, and thanks for the good paper.
Great question. Thank you. We didn't have time to go into yes, you're right. We have a series to go on commercial properties. What she mentioned, class 1 is, in this paper, we focus on residential. By that, we mean class 1 is 1, 2, 3 units properties. And then class 2, that will be apartment buildings. That is classified as commercial. That's different. That's on our list. We'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you. So are you in the capital budgeting side of the, okay. Because
More interested in commercial
I was
properties,
gonna.
yeah. By the way, class 1 is about, in our sample, 49% of the total.
Francesco, did you want to add anything or ask any questions?
I think I've said what I wanted to say.
I do think that, thank you very much. All right, and so now I think Marcelo is going to come up on the coal transition.
Thank you for the organizers for including our paper. This is a joint project with Andreas Rapp, who's also an economist at the Federal Reserve. So let me start with the usual disclaimer. This is all our fault. All errors are ours. And this does not reflect any views from the research staff or the Board of Governors. So let me start motivating the paper. So we see technology progress and policy shifts are major drivers of economic transformations, and particularly they reshape local economies. In recent decades, for example, we had the automation of the car industry, we had the fracking revolution, and all those technological changes have shaped many communities. And probably you can imagine that, like from a town that you came from, a town that you're running. I can see here probably people are thinking about those places. And now, from the academic perspective, I think we have a good understanding of how these structural changes affect, for example, the labor market, but we don't have a clear empirical sense of how these changes ripple through municipal finances, or how do bond market investors anticipate and price these changes. And this is what this paper is about. And we think this is very important for policymakers in particular, because these changes affect how a community is gonna finance services, how communities are gonna build roads, how these communities are gonna fund their essential services. In our paper, we take these questions through the lens of the transition away from coal. And we focus on 3 critical questions. We want to understand, how does the coal decline impact municipal finances and borrowing costs? The second question we tackle is if we can learn something from bond prices about investors' attitudes towards these changes. Are they perceiving in real time these changes as just some transitory shifts, or are they really taking into account that hindsight, we know that some changes are structural and permanent? Finally, we want to understand if there are some communities that are better positioned to minimize the effects of declines in the industries in their communities. Why the the transition away from coal. So you can see in this chart, there's this trending up line, the orange line, which is the production of natural gas. The production of natural gas increased rapidly in the US since the early 2000s. That is thanks to the fracking revolution. Fracking made natural gas cheaper and more abundant, and that was a very cheap source for producing electricity. And that replaced coal. And as you can see from the light blue line, the production of coal declined, and sorry, and the lower line is the coal that is bought by power plants. So there was this transition away from coal to natural gas. In fact, the share of electricity produced by coal-fired plants came down from about 50% in the early sample we have there to 20% now. This shift was exogenous from the perspective of the local communities, which makes it like a sort of like a quasi-natural experiment, which is nice. And the other quality of this shift is this was unexpected. So you can see here the red lines are forecasts for coal production from the AEA, which has like a big energy model. And you can see like each time they underestimated the effect that natural gas was going to have on coal production. So forecasters consistently were optimistic, and they failed to anticipate the decline in coal. So this is our setting. So the data that we use, we combine rich sources of data. We start with collecting coal mining activity at the mine level, so we can identify like which counties are producing coal and how many miners do they have. We collect data on municipal finances to understand how much how debt is, the dynamics of debt, of revenues, of interest payments on that debt. We collect data on municipal bonds of counties that are coal producers. And we also collect several local economic indicators that we use as controls, and as well as to have a better understanding. For example, we have information about employment across industries to understand better how employment diversification works, and also alternative sources of energy. The focus of our paper is trying to understand how these exogenous changes in coal are affecting either municipal finances and municipal bonds. So let me dive now into our findings. Our finding number one, our regression analysis shows that coal decline has a stark effect on municipal finances. You can see in this chart, the point is charting the beta in that regression, so that means the effect of coal on the debt level of a municipality, the debt to revenue ratio, and the interest to revenue ratio. And what we find is that a 1 standard deviation decline in coal employment leads to a 14% increase in debt levels, a 15% annual increase in the debt to revenue levels, and a 0.5 percentage point annual increase in interest payments as a share of revenue. In other words, what this means is that as coal jobs are disappearing from these communities, local governments are facing a severe fiscal squeeze. Our second finding is related to how investors see these fiscal risks in financial markets. Here we're plotting the effect of the decline in coal employment on bond yields. And we find that a 1 standard deviation decline in coal employment leads to an 8 basis point increase in municipal bond offering yields. And to give some perspective to this number, this is equivalent to an increase in 20% of the average offering yield spread. But these markets are forward-looking, so we want to understand if this effect is perceived as transitory or a permanent shift in these communities. So what we do is we divide the data by maturity. So the middle whisker is showing you the coefficient for bonds that are 5 years or shorter, have 5 years or shorter maturity, and the farther left shows you the effect on bonds that have more than 5 years of maturity. And as you can see, the effect is 3 times larger for long-term bonds relative to those on short-term bonds. So our interpretation of this effect is that investors at that time, they know more probably than the forecasters. They were really seeing that this was going to be a structural decline rather than just some cyclical fluctuations in coal. One question that you may have is, okay, there's this decline in coal that can affect municipal finances from two. Either you can have direct fiscal channel, for instance, loss of severance taxes, or you can have more broad systemic risks. So we want to understand if bond prices can tell us something about this. So what we do is we try to control for the direct risk channels as follows. We usually the severance taxes come at state level. So what we do is one option is at state by year fixed effect. So somehow try to say, let's look at these differences in states around years and see if that is capturing part of that effect. The other thing that we do is we add regional coal prices. And you can see like the baseline estimates we have are on the left, and then the estimates controlling for this direct effect are on the left, on the middle and the left whiskers. Well, the coefficients are slightly smaller, but it's still the effect of coal is statistically significant and economically relevant for communities. In other words, the direct fiscal effects explain only a fraction of what we're finding, and so bond prices are telling us that investors are seeing this more as a broad spread effect on these economies. But not all is doom and gloom. We also have some positive messages, findings in our paper. So we're interested in understanding if there are communities that have a better chance of navigating these changes. So what we do is we look at alternative sources of employment, for example. So we look at these communities and see, in this case, we look at the fracking potential, which is a direct alternative substitution for the coal miner, probably. And we find that you can see on the farther left, you have the effect on communities that have low fracking potential, and on the right, you have the communities that have high fracking potential. As you can see, the negative effect of coal on bond yields is higher in communities that have low fracking potential. We have the same finding in areas with high renewable energy potential. They experience almost no economically significant increases in yields, and the same for communities that are more broadly, more diversified. The economic diversification seems to be a good buffer for the effect of the declining coal on debt and yields. The implication from this is that communities that have managed to diversify their economies or have alternative sources of employment can weather this storm much better. So our paper gives us sort of a roadmap of how to navigate these challenges. Our evidence tells us that while the road ahead might be challenging for many of these communities, we have the option of having policies in place that can mitigate this risk. For example, we think that targeted economic diversification support is important. State and federal fiscal support for these communities as they face higher costs of borrowing is as well important. And I think more importantly, taking into account the fiscal risk in the design of fiscal and climate policies is key. So let me conclude. What we did in this paper is exploit the shift away from coal to gas that was driven by the fracking revolution and to try to understand the fiscal implications of the structural shift on local economies. How does coal's decline impact municipal finances and borrowing costs? We do find that coal's decline erodes the fiscal health of local governments, increased debt to revenue, and the cost of financing. What do bond yields reveal about investors' perceptions? They reveal that bond markets are pricing long-term risks. They see this as a persistent fiscal weakness. Are some communities better positioned to minimize these effects? Yes, those that have more diverse economies. So, thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks to Brookings and to the authors for the opportunity to discuss their important work. I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be approaching my remarks today from a practitioner's perspective. I have a background in public finance. I was an investment banker for several years, and currently I'm with Crosswalk Labs. We're a company that tracks and visualizes emissions and energy data at a very fine resolution for decision makers in both the private sector and the public sector. I'd also really like to commend the authors, Mr. Ochoa and Mr. Rapps, is not here today, for their landmark contribution to public finance. As Mr. Ochoa went through his work, they do provide compelling evidence that coal-dependent local governments faced increased fiscal burden, as well as higher borrowing costs to structural shifts in the economy. And importantly, they show that these impacts were softened in places where there's more economic diversity, as well as renewable energy potential. So I think that the authors are framing their work as a story or a case of stranded assets. So think Detroit or even Philadelphia public schools today, where fixed costs remain for systems or infrastructure that are no longer matched by population or demand. And while the concept of stranded assets isn't necessarily new to the municipal market, what is novel about their research is that now we're seeing stranded assets through the transition of the industrial composition, and that is having an effect on local government. And I'm going to return to this dynamic and possible implications in my closing remarks. I have 3 considerations or refinements that I think the authors should consider in their approach. The first one is around variation. The paper documents wide variation in both coal dependency and fiscal condition, which aligns really well with the diverse realities of local government. But for practitioners, that variation can make it really hard to act on the findings. And so I believe one way to sharpen this analysis could be to cluster the counties or cities, the issuances in their sample by region and by size. So comparing similar places would make it easier to understand the relative magnitude and highlight where coal production had the biggest impact. They also isolate local effects with coal purchases, but I believe clustering could help show whether the worst impacts are falling on counties or the issuances with the steepest production declines and the highest coal dependency. I would also add that instead of just showing the average debt increases, it would be helpful to see how many counties are nearing some sort of fiscal distress threshold. I think this kind of framing would be more actionable for policymakers and potentially even rating agencies. The next couple comments are going to be focused on the pricing nuances. So the authors do control for a lot of key factors in their yield analysis, everything that you think they would, the daily yield curve movement, the slope, all the levels. But when it comes to bond size, they use the log of the bond amount, and that works very well as a statistical approach, but it can miss a lot of real-world dynamics of bond pricing. So larger deals often benefit, as we know, from liquidity and institutional demand. So underwriters are going to price a $100 million California paper very differently than $18 million bond in Wyoming. And that's because there's more demand and allocation of economies, and sometimes investors even have certain threshold mandates for sizes of bonds. So if smaller bonds are going to carry higher yields and the log doesn't fully control for that amount, I believe it could understate the true impact of a coal decline on the borrowing costs for smaller issuers. The final suggestion for refinement is around bond characteristics. And while they do include use of proceeds as a bond characteristic, I'm suggesting that they approach that in a slightly different way. Right behind credit rating, spread is going to be most influenced by state and sector, and then perceived essentiality. And since the sample size that was in their study excludes high tax states like California, New York, New Jersey, and even some of the relatively high demand states like Minnesota or Michigan, I'd suggest breaking out the use of proceeds slightly more granularly and ranking them by essentiality or even revenue stability. That way, even if the most essential revenue bonds like water and sewer or even courthouses are seeing yield impacts in those coal-reliant areas, I believe this gives them an even stronger robustness check that markets are pricing in coal transition as a structural risk. And in addition to that, I think that those insights would be more useful for investors refining risk models or even policymakers designing more like targeted fiscal support. I think the largest takeaway for practitioners in this paper is that markets are doing what they're supposed to do. They're sending signals about material risks. But the thing is that even after controlling for ratings, so removing them from the regression, the yield penalty still held. And that's suggesting that ratings aren't fully capturing this risk. And if that's the case, then potentially bond structures might be not aligned with the true level of risk, and potentially leaving communities with looser covenants or even weaker reserves just when they're going to need it the most. I have a couple ideas for future paper iterations, even though I wasn't asked to provide that. First is track how spreads move in the secondary market. This paper focused on primary market issuance only. And so are these spreads widening over time as the market digests the transition risks? Are ratings adjusting? I will caveat that by saying that if a lot of the issuances are from smaller issuers, they don't trade a lot. There's not a lot of liquidity in the secondary market, so who knows if that suggestion will take off. But the second one is around planned coal retirements. In the upper left-hand chart, is a map that my team put together on planned coal retirements in the next 5 years or 25 years. And so I think it would be interesting to see with upcoming coal plant retirements, are we going to see higher yields and the issuance is in those areas, and even maybe even tied to the timelines there. So I'm gonna close out my remarks by noting that I think this moment reflects a structural transition in how energy is produced and consumed. 20 years ago, virtually all new power generation capacity in the US came from fossil fuels, which is in the upper left-hand chart. And as a former banker, I had to give you one really busy slide. But just in this past year, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner, 95% of all new capacity additions were carbon-free. Bloomberg is reporting that renewable energy not only dominated new additions, but accounted for 24% of electricity consumption, which is a high record. At the same time, the US is experiencing or predicted to experience significant load growth, which is an adjustment from roughly flat load growth over the last decade and a half. And so as industrial policy continues to shift and municipal market professionals alongside policymakers have to navigate these economics of the energy trilemma, which is a term I borrowed from someone, and that trilemma is really navigating how we're thinking about energy security and reliability, energy affordability, and energy sustainability, which is reduced emissions. That the energy transition is not moving in a straight line, but the direction is clear. So communities who prepare and plan now will be better positioned to align their investment, their governance, and their long-term public value.
Thanks, Melissa. That was great. Thank you, Marcelo. I can't help but at least share how much of a lot of the wording and phrases you both used in your conversations I hear among municipal credit analysts all the time. Diversity, economic base, forward-looking governments, essentiality of public purpose, and then of course supply and demand. So I mean, there's very much a qualitative element when you're assessing municipal credit risk, and so a lot of what you're speaking about, like the bandwidth comes from the type of quantitative assessments you're doing, but the qualitative aspect. So I wanted to share that how much of that sounds so familiar from what I hear from our credit analysts across all the sectors they're covering. Anyway, so we have exactly 7.5 minutes for questions. Did you want to respond to any of Melissa's points before we go to the audience? Don't want to catch you off guard, but.
No. Yeah, just first, thank Melissa for all her comments. I was aware of her comments. I wanted to say something during my presentation, but then I was going to spoil her comments because she was right on spot. I think many things, like one thing that we don't do, which I think is important, is understand the effect of size. It's different if a small community wants to issue a bond than a big community. That might be related to these economic diversification that we have in our paper, but might be like a bad proxy for that. So that's something we're working on, trying to understand not only the size of the community, but also the size of the issuance, which might be somehow related. The other thing that I think, and I was thinking about when I saw her presentation last week, was this idea that, and how can we create measures of fiscal distress? And I think that's been going on, a theme at the conference, everyone wants to say, okay, we have fires, we have CO2, we have coal, how can we create these warning signals based on, model-based, which are, like apolitical, but can tell us that these communities are in distress. So, and I think that's something we can do for whole communities, and something I think it would be worth adding to our analysis.
Thank you. And I think, Dan, you have a question? Can we get a microphone to conference organizer Dan?
Dan Bergstresser. So thank you very much for this. I think one thing I've noticed, and I'll be a little critical of economists. Economists, I think, can be a little snobby sometimes against other social sciences fields like anthropology and sociology. But what I see you doing starts to move into slicing the data. Okay, let's partition the data this way. And at some point, you get down into case studies. And I'm wondering if it makes sense to just go along the case study idea and just find some examples of coal places that have done particularly well, particularly badly, and rather than sort of mushing it all up into sort of a bunch of points on a graph, just dig into the case studies and say, okay, here's an example. Here's a place in Kentucky that actually has done okay. What specific, and become like an anthropologist actually, sort of or sociologist, go sort of along that methodology.
Well, we could have done that, but someone did it. And it's in this room, Adele. So Adele has a paper which it kind of was very inspiring for us. She looked at 27 local governments, I believe 27, and she told us, it's very hard really to, get what is the effect of specifically coal, so we took a different route, but it's something, Adele's paper is very good in that's where we started. And then I got snobbish and I did the two-way fixed effects thing.
Anybody else in the audience have a question? One on the way back. There's a microphone right behind you. Turn around. There you go.
Hi, I'm Russell Puszczewski. I'm from the U.S. Census Bureau. And I think kind of the theme of this whole afternoon has kind of been negative externalities. And I'm kind of curious your thoughts on how we could measure counties or local governments in general that have transitioned away from coal. How can we measure positive effects of counties or any local governments that have transitioned to renewables? How can we show okay, these are under less fiscal distress? So kind of curious your thoughts about that.
I think that's what it wasn't maybe clear in my presentation, but we have two exercises where we look at the solar potential, and I didn't show it here, but we have also wind potential, like the potential of these communities to produce electricity using these alternative energies. And you can see that those communities that have high potential, that it's a given, because of where they are and how they relocated, they tend to have a smaller effect from the decline in coal. So that's a good buffer for that. So that's a good, if you can say, if these communities invest on those energy alternatives, they will likely be, they will likely be able to navigate this shift in the energy transition.
Thank you. We have a minute and 30 seconds left. I can feel the hook coming closer.
UT Dallas. So, we come from a perspective that investing is a good thing. To the extent that, the primary source of revenue is disappearing from a local government, right? To what extent do you think that we should just put our hands in the air and say, well, we should just kind of liquidate our liabilities and move on?
I guess you won't be running for office.
Well, I think one thing...
1:59 seconds to answer that question.
One thing I heard is that, there's persistence in where people live, what jobs people take. It takes generations. So I think it would be leaving out a generation to do that. I don't think it's...
Can I just say, I mean, one thing that I think is great about the municipal bond market and public finance is, I said earlier that the muni market is on the front lines of climate risk, but it's also on the front lines of climate opportunity. Like, we finance 75% of our public infrastructure locally. Climate is very local. Like, we haven't talked about heat at all today, and yet heat is probably the biggest factor. This room, the people who participate in this industry academically, from practitioners, policymakers, politicians, you know, this is going to be solved locally, and so there's really a lot of opportunity for future generations from a public finance standpoint.
Great, so please join me in thanking Tim and the panel for this. And if I can bring the mayors up, we can try and get back on schedule. So I'm David Wessel, director of the Hutchins Center here at Brookings, and I think one of the highlights of this conference for me has always been the opportunity to talk to some mayors who actually have to deal with all the things that we are studying and are victims of the municipal bond market. And so I'm really pleased we have a really good mix of mayors today from different kind of communities. Steve Adler is the former mayor of Austin. He was mayor of Austin from 2015 to 2018, 2 terms. Steve's a Democrat. Austin has a population of about 1 million people, about half white, a third Hispanic, and less than 10% black. Steve's a lawyer, and he's now teaching and helping people figure things out. Austin was originally called Waterlook. The name was changed in 1838 when it became the state capital. It was named for Stephen Austin, father of Texas, who brought 300 families and their slaves to the Texas region of Mexico in 1825. Next, we have Christina Murrin, who's the mayor of Findlay, Ohio. She's been the mayor since 2019. She's in her second term. Findlay's a community of about 40,000 people. It's 40 miles south of Toledo. It's about 86% white and the rest Hispanic and black. And Findlay is named for, I have this here somewhere, Colonel James Findlay, commander of the 2nd Regiment in the War of 1812. And we also, I'm very pleased to have with us Cavalier Johnson, who's been mayor of Milwaukee since 2021, when his predecessor quit after 17 years to become the ambassador to Luxembourg. Now, I looked this up, and Luxembourg's only slightly bigger than Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a city of about 565,000 people, about 40% white, 40% black. And the mayor, he won a special election in 22 and a full 4-year term in office in 2024. All 3 of these cities are doing relatively well economically. And I'm going to start by asking some questions about their individual communities and then maybe some things they have in common. And Mayor Johnson, maybe if you wouldn't mind, I'll start with you. This is a municipal finance conference after all. And I understand that until recently, Milwaukee did not have the power to impose either a sales or an income tax, but the legislature changed that. And now you've imposed, as of a couple years ago, a 2% sales tax. So I wonder if you could tell us, A, how the hell did this come to be, and how has it gone?
How the hell did this come to be? Kicking and screaming by some. It was not very easy to do. I mean, Milwaukee was on the verge of financial collapse. We were essentially going to be in the position of Detroit if there was not some intervention that happened. And so after decades of being in this position, finally, when I got elected, like the wolf was at the door, like we had to do something. And so I made it my mission, actually when I was campaigning for the office, I said I was gonna have a cot in the Capitol, and that's exactly what I did. In order to work with the Republicans that control our state legislature, we've got a Democratic governor, in order to make our case that this is something that's sorely needed for Milwaukee, and if we don't, there's gonna be dire consequences, including dire consequences that affect public safety in the city. Police the fire department, other city services as well. And fortunately, we were able to be convincing enough to members of the legislature that this was something that was needed. There were some poison pills that were also included in the bill, but it was necessary for us to accept the terms of that, at least for now. You can live to fight another day on those other things, but right now we needed to make sure we had this infusion of cash so that we're able to maintain services, not cut half the police, which essentially was going to happen, a quarter of the fire department, which is what was going to happen if we didn't take action, and then also several hundred other city employees that do everything from filling potholes to collecting garbage, libraries, and the like.
And you didn't have to have a referendum to impose this. How did that happen?
There was a push to have a referendum for this. I thought it was far too risky for us to have a referendum. And so my push to the legislature, one of my many pushes to the legislature during these negotiations was for it to be enabling legislation, meaning that the city council would vote on it and then it would come to me for signature, bypassing the referendum process. It's not that I don't want citizens to have a voice in these matters. They're very, very important. But to me, the reward was well worth the risk in working to make sure that we did not have devastating cuts to our services, namely in public safety. So it was a direct effort on my part, and the legislature saw fit to allow that to happen.
Did you? How was it getting through the council?
That was difficult too, but I would much rather have the people who are elected to decide these matters of importance, the 15 of them, as opposed to having a situation where, outside forces, these factions could get together and curtail our ability to make sure we passed the referendum locally. We can control some of the efforts on the city council. That's exactly what we did. The legislature tried to make it so that a certain number above a simple majority would be would have to approve it. We were able to approve it with a simple majority. In fact, we got more than what we needed, which I'm grateful for, because council members, including some newly elected council members, had to take a really, really tough vote that I pushed them to do because it was the right thing to do for Milwaukee.
And what's been the political fallout so far? They all love you?
Everybody loves me. Look. I got reelected with over 80% of the vote after the thing, so I feel okay. Nobody loves a new tax. I mean, I don't love a new tax either. I think everybody will say that. But at the end of the day, you could either not have the tax and lose half of your police department and a quarter of your fire department and other services, or, we could have this tax and have people who are coming into Milwaukee, not just the citizens who live there, but the tourists who come to the city, which roughly a quarter of all tourists who come to Wisconsin come through Milwaukee and to Milwaukee. The people who come into Milwaukee every single day from the surrounding counties, the commuters, the most iconic businesses that have headquarters in Milwaukee and their employees as well. Everybody now is paying into the system where previously it was only the citizens in the city of Milwaukee who were paying for these services.
Thanks. So, Marin, I'm curious. You became the mayor at age 27. I remember when I was age 27. I would not have been a mayor even of a city of 40,000. So I'm curious, what led you to go into politics, and what gave you the confidence that you could actually do this job?
Yeah, so it really was not a surprise to anybody who knew me growing up. I was voted most likely to be president and most involved in high school, and I always just was naturally into politics and government, and I grew up in a household where my father and grandfather both would, include us, I'm the third of four girls, in the dinner conversation about politics and government and the economy. And so I was always just very inclined to that and loved making a difference and helping. So it really was a natural fit. And I was fortunate that I'd been really involved in the community before becoming mayor. I was not on council. People are always like, oh, so you were on council. And then, no, I was just friends with the prior mayor. And she took a position at the state level as the director of development. And so when they were talking about who would replace her, they said, actually, I think Christina would do a good job. She's been involved with a small business. She's been involved in committees on town. I think she could get the votes necessary to get appointed. So I got appointed against a city councilwoman and then immediately had to run for my own term in a three-way primary against a county commissioner and a city councilwoman. So it really just was kind of natural involvement, and I'm born and raised in Findlay, so definitely family ties. And then once I got appointed, then I really had to show people how to do the job, that I could do the job, and was very fortunate that I had a lot of strong advocates. Literally day one when I decided to run, Findlay is the world headquarters for Marathon Petroleum Corporation, and I went and met with the CEO that week and said, hey, I'm going to need your support and backing, as well as a lot of our other business leaders that could then vouch for, yeah, she might be young, but she can do the job.
So, as I understand it, Findlay's a community that one of the issues has been the supply of workers. And you've attracted a lot of immigrants. And you're a Republican, but you have been pretty outspoken about some of the anti-immigrant stuff that's going on. So could you talk a little bit about what kind of immigration have you had in Findlay? What are the issues and what kind of feedback have you gotten from your outspoken comments?
Yeah, so first of all, I think every mayor worries about workforce. As we look at the data, the United States, the world has a huge problem on our hands with declining birth rates, the pandemic. We saw a lot more people retire. It just we're going to have immigration effective in the United States to continue to be competitive, in my humble opinion. And so in Findlay, we started to see a growth of Haitian immigrants over the last 3 years on temporary protected status, obviously fleeing Haiti. And what I really focused on was, listen, first and foremost, I'm all for immigration reform. We need to have comprehensive immigration reform. We're doing a detriment by using it as a political talking point, and we can all agree we need that. We also all can agree that criminals are not welcome in our cities. And when I talk to mayors across the country, we're all very consistent on that message. What I was very outspoken about was the fact that the immigrants in our community had come through the proper legal process and should not have the rhetoric and misinformation held against them when they're just trying to better their own lives. And so we really have worked with our employers to understand the process, to do education, to help fight the misinformation, while also addressing the challenges that come with an immigrant population that is not, especially with Haitian Creole, it's very difficult language. A lot of the apps do not translate it well, where, a lot of other languages, people were able to work well with it. So I definitely took a lot of heat over the last couple of years. My community is very conservative, and there was a lot of people that were frustrated, were concerned. And so we really tried to address those concerns, but really also focus on the benefits that it was providing to our community. And so we worked with some of our local employers that were utilizing immigrants and had used immigrants for decades to talk about the benefits, how they were helping their business grow and survive, how it's necessary, while also then addressing some of the issues that also came
So how many Haitian immigrants do you have in Findlay?
So we have about 2,500 is our estimate.
And 40,000 people altogether?
A population of 40,000. So the majority of them, had kind of come over time over the last couple of years. We're living in hotels, so that comes with unique challenges. But we really tried to also do education with them on, hey.
It's been a challenge to your school system.
Yeah, so our school system, fortunately, yeah, it definitely was because there was such a larger group. However, our schools have really had great English as a second language courses because we have a diverse population. We have a lot of Japanese students in our community because we have a lot of automotive suppliers being immediately between Detroit as well as then Honda and Marysville. So we have tier 2 automotive suppliers. So we've had a large Japanese population. And then the University of Findlay, also home in Findlay, has about 30 different population, international students that are coming there regularly. So it's not a unique challenge. It was just really how quickly it increased that was the challenge.
So, Steve, you did a lot of things when you were mayor of Austin, and I'm just sort of wondering, in retrospect, how well you think they worked out, particularly since there seems to be a bit of a backlash about some of the progressive policies that you pursue. You raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. You passed citywide sick leave. You set up some kind of second chance hiring protections for people who'd been incarcerated. With the benefit of the perspective you have, A, have these worked? And B, do you think they're sustainable in our current political environment? even in Austin, which we understand is an island in the Republic of Texas.
The blueberry and the tomato soup, I think. Governor Perry once called us. First, I want to appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank Brookings for the opportunity to come, and for LBJ School, where I teach, to participate in inviting me. We did a lot of things, I think, that have helped a lot of people, and not all of them have survived. But even the things that have not survived, I think, were real important for us to do. Because I think we've moved the center, and we've been able to change the debate and the discussion that has occurred. We passed sick leave. It didn't take the governor too long to preempt sick leave in our city, so it's gone. At the same time, we then had 3 other cities that followed in our footsteps and created the same kind of laws. They were also preempted. But that discussion about sick leave, I think, became a lot more real to people. They saw that it could be done. And I think that we'll get that sooner as a state because we went through that. We took the minimum wage up to $20 an hour from $10, so a pretty great move on that. That's been sustained, and it's been able to increase, and that's changed, I think, the pay scale in the city generally. So that's worked well. I think cities really are the incubators of innovation, and I think it's up to cities to push the envelope on a lot of these policies to see what works and what doesn't work. I think it's kind of one of the roles and responsibilities, and certainly for Austin in the state of Texas, I think people expect that of us.
So during the conversation we had on congestion pricing, you sent me a note, and you said you could speak to how you finance the new and the very first mass transit system in Austin. Since I know nothing about it, I'm just going to offer you that leading question. So, Steve, tell us how you finance the municipal transit system.
Well, it was interesting, and
Good question,
I'm here
Dave,
at a
right?
finance conference here today. I've learned a lot. I've really enjoyed the day and listening to the papers. The way that we used to do large projects, not unlike the way a lot of cities do in the country, is to pass a bond, take it to the voters. The voters approve a certain amount to be able to create capital infrastructure. Everybody that passed a capital infrastructure proposition or initiative the same time we did is having trouble actually making that happen, because the cost of those projects has gone up by 25 to 50% since the time they voted, and they can't do the project at this point. In addition, when you pass a bond to do a capital improvement project, it doesn't come with any M&O money. So governments find that they can't actually maintain or operate a project that gets built. In Texas, our legislature stepped forward and decided that they would cap what cities were able to raise in terms of new revenue, which was a devastating thing in a lot of ways for cities. And I can remember testifying against it, and the legislators that I talked to, the senators, got really upset at me every time I described what they were doing as a cap on raising revenue, because as they reminded me, there was nothing to stop me from going to the voters to actually approve something that went beyond their speed bump, or whatever it was that they called it. And they wanted to know why I had no confidence in the voters of my city if I actually wanted to do something like that. So when we wanted to do the public mass transit project in Austin, woefully deficient in that
Light
area.
rail, or what did you do?
This was light rail. Had been turned down by the voters twice before I was in office, and I had run pledging to bring back a proposition that the voters could actually approve. And we took the vote in the middle of the pandemic, and it was to increase the city property tax by almost 20% in order to be able to fund the project. But what we did, instead of tying it to a bond, is we just added a permanent permanent amount to the ad valorem tax valuation that we were charging. so that it created an income stream that continued indefinitely. So we could then size the project or the phase of the project to whatever it was that we were able to raise. So that project now doesn't quite look the way that it used to in its initial phases. It also enables us to have M&O dollars. And the voters approved it by a pretty sizable number. I think it was a much better way to go to finance a project. State legislature is now threatening to undo their law. They didn't quite get it right. They didn't actually think we would go to the voters to do that, or that the voters would pass it if we actually did. But I think that was a much better way to fund that capital expenditure than the traditional way.
Interesting. So I wonder if I could ask each of you to talk a little bit about to what extent you're concerned about what's going on here in Washington in terms of changes in federal budget policy and taxes and Medicaid and all that, and whether, and grants, whether it's having an effect on your communities yet, whether you anticipate it. How big a factor is this? Could you start, Mayor Johnson?
Sure, I can start. And we are concerned about what's happening here in Washington. I think most cities across the country are, because most cities, I think, have some partnership with Washington in one way or another. We certainly did, especially in the last administration. For instance, with there are so many nicknames for this bill: the reconciliation bill, the big beautiful bill. Some people have called it other names. I won't repeat those here. But at the stroke of with his pen, President Trump eliminated a really, really important transportation project that we had in the city of Milwaukee, one that Joe Biden, when he was president, came to announce the nationwide program, and he did it in our city. It was a Reconnecting Communities grant. It was in total $36 million to reconstruct the street connecting folks on the north side, typically an African-American neighborhood, with the south side, typically Latino neighborhoods, along a corridor that had been impacted by freeways that had come through historically. Now, it would have been millions and millions of dollars of investment in the city. It would have made the streets safer along that transit corridor. It would have provided an opportunity to hire a number of local firms, created hundreds of construction jobs in Milwaukee, the like. It would have been really, really good for the city. Unfortunately, that's gone. There have been a number of other things that the federal government made promises to us on that have been reneged on. There have been grants that we had won, competitive federal grants that we had won, and you go to get the reimbursement, so you go on the portal to pull those resources down, and the portal is just gone. It's just disappeared. And so whether you're in the local government, whether you're in the private sector and business, or whether you're in the nonprofit sector, everybody is facing challenges about what's happening here in Washington with the Medicaid stuff. I mean, there are going to be tens of thousands of people in the state of Wisconsin, and Milwaukee's the largest city in Wisconsin, so a considerable impact there, where thousands of people are going to get kicked off of health insurance. That's going to have an impact. So really what's happening is that across the board, there's a lot of uncertainty that's happening right now. And so, yeah, we're paying attention to what's happening out of Washington, and we're really concerned.
So, Mayor Murren, does it affect a small community like yours as well?
Definitely. Yeah, I was going to say, I am always concerned about what's going on in Washington.
Yeah, so are we.
I think the big thing is, first and foremost, mayors are always paying attention to what's going on. We're always concerned about it, and we're always going to have to adjust to it, right? So the sky is shifting a lot, but it's not falling. We will survive as communities. We will have to adjust. I think some of the biggest challenges that we are going to see is when we look at the impact, the trickle-down effect, so the federal funding that we have seen and been planning on. I think the largest, most immediate impact certainly is that clawback of funds that we were working on as communities for years and years, right? Many times the projects that we are working on, you are applying multiple times for competitive federal grants before you're getting it. You are planning it out. You're doing seed money to get the engineering done. You're trying to get the shovel-ready projects ready to go. So Findlay, fortunately, knock on wood, so far our federal grants related to flood mitigation, different things like that are continuing to move forward, though some of the contract language did change, things like that. But I am very concerned with the changes on Medicaid. I think that there's always room for improvement and efficiency, and obviously we don't want fraud. But I think that, as I've been talking to families, our healthcare system, one of my big things that we're working on is childcare. I think there's a large portion of people that are considered able-bodied working adults that if we're forcing them to go into work, we need to have somewhere safe for their child to go, whether it's just for the summer or during the day. And right now in Hancock County, we have, for every one child care spot available, we have 6 children waiting for it. So that's a huge problem. Well, when you look, you can't automate child care services, right? So we need more people. So we're really looking at that, but I think the message is we will adjust. We don't have an option not to. We still have to provide services. We still have to create thriving communities, but we are definitely going to be set back by significant changes one way or the other. And I know we'll dig into a kind of polarization, but just I want to slide that in here, right? The federal government, in my opinion, is this base on a Jenga tower that we need to be stable. We can take shifts. We can have some unpredictability, but just going in and taking out 3 of the blocks is going to cause significant disruption in that tower.
What about in Austin, Steve? What do you see?
We see the same thing. We've had projects that were funded with money being clawed back. We have social service dollars that were underpinning projects and permanent supportive housing units and things that were being planned that have disappeared. I think it's horrific. I think that projects
It's a city like, as Mayor Johnson pointed out, Milwaukee doesn't have abundant resources. So this project, the one connecting the Black and Hispanic neighborhood, that's just not going to get done. But a place like Austin, which has, it's growing, it's got resources, will they be able to replace this federal money, or do you think it'll be a significant difference?
It'll be a significant difference, and certainly Austin has a lot of advantages because the economy is very strong in the city, and there are other cities that are being hurt worse than we are. But these were very real projects that were worked on for a long period of time that were helping communities that are now gone. We have projects to take people off the street who don't have homes. That are not going to happen now. There are going to be more people that are hiding in our woods and in our streams and are not going to be placed in housing because of these cuts. So it's real, I think, for everybody. The devastation, I think, probably is relative based on how strong the city is doing otherwise.
So, Mayor Murrin, you mentioned something that I did want to talk about. So you've spoken a little bit about the tension in your community between immigrants and people who have lived there for a long time, some of it among race lines, I'm sure. And you mentioned polarization. Can you talk a little bit about to what extent is polarization in a community like Findlay an issue, and what do you do about it?
Yeah, polarization is definitely a significant issue. What do I do about it? I pray a lot.
Does that work?
Don't look at social media for my sanity. But I think, as mayors, we really focus on, the adage, and Mayor Ginther, who is just the immediate past president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, said all the time, right, there's 3 people. There's the Republicans, Democrats, and mayors. And so mayors have to go in and serve their entire community. You don't get to say, oh, well, this only applies to the people who voted for me. So when we talk about political polarization, it's really just trying to be, I'm a very moderate Republican, so how do I just say, listen, this is why I'm making this decision, and I know that the far right will be upset with me and the far left will be upset with me, but we have to explain why. Now, when we get to, obviously, the tension between immigrants and kind of natural-born citizens, or whatever the terminology we're using today is, it's talking about that we are a land of opportunity and we don't need to have a scarcity mindset. Now, are certain resources scarce? Certainly. But that when we all are in a working economy together, that it's a rising tide lifts all ships. And so I think breaking down some of those barriers, not allowing the loudest negative voices to overtake. And I would share, as I do in many settings, is encouraging people that have moderate views to speak up. because it is not, there's nothing more painful to me as mayor to be out in the community and, you know, people attacking me online and sending me emails telling me I'm an idiot and destroying their city or whatever the issue is today. And then I have someone very quietly take me aside at an event and say, "You're doing a great job, really keep it up, I appreciate it." I'm like, well, could you write that in a letter to the editor? Or like, you laugh, but like we hear from the negative all the time. So having encouraging voices speak up and say, no, the mayor and the council are doing what I expect of them. Yes, they should be pushing this project. Yes, I understand that that park investment is expensive, but it's what I want my community to look like. But if the negative voices are the ones that you hear from all the time, one, you're going to lose good people being in government. I know I can make a lot more money in the private sector. But I care about my community and I want to serve and I want to make a difference. And we need folks that have the opportunity to be encouraging, to help speak up publicly, to help not let only the negative voices, the polarization, to be what wins.
That's well put. So, Mayor Johnson, how do you deal with it? I know there's no tensions in Milwaukee, so it's probably a piece of cake for you.
Zero.
He said everybody loves him. He
Yeah,
doesn't look at Facebook like I do, evidently.
I've been looking at the local paper. Maybe 80% of the people who voted love you, but
those are the ones I'm aiming for. Yeah, you know, certainly we have tensions, and I fully concur with what was just said. There's so many more negative, well, not more negative voices, but those are the loudest ones that are there. For instance, we have our, we're in our budget season in Milwaukee, so I'm having a number of conversations with my budget staff. My budget director is actually here with me today. So we're having a number of conversations around that. I'll have the budget that I present to the Common Council coming up in September, and then in early October, myself and the council will all sit down in the council chambers and we'll have our joint public hearing on the budget. And typically what that has been in the time that I've been in office, which I was a member of the council before I was mayor, is a time to sit back. It's like having your hands sort of tied behind your back and you just take what comes to you. But many times it's the folks out there who may have a negative connotation of what's going on in the public. But many times I'll get the same sort of experiences that Mayor Moran was talking about, where people will pull me aside and say, "Hey, you did a really good job there," or "Hey, I really appreciate this investment that's happening there." Like, these are good things for Milwaukee. So we really need to encourage people who are more moderate as well to speak up and encourage us, because it can be tiring. You know, it can be draining, because we may be mayors or former mayors, but at the end of the day, we're just people. And I try to stay off of Facebook. So that's my strategy, too.
So, Mayor Adler, both of these mayors are a generation younger than you and me. What advice would you give them about how to succeed in their jobs in the environment in which we find ourselves today? It's a yes or no question.
These are great mayors, and I'm honored to be up here today. So I'm not really sure I could teach them anything. On the polarization issue, just to kind of cap that out, I think that the thing about polarization is that it's a great way to organize people and raise money. So it's really hard to do anything about polarization so long as it's such a valuable and effective tool. I think that at the end of the day, the way that you deal with that, the way you deal with so many other things in local government, is a question of trust. And I think that as a local leader, if trying to earn trust becomes the way that you measure everything that you do, and you have the best chance of being able to bring along a community. I think that really is the only answer ultimately to polarization and misinformation, because I think people won't buy substantive arguments. I don't think they're interested in people believe people that they trust. And if the person they trust is telling them something, they're just going to accept that. And that local governance is about winning that trust. And sometimes that means taking a long time to do something to bring a community along. And sometimes it's meaning being very disruptive in order to be able to affect the change that people need to see. But bottom line, I would urge mayors to be really conscious of time management. 8 years is not a long period of time to be mayor, and on the backside of 8 years, you think about all the things that you really wanted to do, and you think about all the things that you actually spent a lot of time doing. And I think that if to really focus on the things that are important, to focus on the things that are going to have the biggest impact on the lives in your community, and to try to be to drive to those most important things, and to try not to get lost in those things that are so easy to get lost in as a mayor.
That's well put. So, Mayor Johnson, could you talk a little bit about housing in Milwaukee? To what extent is that an issue, and how do you deal with it?
Sure, it's a huge issue in Milwaukee. So a couple of months ago, Milwaukee, I believe it was the Wall Street Journal, I want to say, said that Milwaukee was one of the most cutthroat markets in the United States of America for housing.
Rental.
For rental housing, that is. And that's something that I take to heart. When I was a kid in the city, we moved around a lot. My folks didn't have a ton, so I went to 6 different elementary schools, and saw the entire city that way, and I really did.
Started campaigning then.
Yeah,
It goes to every school and say, "I went to this school."
Yeah. That's kind. I guess I was campaigning before I knew it. I guess in a sense. So housing is an issue in Milwaukee, and for a number of reasons. One, because we want to make sure that people have a chance to live in a place with dignity and respect, and that's affordable, and they're not rent burdened. But then also because when folks have access to good quality and affordable housing and stability there, they then are not transient. The neighborhoods are not porous, and when the neighborhoods are not porous, and people get to know each other and watch their children be raised, know what car their neighbor has, see their pets and stuff like that, and they get to know that, the neighborhoods begin to gel, they become cohesive, and when you get a critical mass of that, that's how you get to the stability that I think all of us, regardless of party, as mayors want to see in our neighborhoods. But housing is a big issue in Milwaukee, something that we're working to address right now. So just recently, I introduced a year ago, I introduced a housing proposal to create more housing choice by changing some zoning laws in Milwaukee that really haven't been updated since 2002. That was 2 mayors ago. So in Milwaukee speak, that's a long time because we keep mayors for a really long time.
What's the problem? So the city population isn't really growing that much. I know you plan to double it, but so what is the constraint on supply? Is it zoning? Is it financing?
It's
income?
I think it's all those things. I think it's all those things. I think it's the construction costs for home, the supplies for building new housing. Some of the zoning stuff that we've been talking about is working to make sure that we can have more dense housing developments. We can bring back accessory dwelling units in Milwaukee. All these things are part of the plan that I put forward that recently passed the City Plan Commission, and the council just passed it just recently, so I'm very, very happy about that. We've got new tools that we're implementing to help with some of the costs for constructing housing. So we use our tax incremental financing typically to pay for or to help with the capital stack on affordable housing. Now we're venturing into using that for workforce housing as well. So that'll be useful and helpful. We're actually talking to the state, and I'm very grateful for our relationship, even with the Republicans in the legislature that have been helpful on the sales tax. I hope that they'll be helpful here too with expanding TIF outside of the boundaries for the TIF. You can use it for, after it expires, you can use it for some infrastructure. You can also use it for housing as well, citywide. We want to expand that from 1 year to 3 years to capture those resources and then make more of an investment in affordable housing across the city. So we're doing things like that to make sure that we can address housing in Milwaukee. Yeah, we've historically had some issues with the city's population growth. We had a high of 741,000 people living in the city of Milwaukee. It was once upon a time the 11th largest city in the United States. Today it's the 30th. I want to get back to that growing trend and the projection. I believe the American Community Survey. This is a couple of years after I've been mayor and implementing new policies. We, for the first time in some time, saw some upward trends in our census outlook. So that's good.
And is housing an issue in a community like yours, Mayor Marion?
Yeah, housing is, I think, an issue across the nation. I know all three of us have been a part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors while in office, and that's a really big platform point that we've been working on these past couple of years. In Findlay, we are a legacy city, and our population of 40,000, we're also the county seat of about 75,000. On a daily basis, we have an additional 20,000 people that come into the city of Findlay to work. So again, that large manufacturing, all Whirlpool dishwashers are made in Findlay. We have Ball Metal, the automotive suppliers. So we want to, one, continue to have folks living in our community rather than commuting in. But really, it's also just, we're still feeling the long-term ripple effects of the financial crisis, right? We saw a lot of those kind of hometown developers that were really providing growth in middle America and smaller communities that went out of business, and they haven't been able to come back from it. And so we're really trying to work to continue to find, we put together a housing study looking at what is our data, what are the needs, and no surprise to anyone, we need a little bit of everything at every price point, every type. Obviously, I think one of the big concerns that we're seeing is people staying in their homes longer, which is great. Having folks age in place, but that means that you don't have that turnover that then opens up kind of entry-level starter homes, and you have, 2 people living in a house that was built for 5. That really goes back to the cost of, retirement homes, condos. There's just it's so expensive. So we're really looking at how do we support from a government standpoint the infrastructure investment to help give the pro forma the numbers that it needs. So the state of Ohio has just put together a couple programs. We're utilizing tax increment financing, looking at a couple of options, but really just trying to continue to tell our story. It's really competitive for smaller communities to bring in developers that have capacity to build out new subdivisions, as well as then we don't have much green space development at this point, so trying to work with our townships around us to annex the property into the city, those different things. Just so you guys are aware, because again, these are the things we live. Pre-COVID, the cost of a culvert was $19,000. It's now $41,000. So just like every aspect of the supply chain that goes into development, especially on the infrastructure side, and I'm so glad we had the infrastructure bill, but when everybody is buying the same things at one time, we had the supply chain disruptions, then we have all of this money being put into the market. It's really caused a lot of issues for municipalities. And when a developer can develop in Toledo or Perrysburg Township, I know somebody was talking about Perrysburg, that for $100,000 and sell it for $100,000 more than in Findlay, but it's going to cost relatively similar, we have to tell our story.
Is there a lot of angst about the tariffs among your manufacturers?
There is, I think everybody, it's the unknown, right? We don't like unknown. Markets don't like unknowns. Investors don't like unknowns. Businesses don't like unknowns. And so they're really, I think, just kind of trying to be conservative with their investments, looking at the supply chain. I think what we're going to see with the auto industry is a lot of those supplier agreements being renegotiated. That creates a lot of uncertainty. So it is something that we're watching. As I talk to my businesses, though, they all continue to say, we've got to invest, we've got to grow, we've got to continue to do these things. But I think that they are reevaluating their supply chain. But ultimately, you can't make significant shifts in the short term, so they're going to have to probably eat the cost.
And Mayor Adler, what about housing in Austin? What's the issue?
I think housing is the existential challenge in Austin. For many years, we had the fastest rising housing prices, costs of any city in the country. We took the steps, Mayor Johnson, that you're doing now and changing the zoning laws and adding a lot of things. My last year in office, we're building more houses per capita, actually absolute terms, than any other city in the country, including Los Angeles and New York. with that, we're now seeing for the very first time housing costs coming down. So I think that you can see that there's, you know, a direct relation between policy and housing supply. The other way you make housing more affordable is you help people have more money to spend. So I think it's real important to have at the same time programs that are focused on jobs and middle income training, on things like child care and things that lets people get back into the workforce. But you're right. I mean, that is the chief issue I think that you'll hear going from city to city around the country.
So I can keep going, but I'd like to take some questions. I think I'll take 2 or 3 at once, and then we can do it. Over here. Can you wait for the mic, because there are hundreds of people online.
Seth Goldstein. One of the things I wonder about when you talk about polarization and getting people to speak up, and particularly the people that think you're doing a good job, is do you think it would be possible to get more civic engagement if you were able to sell your municipal bonds retail to your citizens? So the interest payments would go to your citizens, they'd have buy-in to whatever project you had. I'm just curious if you've thought about that at all.
Thanks. There's one over here.
Well, I can raise.
Let me take a couple.
Okay.
Thank you. Leon Peace. I have a question concerning the Grants Pass Supreme Court decision, which basically allows local communities to criminalize, in essence, homelessness. What impact do you see that having on your city, if any?
Okay, remember, you were going to take you want to become a municipal bond salesman? There's a couple of people here I'd be happy to be.
I don't typically want to add more things to my to-do list. I really have never thought of that. That's really interesting. I think that would be a huge challenge because it's very complex to explain. And not that folks couldn't understand it, but I think that would be a pretty tough sell. But I'll have to think about that more.
It would also be a relatively small slice of the community for whom muni bonds make economic sense. So not sure you're going to get mass support. What about the Supreme Court decision on homelessness? Has that affected you guys?
Sure. We're aware of the Supreme Court's ruling on that. It hasn't really affected us in Milwaukee, at least. Our strategy has remained the same. In fact, in the past number of years, we've been celebrated as one of the largest metros in the country with the fewest unhoused individuals. So we're very proud of that, and we focused on making sure that folks have access to housing first, and then wrap services around them after they get into housing. So our posture has not changed on that.
Want to take either of those?
Yeah, homeless is a huge challenge in Austin as it is in fast-growing cities. I think it correlates to increased housing costs more than anything else. I think Austin was on a path to follow LA and San Francisco and Seattle and Portland. My heart goes out to those cities we were won in order to actually find housing for everybody that doesn't have a home. It's a really expensive thing to do, and quite frankly, the task goes beyond what cities can afford, so there needs to be, I think, federal
Are there
support
encampments
that.
in Austin
But
that have been...
That Supreme Court opinion rests on a fiction that the reason that there are people on the street is because they're refusing the opportunity to be able to go into housing. And cities need to be able to say, hey, we have a house for you, and if you don't go, there's a penalty for that. When in most of those cities and in most of those places, people are not going into housing because the housing doesn't exist. And the Supreme Court, I don't think, adequately addressed the question of what do you do to somebody who is breaking the law because they're not in a home and there is no home for them to go. I mean, the right answer can't be that you put that person in jail or you give them a ticket. There has got to be a better answer for that. In 2016, my city gave out 18,000 tickets to people to get them to move. We played this game of getting people to move so that they wouldn't be wherever it was that they were disturbing people. They had no place to go. They don't show up in court the following Thursday to answer their ticket. A bench warrant issues for their arrest. And when you finally get the housing for them in 6 months or a job in 6 months, now they don't qualify because they have a criminal record and outstanding warrant. The Supreme Court opinion, I think, rested on a fiction.
So I would like to comment on that because we took a different approach. So obviously my community is much smaller, so our corresponding homeless challenge or unhoused challenge was a lot different. However, we did have a homeless population that was living in encampments along our river, as well as some downtown corners. And really coming out of the pandemic, we saw a significant increase of individuals that were really visible homeless in our community. So I started an unhoused coalition that was really bringing the stakeholders together to identify what does our continuum of care look like within the community, what are the gaps, what are the challenges, what is our capacity, and we really started identifying that we needed a low barrier shelter so that people had somewhere just to get off the streets. So our city mission didn't have enough capacity to take more folks necessarily on, but how could we at least get them, if they're not going to become, they're not ready to maybe fully commit to the city mission, which does a lot of wraparound services and accountability measures, different things like that, but we could at least get them in a safe environment at nighttime. So we actually did, when the decision came out, I figured that was going to be the result from reading the case, and really felt like we should kind of be preemptive, and actually we made the decision to adopt ordinances that don't allow public camping. And so we actually, when that was going through the ordinance process with City Council, when our officers would come across somebody that was, had an encampment, we would say, hey, by the way, effective January 1st, it's going to be illegal, and here is the step process of, kind of like notifying them, connecting them with services, then a ticket, et cetera. Now, I would say, so that nobody throws anything at me, we have not really had to ticket anyone. We haven't thrown anybody in jail to my knowledge. And actually, my team just did a sweep yesterday to kind of check into the area, and we did not see signs of any new encampments. So we definitely have seen people being moved to the mission. They have had an increased capacity, but in that past year leading up to that implementation, we did open a low barrier shelter. We were able to relocate and expand
Open a low barrier shelter with city money or with
no,
nonprofit?
it was private money. I don't think we put any local, I don't remember any city council dollars in it. So it was local donors. We did help kind of connect some buildings that was able to be converted. And I think, the kind of public awareness campaign probably helped with their fundraising efforts. But it has been effective in our community.
There's two in the back there.
I'm curious the strategies and shifts that you are considering in terms of maintaining and growing programs in the face of federal cuts, and what are the questions that you and your staff are discussing about next steps to respond and sort of mitigate the harms around federal
And
cuts?
can you tell us who you are?
Maya Barlow, Urban Institute.
Thanks. And there's someone just in front of you there. Emily, over here.
Hi, this is Mariana with the Reason Foundation. I wonder if you could share your experience, if you have any, with dealing with unfunded pension liabilities and pension reform, and dealing with public employee unions.
Okay, got two minor questions here. You guys get to pick which ones you want to answer. If any.
If any, ooh, we don't usually have that. I guess I'll take the pension one, I guess. So the sales tax that we talked about in Milwaukee, it was a 2% sales tax that has yielded roughly about $200 million. Am I correct on that, Nick? About $200 million a year, and sales tax continually grows, so that's a good thing. But we use those dollars for specific purposes as outlined in the state law, the enabling legislation that I talked about that our council passed and I signed. So we use those dollars to boost the numbers of police officers and firefighters in our ranks. 90% of those dollars go to that, and then the other 10% of those dollars go to addressing the pension shortfall that we've had in the city. So the other thing that we've done with the pension as we move forward after that law was enacted is move new hires as of January 1, 2025, right, over to the state's retirement system. We've been working to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a difficult position with our city pension system. I think we were the only, correct me if I'm wrong again, Nick, were we the only municipality in Wisconsin that had our own pension system, or one of the few? just the city of Milwaukee and then Milwaukee County. And so now those new employees are shifted over to the state's pension system. And so we've done a soft close on our current pension system while allocating those dollars from the sales tax in order to address the pension shortfalls that we had.
So the other question was, I think, tell me if I get this right, sort of like, how are you dealing with the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty about what federal money you're going to get? And what questions do you ask your staff about what's going on? Is that?
Yeah, what questions are you asking or discussing with your staff that maybe you don't have the answers to or trying to figure out?
She wants a research agenda for the Urban Institute.
Okay. I would say, you know, from my standpoint, a lot of the federal dollars that we receive are specific to capital, and we have dedicated them towards capital investments. So I actually just did like an article explaining to my community, because there's a population of folks that are like, we shouldn't be taking any state or federal grants because they're in debt and those are our children's future, you know, that kind of mentality. And I was like, no, there are taxpayer dollars that I feel responsible for reinvesting and getting back from the federal government. If the federal government wants to just write me a check with all the revenue that we produce for them, I'm on board with that plan, because we're contributing a lot more than we are receiving back to our community. But really, it's looking at, are we going to look at doing debt issuance? We have not been a community that takes on a lot of debt, just from a very conservative standpoint. So there is some opportunity there. It's also going to just take longer to accomplish some of the things that we want to accomplish, because we're going to have to look to build up additional funds to be able to do those. Or, you know, some of the programs are keeping it. My larger concern kind of goes back to our very first statement around, I think that we are going to see more impact on our nonprofits and different social organizations that are going to have a trickle-down effect, and then we are going to spend a lot more of our energy figuring out how we stabilize our citizens and communities overall, and that is going to then put us back from being able to really accomplish some of the big things and keep reinvesting into the capital assets. But I think that in Findlay, it's going to be a lot of helping understand our social services and how do we help fill the short-term and long-term gaps.
I think we have time for a couple more. If there are any? Okay, Dan. Dan's clearly not ready for a drink, it's clear. Can someone bring Dan a mic? Chase?
Sorry, I'll be really fast. If this is the last question. This is kind of for Cavalier. I was wondering if you can talk just a little bit more about experiencing financial distress and exactly what the mechanics were like in terms of, was it courts that were kind of saying the writing's on the wall, you really need to pass this tax right now? Was it the constituents? Was it the markets that you felt like you couldn't borrow and the bankers were saying something? Could you just say something about a little bit about that process?
Experiencing the financial distress.
Great, right?
It was wonderful. That's why I signed up for this. Yeah, I mean, it was really difficult. It was not new though. I mean, because Milwaukee was on this path for really several decades. I mean, the state had essentially underfunded us. They defunded us in a sense for a number of decades that impacted our ability to reinvest, as Mayor Murrow was just talking about, reinvest those dollars back into services that we otherwise would, whether it's public safety or the like. When I became mayor, it was evident and brought to me by our staff in our budget office that, hey, we are in really, really dire straits, and if we don't do something, then we're going to end up facing the consequences that I talked about earlier, where we would end up having to lay off half of our police department, which essentially eliminates the police department, a quarter of our fire department, and several hundred other city employees. So we certainly didn't want to see that. We had seen our police department numbers, not by cuts, but by attrition, slide over the years. We've had problems as well with some of our ratings as well from some of the rating agencies, which now they're in some form of A status, which I'm very, very happy about. We've worked really, really hard to make sure that we improve the reserves that we have at the city. So we've been really, really focused on this, but it had been a challenge, but not a surprise.
So there was no court order. You got some downgrades, but mostly it was looking at your budget and saying, if we don't do this, we're in trouble.
Essentially, yes.
Great. Well, please join me in thanking all three mayors.
David, can I ask?
I'm sorry.
No.
Mayor Murren wants to have the last word.
I actually was just going to make an appeal to the room as a small community that frequently has a difficult time finding good data to compare ourselves or have data about us. If you have good data about the city of Findlay or similar communities, or would be willing to do research, please send it to mayor@findlayohio.gov because I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
This is definitely the first conference I've ever been to where a mayor said, please give me data. So two things. One is I think or hope there's some drinks outside. Please help yourself. Tomorrow morning, breakfast is at 8, and we'll start our first presentation at 8:30, and I hope to see you all then. Thank you all.